Chapter 1: Severing Ties. Shen Fu is now 50 years old. He once dreamed of roaming the world with a sword, but today he's just an ordinary taxi driver. He works from dawn till dusk every day just to earn a few measly coins to keep food on the table and support his family. Yet his family shows no gratitude. His wife's most frequent remark to him is, "I must have been blind to marry you. Out of all my suitors back then, how could I have picked a loser like you?" Shen Fu's mother-in-law, a shrewd little old lady, kept saying it was her fault for not vetting properly, which led her daughter to marry such a good-for-nothing. Yet whenever family matters arose, she'd be the first to summon Shen Fu to handle the chores. Even his own son looked down on Shen Fu, saying how other kids' fathers were all big bosses while his was just a cab driver, poor and embarrassing. Despite this disdain, the son still hit Shen Fu up for money every month, demanding 2,000 to 3,000 yuan at a time, and would sulk if refused. Shen Fu's family treated him like an ATM, a punching bag, and free labor. Anyone else would have exploded, yet Shen Fu chose to endure. This wasn't because he was truly spineless, but because he treasured his family deeply. It turned out that Shen Fu was an orphan who grew up in an orphanage and had never met his biological parents. He wished he could have a home. Even if his family treated him poorly, he would simply endure it silently without ever lashing out. But even patience has its limits, and anyone can lose their temper. Shen Fu was no exception. That day was the Dragon Boat Festival and also Shen Fu's 50th birthday. Something happened to him that not only altered the course of his life, but unexpectedly transformed the entire jade industry in China. Many people were on holiday that day, yet Shen Fu went out early in the morning to drive his taxi, hoping to earn some extra money during the festive season. He drove late into the night, earning nearly 1,000 yuan. Though his body was exhausted, his spirits were high. To his surprise, when he got home, his wife's face was all gloomy, and she immediately launched into a scolding. "Look at you. Today when I went back to visit my parents, my sister's family bought a new car again, and even got my mom a gold bracelet. My younger sister's husband got promoted too, and bought my dad fine liquor and cigarettes. And me? I went back empty-handed. I could hardly hold my head up in front of them. You could have bought some fruit. How dare you say that? Can fruit even count as a gift? You might not care about face, but I do. Just think, my brother-in-law owns a big restaurant, and my other brother-in-law is a company executive. And here you are, driving a lousy taxi. Sigh, why is my life so bitter? Sobi, Sobi." As she kept scolding, Shen Fu's wife started to cry. After all, Shen Fu was too caring for his family. Upon seeing his wife in tears, he took out all the 1,000 yuan he earned that day. "Stop crying. Here's 1,000 for you. Go buy something nice for our parents." "Just 1,000? My sister spent 50,000 on a bag." "I don't care. I want a luxury bag too." Shen Fu grew a little angry. "If you want it, buy it yourself. I don't have the money anyway. Haven't you got that jade pendant? How many times have I told you? What's so precious about a worthless trinket? Better sell it for cash now." Today my mom mentioned she knows this old man who specializes in jade. He'd probably pay top dollar. Before the words even finished, a deafening slap echoed. Shen Fu had struck his wife across the face. She froze momentarily before bursting into even louder sobs. Through her tears she shrieked, "You hit me! How dare you! What cursed fate made me marry such a spineless worm, and now you even raise your hand against me?" Why was Shen Fu suddenly so angry? It turned out that 50 years ago, when Shen Fu was abandoned at the orphanage gate, this very jade pendant had been hanging around his neck. The pendant was the only thing his parents had left him, and he treasured it deeply. Even when he was so poor he had to beg on the streets, he would never have dreamed of selling the pendant for money, let alone to buy some goddamn purse. Shen Fu rarely lost his temper, but this time he was truly furious. His wife forgetting his birthday was one thing, but how dare this woman even think of laying a finger on his pendant? What audacity! Ignoring his sobbing wife, he snatched up the car keys and headed for the door. The fierce tigress roared, "Go then. Don't you dare come back if you leave." Shen Fu ignored her and walked out the door without turning back. Whenever he was in a bad mood, he would go for a drive to clear his mind. That night was no different. After an hour's drive, his mood finally lifted a little. He thought to himself, that as long as his wife sincerely apologized and never brought up selling the pendant again, he could still forgive her. But just as he made this decision, a phone call came in. It was from Shun Fu's mother-in-law. "You ungrateful wretch, shameless good-for-nothing. You barely make any money, and now you've even learned to beat your wife, have you? Mark my words, this isn't over." Shun Fu's heart skipped a beat, and his mood instantly plummeted to freezing point. Yet his mother-in-law wasn't done scolding him. This little old lady was truly formidable, with an endless arsenal of insults, every word more vulgar than the last. Shun Fu thought, do good people really deserve to be bullied like this? After sacrificing everything for this family, this is how you treat me? Ah, damn it all. Utterly disappointed, Shun Fu swore into the phone, then hung up and turned it off. The carriage fell silent once more. For a fleeting moment, Shun Fu even contemplated ending it all, but in the very next second, he banished the thought from his mind. Death? Don't be ridiculous. A full-grown man like me could die on the battlefield, but driven to death by two wretched women? Absolutely impossible. Shun Fu had never been a weak or cowardly man. He swore from this moment onward he would no longer endure in silence, but live fully for himself. Shun Fu slammed on the accelerator. The car roared like a charging tiger and surged forward. Now this is satisfaction. Shun Fu let out a yell, declaring that he was no longer playing the roles of husband, son-in-law, or father. He was simply himself, just Shun Fu. You all called him a good-for-nothing coward, didn't you? Fine. He was going to show you exactly what he was capable of once free from all these burdens. At that very moment, a sudden thunderclap split the sky. Shun Fu felt darkness flood his vision, followed by a dizzying swirl as if the heavens and earth were spinning. His blood seemed to boil within him, his skin burning hot, as though his entire body had caught fire. Especially his eyes. Shun Fu felt waves of sharp pain, as if they were being scorched by fire. For a moment, Shun Fu even considered gouging them out to escape the agony. But soon the pain vanished, and light returned. When Shun Fu opened his eyes, he found the car still moving along the road, as if nothing had changed. Was I struck by lightning? Shun Fu was utterly bewildered, completely lost in confusion. Strangely enough, he was in an exceptionally good mood, and his body seemed brimming with energy, as if he had turned 30 years younger. Shun Fu grew even more perplexed, but he decided not to dwell on it. After all, having abundant energy was hardly a bad thing. By then, the night had grown late. After driving for another hour, Shun Fu finally began to feel slightly drowsy. He didn't go home. Instead, he slept in the car and woke up the next morning feeling refreshed and utterly at ease. But Shun Fu didn't realize that the exhilarating feeling he experienced was actually caused by the thunderbolt from last night. This wasn't ordinary thunder. It was a heavenly tribulation lightning. Nor was Shun Fu an ordinary man. His veins carried an ancient bloodline. Those bearing this lineage would endure all manner of hardships before turning 50. Just as the saying goes, when heaven is about to bestow great responsibility upon someone, it first tests their resolve and tempers their bones. However, provided the bearer of this bloodline maintained their lofty ambitions through such trials without being worn down, a thunderbolt would descend after their 50th birthday to help them transcend mortality's trials. Like Shun Fu, though he suffered greatly before 50, he remained fiercely ambitious, vowing to achieve extraordinary accomplishments even in middle age. The bloodline within him awakened, which is why he felt full of energy, and in addition to that, he awakened something else, the Jade Soul Golden Pupils. As for what the Jade Soul Golden Pupils truly were and how to use them, Shun Fu didn't know yet, but he would soon find out. Chapter 2. Jade Soul Golden Pupils. Shun Fu sat in the car, pondering his future plans. Suddenly, someone approached and knocked on the car window. Hey driver, are you available? It turned out to be a potential passenger. Every business is about making money. Lofty ideals aside, you can't pass up the chance to earn. So Shun Fu nodded and let the passenger board. The man was dressed in a crisp business suit, looking refined and cultured, though his face wore an anxious expression that hinted at some urgent matter. Master driver, to the Jade Trade Market. He urged Shen Fu to hurry to Hangzhou's Jade Trade Market. As the name suggests, it's a place where jade is bought and sold. Half the trade consists of Hetian jade, the other half jadeite. Hangzhou ranks among China's top jade trading hubs by volume. But if we were to truly rank them, setting aside Hetian jade for now, when it comes to jadeite, Shen Fu knew that Legay City was the nation's leading hub. Legay City, hailed as the jadeite capital and the stone gambling capital, is situated on the southwestern border of China, adjacent to the jadeite-producing nation of Mianwu. This grants it an inherent geographical advantage in the jadeite trade. Half of China's jadeite transactions take place in Legay City. Although Shen Fu has never been there, he has heard a thing or two about it. As the saying goes, Legay, revelry every night, referring to those who struck it rich overnight through gambling on raw jadeite in Legay City and indulged in a life of luxury and debauchery. Coincidentally, judging by the accent of the passenger in the car, he seemed to be from Legay City. Shen Fu drove at the front while listening to the passenger behind him constantly talking on the phone. "I'm on the car. Yes, arriving soon. Leave a stone there for now. Yes, don't listen to his offer. Our highest bid is 800,000. Yes. It sounded like this passenger was rushing to a business meeting. Shen Fu wasn't particularly interested in passengers' private affairs. Usually when driving, he wouldn't pay special attention to those sitting in the back. But something strange happened today that caught his attention. This strange thing was the passenger's jadeite ring. At first glance, it appeared perfectly ordinary, but upon closer inspection, why did the ring emit a faint purple fluorescence? Shen Fu owned a jadeite pendant himself and knew a fair bit about the stone. He'd seen many violet jade specimens before, but never one that actually glowed purple. Perplexed, Shen Fu couldn't resist asking when the passenger finished his call. "Excuse me, sir, might I ask you something? What's the matter? Why is your jade ring glowing?" "What?" The customer was puzzled, not understanding what Shen Fu meant. "I mean, why is your ring glowing?" The passenger looked down at his hand. Since when was his jade ring glowing? Was this driver out of his mind? Or is there something wrong with his eyes? "I don't know what you're talking about. This ring doesn't glow." "But..." "There are no buts. My eyes are perfectly fine. Please stop joking, master. I'm not in the mood for this right now." Shen Fu didn't ask any further, yet he was certain he hadn't mistaken it. The jade ring on the passenger's finger, though green in color, was unmistakably emitting a violet glow. Puzzled beyond comprehension, Shen Fu could only set the matter aside for the moment. Half an hour later, he arrived at the destination. The passenger paid and got out of the car, where a woman came to meet him. The woman had an alluring figure, her hair styled in voluminous waves, her lipstick of vivid red that seemed ready to drip. Her short dress barely covered her bottom, and upon closer inspection, she wore sheer stockings paired with high heels, the epitome of coquettish charm. But what caught Shen Fu's attention wasn't her charm, but the jade bracelet on her wrist. To his astonishment, the bracelet was glowing. Though clearly made of green jade, it emitted an eerie blue light. What in the world was happening? Had all the jade under heaven mutated? Since when did jade start glowing? Utterly bewildered, Shen Fu had no idea that he was no longer an ordinary man. The luminescence he saw wasn't mere fluorescence, but the spirit of jade itself, hidden within the stone. Having learned his lesson, Shen Fu didn't speak again, but he kept staring at the blue glowing jade bracelet, genuinely unable to figure out the reason, no matter how hard he thought. Could this be some new variety of jade? After dropping off his passenger, Shen Fu continued driving home, but ultimately succumbed to his curiosity. He turned the car around and returned to Hangzhou's Jade Trading Market, where if nothing else, jade could be found in abundance. Moreover, there were plenty of jade experts here. Shen Fu could casually ask around to see if some new type of fluorescent jade had recently appeared on the market. Shen Fu parked the car and walked into the jade market alone, puzzled. Despite being called a jade market, it was actually just a short commercial street, no more than 100 meters long, lined with dozens of jade shops varying in size. Besides jadeite, they also sold other types of jade. Shen Fu randomly entered one of the stores, but unfortunately, it only sold Hetian jade, not jadeite. Although both were types of jade, they were worlds apart in terms of quality and value, like comparing the heavens to the earth. However, Shun Fu was cautious by nature and still examined all the Hetian jade ornaments displayed in the glass cabinets. They all appeared in their original state. None of them were glowing. Shun Fu wondered, could it be that only jadeite has this issue? So he stepped out and went next door to a jade shop that sold both Hetian jade and jadeite. The left side displayed Hetian jade, while the right side showcased jadeite. At a glance, the Hetian jade on the left shelves showed no abnormalities, but the jadeite on the right shelves left Shun Fu utterly stunned. Because every piece of jadeite, whether bracelets, rings, necklaces, or decorative items of various designs, glowed unmistakably under Shun Fu's gaze. Shun Fu called over the shopkeeper and asked, "What exactly is going on here? Why are all these jade pieces glowing now?" The shopkeeper was utterly baffled. He glanced at his jade wares, then back at Shun Fu, his expression as though he were looking at a madman. "Esteemed guest, what are you talking about? Glowing jade?" Shun Fu pointed at all the jade pieces. "They're clearly glowing right now." The shopkeeper frowned, thinking to himself, "This man must be either insane, an idiot, or simply trying to make a fool of me. How could perfectly normal jade possibly glow? This is absolutely absurd. Go away. Stop talking nonsense here about glowing or not glowing. Don't you dare disrupt my business." Shun Fu was shooed out of the jade shop by the owner, yet he wasn't angry, just thoroughly puzzled. The eyes don't lie. He had indeed glimpsed the jade's luminescence, whether it was the passenger's ring in that taxi earlier, that coquettish woman's bracelet, or every single jade artifact in this shop. But according to what these people said, it seemed they couldn't see the jade glowing. Shun Fu was a very intelligent man, and it suddenly occurred to him, could it be that only he could see the jade's radiance? This could be a supernatural ability. If true, that would be truly extraordinary. To verify this point, Shun Fu entered another jade shop. Chapter 3: The Great Gambling Stone Plan. Sure enough, in the next jade shop, all the jade pieces were glowing as well, each displaying different colors: purple light, blue light, and white light. The largest number of jade pieces emitted white light, followed by those with blue glow, while purple light was the rarest. Only the most expensive jade bracelet displayed at the center of the shop possessed this coloration. Shun Fu knew nothing about jade appraisal and couldn't discern what made certain pieces valuable. But he could read numbers. Every piece in the shop was clearly priced, and Shun noticed that all jade items priced below 10,000 yuan emitted white fluorescence. However, those costing over 10,000 yuan uniformly radiated blue light. As for the sole purple glowing bracelet, its price tag astonishingly read 120,000 renminbi. "Such extravagance!" exclaimed Shun Fu, while noting the correlation between the fluorescent hues and the jadeite's price tags. He pondered, could it be that whitish glowing jade was cheaper, bluish more expensive, while the violet radiating pieces commanded premium prices? Could the fluorescent colors in my eyes truly represent the prices of these jade pieces? Does that mean in the future, no matter what jade I encounter, I could tell its value just by seeing what color light it emits? This discovery left Shun Fu both delighted and startled. Still, he needed further confirmation, so he called over a clerk, saying he wanted to take a closer look at one of the bracelets. The bracelet emitted a white glow and was priced at 2,800. The clerk readily handed it to Shun Fu for inspection. But Shun Fu had an ulterior motive. What he truly wanted was to ask the clerk whether they could see the fluorescence on this jade ring. What fluorescence? The clerk looked completely bewildered, clearly unable to see anything. Shun Fu finally relaxed, realizing only he could perceive this glow. The faint luminescence seemed like the soul of jadeite, or perhaps its jade spirit. The colors of these jade spirits varied, apparently corresponding to value. Purple represented the most priceless, blue somewhat less so, while white indicated the cheapest grade. Suddenly Shun Fu wondered, what about my own piece of jadeite? He hastily pulled out his jade pendant. Yet this particular piece showed no fluorescence at all. Shun Fu couldn't perceive any jade spirit within it. Not only that, but for some reason, there was now a crack inside the jade, though there hadn't been one before. Shun Fu felt puzzled and also heartbroken, as this was the only thing his parents had given him. Could it be because of the thunder? Shun Fu muttered to himself. The shop assistant overheard and asked, "What did you say?" Shen Fu replied, "Nothing. By the way, could I take another look at that bracelet? The one priced at 120,000. Shen Fu intended to compare this cheap bracelet with the expensive one to confirm whether this purple hue truly signified valuable jade. But the shop assistant, observing Shen Fu's plain clothing, which didn't suggest wealth, refused Shen Fu's request. "Apologies, but that bracelet is the most expensive item in our store. We don't casually display it to new customers," the assistant said with an air of arrogance, which translated to, "Old man, since you've got no money to speak of, don't come ruining our fine jade. Go find someplace cool to idle away." How could Shen Fu not understand the implication in those words? Naturally, he erupted in rage, shouting, "What do you mean by that? Are you saying I can't afford this bracelet of yours? Why could you possibly afford it? There's nothing I can't afford. It's just that I can't be bothered to buy it." The shop assistant gave a contemptuous smile and said nothing more. He merely took back the white jade bracelet from Shen Fu's hands and began to usher him out the door. The shop assistant looked down on him, but Shen Fu could do nothing about it since he truly couldn't come up with 120,000 yuan at the moment. Revenge is a dish best served cold. He decided to swallow his pride for now. "But just you wait, kid. It won't be long before I slap 120,000 cash right in front of your face. Let's see if you can still act so cocky then." After being kicked out of the jade shop that day, Shen Fu was initially furious, but he quickly regained his composure. One thing became crystal clear to him. He needed to make money now as much as possible. At the very least, he had to get his hands on 120,000 yuan, or this humiliation would never sit right with him. But how to make money? Shen Fu pondered. Continuing to drive a taxi was certainly an option, but the earnings would still come too slowly. He had another idea: to leverage his Jade Soul golden eyes. Since he could see the Jade Soul within gemstones and determine their value based on the soul's color, wouldn't making money be as easy as turning his palm if he utilized this ability properly? Then Shen Fu thought of stone gambling. Stone gambling, or gambling on jadeite, was the fastest way to strike it rich, with legends of people becoming overnight millionaires from a single cut. Unlike other gemstones, raw jadeite retains a weathered outer layer after mining. Unless this crust is removed, no one, not even with the most advanced technology, can determine the true value of the rough stone. The value of a finished piece of jade is easy to determine, leaving little room for substantial profit. But raw jade stones are a different story. As the saying goes, even a mortal struggle to judge an inch of jade, meaning raw jade embodies countless possibilities. Not even a deity could accurately price an uncut stone. Yet Shen Fu could. He realized that if his ability to gauge jade's value through its soul's colors also applied to raw stones, wouldn't he be guaranteed success in jade gambling? The thought made Shen Fu's hands tremble with excitement. However, having lived a steady life until now, he had never ventured into the world of jade gambling. Gambling on raw jade stones is a high-stakes game of extreme highs and devastating lows. One cut could make you instantly rich, or ruin you completely. Shen Fu, being naturally cautious, would never have ventured into this risky business if not for his Jade Soul golden eyes. Even with the golden eyes, let alone without them, Shen Fu would meticulously verify how to use this ability before daring to make money through jade gambling. As for gambling funds, Shen Fu visited the bank right after leaving the jade shop. "Your account balance is 20,235 renminbi. After spending half his life working hard for his family, most of his earnings had gone to his wife and children. All that remained in the end was this pitiful sum. Oh well." Shen Fu was not discouraged. He took out these $20,000 as capital for future stone gambling. Though the amount was small, Shen Fu believed his skills were sufficient to compensate for it. Then he returned to the jade market, walking around inside and stopping by every jade shop for a look. Unfortunately, all the jade shops only sold finished jade products, with no gambling-related services available. Shen Fu was puzzled, but upon asking, he learned that the risks of stone gambling were simply too high. Even the shop owners couldn't handle them. Moreover, aside from a few cities in the southwestern region of the country, gambling on raw jade stones isn't popular elsewhere. Even though Hangzhou is already a major city for jadeite trade, very few people engage in raw jade gambling. Most transactions involve finished jadeite products. If you're serious about making money through raw jade gambling, you either need to go to Mianwu country, which is the source of jadeite rough stones, providing access to first-hand resources. Or you could head to Legai City, which borders Mianwu country. It serves as China's largest hub for jadeite trade and boasts the most vibrant raw jade gambling scene, famously known as the capital of jade gambling. Other than that, there are only private transactions among jade enthusiasts, but Shun Fu lacked connections in that circle and had to give up. Going to the country of Mianwu wasn't feasible either. Shun Fu didn't speak the language and had financial constraints too. So Shun Fu resolved to try his luck in Legai City. With his sharp intellect and those golden eyes that could perceive Jade's soul, he swore to make a name for himself. Chapter 4. First trial. Just as Shun Fu made this decision, a man in a sleek suit walked past him. Upon closer inspection, wasn't this the very person who had ridden in his taxi this morning? The man was carrying a suitcase that looked quite heavy, and to Shun Fu's astonishment, a faint fluorescent glow was emanating from within the case, directly catching his eyes. Immediately, Shun Fu wondered if the case contained jade or perhaps raw jadeite. Not wanting to miss this golden opportunity, Shun Fu stepped forward and called out to the man. "Hello there, sir." The man turned around and recognized Shun Fu as well. "Oh, it's the driver from this morning. You've come just in time. Can you take me to the airport now?" Shun Fu nodded and said of course, but he wanted to ask the man a question first. "Mind if I ask you something? Are those jade pieces in your case?" The man was stunned and quickly asked Shun Fu, "How did you know?" Of course, Shun Fu wasn't foolish enough to mention the jade soul golden eyes, simply claiming it was a wild guess. The man seemed convinced and told Shun Fu that what was in the box wasn't exactly jadeite either, but rather a piece of raw jadeite stone. The stone's outer shell hadn't been removed yet, so the man had no idea whether there was jadeite inside or not, nor what the quality might be if there was. Hearing this, Shun Fu couldn't contain his excitement. He had been longing to find a piece of raw jadeite stone to test whether his jade soul golden eyes could truly be used for stone gambling. After searching in vain for so long without finding a single piece of raw jade at the gemstone market, who would have thought I'd encounter it here? Truly, one may search far and wide for what accidentally comes his way. Under Shun Fu's penetrating gaze, the suitcase in the man's hand emitted a faint violet glow, indicating it must contain a piece of premium quality jade worth a fortune. But unless the stone could be cut open, Shun Fu had no way to verify this assumption. The raw jade belonged to someone else. He had no right to ask for it to be cut. What could he do? Then inspiration struck Shun Fu. He began by driving the passenger to the airport as usual, casually striking up a conversation on the way. He asked if the passenger happened to be from the southwest region. The guest seemed rather weary and unwilling to elaborate, merely nodding in acknowledgement. "Right, southwest, Lig City." "Yes, Lig City. I've heard it's called the gambling stone capital. Since you've got jadeite rough stones in hand, could you be the big boss dealing in jade gambling?" At this, the guest became visibly guarded. "Why are you asking this, master?" "To be honest, I usually enjoy studying jadeite and am quite interested in gambling stones." "I see." The guest let out a sigh of relief, no longer doubting Shun Fu, and even asked Shun Fu how much he knew about gambling stones. "I know a thing or two, but I'm certainly no match for experts like you." Upon hearing this, the guest seemed somewhat disappointed. Shun Fu was a clever man, most adept at reading people, so he guessed the guest was looking for someone knowledgeable about gambling stones to ask for advice. So Shun Fu immediately added, "That said, I've seen thousands of pieces of jade in my time. I can still tell the good from the bad. Like that jade ring on your finger. I could tell at a glance it was expensive." The customer paused, then chuckled. "You've got a sharp eye, master. You're right. This ring is indeed worth a bit, though most people wouldn't recognize its value. All right, since you clearly know your craft, I'll let you have a look at this stone." With that, he opened the suitcase, revealing a rough piece of jade the size of a durian. Its surface was smooth and lustrous, with a dark, cloudy exterior that appeared soft to the touch. Shun Fu didn't understand what these features signified, but he knew one thing. This jade carried a purple soul, a clear indication of its exceptional worth. But now he needed to confirm this, so he had to persuade the customer to cut the stone open. Shen Fu's mind worked quickly, and he began to weave his words. Wow, I bet this precious stone of yours is worth a fortune. Really? Of course it's real. This stone must have cost you a fortune, right? The customer nodded and said the stone had cost him close to $1 million, adding that even for an old pit jadeite, the price for rough materials seemed a bit too steep. Fortunately, he had already found a buyer and could steadily earn a small sum of tens of thousands. At least he wouldn't lose money. Hearing this, Shen Fu pretended to be mysterious, shaking his head repeatedly and sighing. What a pity. The guest was baffled and asked Shen Fu what he meant. Shen Fu replied, From what I see, this stone is worth at least $2 million. If you sell it for just a few tens of thousands, mere petty gains, then of course it's a pity. The guest was astonished and quickly asked, What? This stone is worth $2 million. Actually, Shen Fu didn't know the true value of the stone either. He was just making things up, aiming to trick the customer into cutting it open. So Shen Fu said, You're right. I estimate this stone is worth at least $2 million. My advice is not to sell it outright. Better keep it and cut it open yourself. The customer asked, But what if it turns out bad? What if there's no jade inside? Or if it's riddled with flaws and cracks? Then the stone won't be worth much at all. Shen Fu replied, There's always risk in stone gambling. If you're afraid, don't gamble. Better go into some other line of business. This piece of jade rough is absolutely priceless, sir. The previous owner didn't dare to cut it, letting you snatch it up for just $1 million. You must not repeat his mistake. Upon hearing this, the customer scratched his head in bewilderment. Shen Fu also felt tense, unsure if his bluff would work. As the taxi continued speeding forward, both Shen Fu and the customer frowned deeply, their minds racing with turbulent thoughts. Truth be told, those who gamble on jade are quite rational. The vast majority who buy these stones merely polish them slightly. Cutting into them is something they'd never dare. A single streak of green revealed by polishing can increase the stone's value by tens of thousands. Even if no green appears, as long as the outer skin remains intact, there will always be another buyer waiting downstream. But once the stone is cut, there's no turning back. Not even a deity could reverse it. That's precisely what the customer was weighing, to cut or not to cut the stone, which essentially meant gambling for big money versus small gains. This man had a cautious nature, and his current wealth and status were precisely built upon such prudence. Even so, his caution had also caused him to miss numerous opportunities. Last year, a stone passed through his hands. He made only $15,000 from it, yet it eventually sold for over $3 million, causing him to miss out on $2 million in potential profits. A man cannot stumble twice over the same stone, and besides, he reckoned this piece had good quality jade. So in the end, he firmly decided he would keep the stone to cut himself. Master, turn around. We're going back to the jade market. I want to cut open this stone. Shen Fu's plan worked. 20 minutes later, they returned to the jade market. The client frequented a particular jade shop and planned to have the stone cut there. Initially, Shen Fu intended to wait outside, knowing the client's reaction after cutting the stone would reveal the outcome. Unexpectedly, the customer took the initiative to invite Shen Fu along. Naturally, Shen Fu happily agreed and followed behind the customer as they entered the jade shop together. The customer stated his purpose but insisted on polishing before cutting, explaining that even if no green appeared during polishing, he still had methods to limit his losses. Shen Fu thought to himself, These business people truly are shrewd. If he were to match wits with them in the future, he must never underestimate his opponent. Soon, the shop apprentice brought out an angle grinder. The skin of this raw jadeite was relatively fine-grained, making this small machine perfectly adequate for removing it. The young apprentice deftly maneuvered the machine, stripping away the rough outer layer from the upper left corner of the raw stone in just a few strokes. Then Shen Fu heard someone exclaim in astonishment, Holy shit, blue floating ice! Shen Fu didn't understand what it meant, but everyone else in the jade shop went completely wild after glimpsing the stone, falling into a state of frenzied excitement and overwhelming fervor. Fuck, it really is blue floating ice. No doubt about it. Genuine, pure, blue floating ice. This raw piece just gained at least $1 million. $1 million? More like $2 million at minimum. The customer couldn't contain his excitement, hopping around the shop before rushing up to Shun Fu, seizing his hand while bowing and worshipping him, even calling him Grandmaster. Thus, Shun Fu concluded the Jade Soul Golden Pupils appraisal was accurate. These eyes truly could be used for gemstone gambling. Chapter 5. Returning for Revenge. An ordinary-looking raw jadeite, simply because it revealed a patch of floating blue ice, saw its value instantly skyrocket by 1,000,000. And there was absolutely no worry about finding buyers. With top-quality jade becoming increasingly rare, this stone would sell immediately if offered. Not to mention faraway examples. Just take the jade shop owner before us. He's willing to pay 2,000,000 in cash for this stone. Well, if you feel the price is low, we can certainly negotiate further. The two began discussing terms. The stone owner hoped for 3,000,000, while the shop owner wouldn't go beyond 2,500,000. After some back-and-forth bargaining, they eventually settled on a final price of 2,700,000. Shun Fu watched from the sidelines, thinking to himself how fascinating and profitable the jade gambling business truly was. With the jade soul and golden eyes, forget about making millions. Even tens or hundreds of millions would be no challenge at all. At this thought, Shun Fu felt exhilarated, as if the boundless sky and vast sea were his to conquer. The stone owner and jade shop proprietor were still negotiating details, which might take a while, so Shun Fu decided to excuse himself first. Just as he was about to leave, a voice suddenly called out from behind, "Master, please wait." Shun Fu turned around to see the stone's owner chasing after him. "Master, you can't leave. You're so skilled. Please keep helping me with my stone gambling." Shun Fu chuckled lightly and replied, "What kind of master am I? I'm just a taxi driver. Today was just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse." The stone owner insisted, "Impossible, master. You're clearly a hidden sage among the common folk. I see it now. If not for your timely advice today, I would have let this priceless treasure slip away. Master, I still have many raw jade stones waiting for appraisal in Legay City. Please take a look for me. Even just a little guidance would do." Shun Fu once again politely declined, saying he truly didn't possess such capabilities. This wasn't entirely a lie. After all, while Shun Fu could see the soul of jade, his knowledge about jade gambling and jadeite expertise was practically non-existent. How could he dare to presumptuously offer to appraise for others? But the stone's owner took it as his own lack of sincerity, failing to persuade the master to emerge from seclusion. In his eyes, Shun Fu was one of those worldly sages who, weary of the strife in the martial world, had chosen to withdraw voluntarily. The realm of such a master was beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals like himself, and couldn't be forced. So he said, "Since that's the case, I won't persist any further. Today I, Zhao Yunhai, am honored to have met you, master, and to receive your guidance. My gratitude knows no bounds. By the way, could you wait here for me for a moment, master? Just a moment, master. Please don't be impatient." After saying this, Zhao Yunhai trotted out and soon returned with a craft paper bag in hand. He handed the paper bag to Shun Fu, saying it was a token of his gratitude, and implored him to accept it. Otherwise, he would find no peace in sleeping or eating. Shun Fu was puzzled, but upon opening the paper bag, he found it filled with stacks upon stacks of banknotes, amounting to exactly 100,000 yuan. "What's this?" "Master, please do not decline. This is but a small token of my gratitude. The master has helped me recover losses amounting to millions. This sum is truly insignificant. I implore you to accept it." Zhao Yunhai's attitude was so resolute that Shun Fu had no choice but to accept the $100,000. This could be considered the first pot of gold in his stone gambling career, though earning had never been his original intention. Oh well, only a fool would turn down money. Besides, this meant he now had exactly 120,000 in hand. Karma comes swiftly. Now Shun Fu could return to that jade shop and settle the score with that young clerk. Soon enough, Shun Fu arrived back at the jade shop. The clerk was still there. The moment he recognized Shun Fu, his face twisted with contempt, clearly looking down on this unremarkable middle-aged man. "I said, pal, didn't we tell you to scram if you're broke? This is a business place. We don't welcome stinking beggars here." Shun Fu, with that 120,000 yuan cash tucked in his coat, saw how this clerk remained so arrogant and utterly lacking in manners, which completely evaporated any sympathy he might have felt. Yet he wasn't in a hurry to pull out the money. That would have made him appear petty, as if he'd returned specifically for revenge. For real vengeance, one must emphasize the element of surprise. Deliver a crushing blow when the opponent is at their most smug. Only then can the anger truly be vented. Indeed, replied Shen Fu, you're absolutely right. I really don't have much money. As you saw, I just came here in a taxi. Truth be told, I'm just a driver. 12,000 is already astronomical for me. The young clerk smirked and said, good that you know your place. Fine then, I won't argue with you. Just don't interfere with my business. Shen Fu smiled gratefully. Thank you for your generosity, young man. Actually, I'm looking to buy a jade bracelet as a gift. That 12,000 yuan one is too expensive. Do you have anything around a few thousand that I could see? The clerk looked slightly annoyed, as if unwilling to bother with such small business. But seeing Shen Fu's polite attitude inflated his vanity. Wait here, he said to Shen Fu. I'll find a few for you to look at. Be careful not to damage them. You couldn't afford to pay for them if you did. Shen Fu put on an obsequious manner, as if this humble shop assistant were some high-ranking official. Indeed, he flattered the man to perfection. Yes, of course I understand that perfectly. At that moment, a guest arrived outside. A well-off looking older sister. The young shop assistant immediately left Shen Fu behind and turned to attend to this new customer instead. The jade shop wasn't particularly large, usually manned by just this single young shop assistant, while the whereabouts and occupations of the shop owner remained a mystery. The woman appeared to be a regular customer, as the young shop attendant was exceptionally deferential toward her, addressing her repeatedly as Sister Han. Miss Han, we've just received a new batch of goods at our store, all made from premium materials with exquisite designs. Would you like to come take a look? Miss Han, it's been a few days. You look even younger than before. Miss Han! Shen Fu listened from the side, thinking to himself that this shop assistant was probably trying to woo a wealthy woman. Not to mention, the guy genuinely had the makings of gigolo. Shen Fu chuckled out loud. The young shop assistant knew Shen Fu was laughing at him, and shot him a glare. He thought the old man was truly despicable. He had initially intended to be polite, but now he figured there was no point. This ungrateful old codger. He decided he'd definitely kick him out later. That'd teach him to laugh at me. Shen Fu was thinking that once this little shop assistant finished fawning over the rich lady, it would be about time to pull out that 120,000 yuan in cash and properly teach this snobbish brat a lesson. On the surface, the jade shop appeared harmonious, with everyone seemingly amiable, but in reality, everyone was calculating their own schemes beneath the calm facade. But no matter what, Shen Fu knew he would surely have a last laugh. He had that confidence. Chapter 6. 120,000 yuan. After a while, the owner of the jade shop came in from outside. He noticed two customers in the shop. One was the familiar Sister Han, while the other was a new face. So he approached to attend to the newcomer, who happened to be Shen Fu. Brother, feel free to speak your mind if anything catches your eye. Everything in our shop is genuine jadeite, clearly priced, fair to all, and guaranteed to satisfy you. At least the shopkeeper seemed decent enough, human at the very least. Shen Fu replied, I'm just browsing casually. Speaking of which, is the best bracelet in your shop the one over there priced at 120,000 yuan? That's the one. It's a hibiscus jadeite. The green is pure and even. The whole piece is clear and moist, and it looks absolutely delightful under the light. Indeed it does. Our shop is a small business. We don't carry exceptionally high-end goods. This Lotus Seed jade is already the finest treasure in our store. Having said that, I honestly don't believe you'll find a better jade bracelet elsewhere. If you're interested in this bracelet, why don't I take it out for you? You can examine it personally and appreciate its quality. Would that be all right? Of course it is. Jade isn't some untouchable object. If we didn't let customers handle it, wouldn't people suspect our shop of passing off inferior goods as fine ones? Shen Fu smiled faintly and delivered his long-prepared line. Is that so? But just now when I came, your clerk said something quite different. The shop owner's brow furrowed instantly upon hearing this. What do you mean? When I came earlier, your clerk told me I couldn't touch this bracelet. Even said, let me remember, oh yes, called me a stinking beggar and told me to scram if I couldn't afford it. The boss turned sharply toward the young clerk, who'd clearly heard every word. The boy stiffened like a plank, his words stumbling out in broken fragments. Shen Fu added, "Not only that, but he actually kicked me out, saying I wasn't allowed to come back ever again. TSK, TSK. I thought this was how you treat guests in your shop." At this point, the boss's face had darkened completely. He was in business, and the most important thing in business was customer satisfaction. What the hell was this damn kid doing? How dare you drive customers away? Xiaoli, come here for a second. The boss called over the clerk and questioned him about what exactly was going on. The shop assistant Xiao Li glared fiercely at Shen Fu and muttered, "How dare a damn beggar like you complain first?" The voice was very soft, but Shen Fu still heard it. "What did you call me? A damn beggar?" The shop assistant Xiao Li was quite arrogant, saying, "That's right, I called you a stinking beggar. What of it? Got a problem with that?" Shen Fu smiled faintly without saying a word, merely turning to look at the shop owner. The owner, who wouldn't dare offend a customer, instantly flew into a furious rage. "Nonsense! What kind of beggar is this? This gentleman is a VIP guest of our store." The clerk, Xiao Li, scoffed, clearly not taking Shen Fu seriously. "VIP? Don't make me laugh. This guy's obviously broke. I could tell at a glance. He couldn't even cough up a few $1,000, yet he wanted to see the most expensive jade in our store. Isn't it obvious he's just wasting our time? That's why I chased him away, boss. I didn't do anything wrong. If anyone should be scolded, it's this stinking beggar. You dare talk back? Say what you will, but I'm not in the wrong. If this stinking beggar is really capable, let him take out the money. He doesn't need to take out too much. If he can produce 120,000 in cash right now, I'll apologize to him properly." As he spoke, the clerk Xiao Li turned to look at Shen Fu with an expression that mingled resentment, indignation, and fury, as if to say it was all this stinking beggar's fault that he was being scolded by the boss. Shen Fu smiled faintly once more. With 120,000 yuan in cash tucked safely in his pocket at this moment, victory was naturally firmly within his grasp. However, merely apologizing was far from enough. To deal with this rude young man, Shen Fu decided to take harsher measures to truly teach him a lesson. Shen Fu said, "Is a mere apology sufficient? Words alone show no sincerity." The young clerk namedly sneered and fired back, demanding to know what right Shen Fu had to speak that way. Indeed, one needs bait to go fishing, and Shen Fu made himself the bait. He said to the young clerk Li, "All right, if I can't produce 120,000 today, I'll kneel down, kowtow, and apologize to you, even call you grandpa. How about that?" Upon hearing this, Clerk Li froze momentarily. He wondered, what's this old man up to? Is he bluffing with an empty city stratagem? Or does he really have the money? Growing slightly nervous, Shen Fu seized the moment to cast a second lure. "If you're too scared, just apologize to me directly, and we can settle this today." Upon hearing this, the shop assistant Xiao Li regained his courage, convinced that Shen Fu was penniless and merely bluffing like a fox masquerading as a tiger, putting on an empty city stratagem. If that's the case, there's no way he could be intimidated. Xiao Li immediately puffed up with confidence and said, "If it's kowtowing you want, then I'll kowtow. If it's calling you grandpa you want, then I'll call you grandpa. Those were your words, after all." Shen Fu smiled and replied, "Exactly, those are my words. But if I manage to produce 120,000, you'll have to kowtow and call me grandpa too." Certain that Shen Fu had no money, Xiao Li thumped his chest and declared, "No problem. Whoever doesn't kowtow when the time comes is a grandson." "Those are your words now?" Shen Fu retorted. "Damn right, that's what I said. How about you cough up the cash, old man? What's the holdup? Can't get it out? If you can't get it out, then kneel down quick and call me grandpa. Ha ha ha, don't think I'll fall for your empty fortress stratagem." The shop assistant Xiao Li, believing he had the upper hand, laughed with sheer arrogance. But how could Shen Fu possibly not have the 120,000 in cash? In the craft paper bag nestled in his arms was precisely that amount, no more, no less. Right in front of the clerk Xiao Li and the boss, he slowly pulled out wads of cash from a paper bag inside his coat, one stack at a time. Each stack represented 10,000 yuan, and with every withdrawal, the shock on Xiao Li's face grew more pronounced. How is this possible? When he reached the last stack, there was exactly 120,000 in cash on the counter, all crisp, fresh pink bills. Clerk Xiao Li was utterly dumbfounded, unable to believe his eyes. Shen Fu merely said offhandedly, "All right, you can kneel and call me Grandpa now. I accept you as my honorary grandson." Clerk Xiao Li still wanted to make a last-ditch effort, claiming Shen Fu's money wasn't enough and insisting on counting it himself. Shen Fu replied indifferently, "Suit yourself." The clerk Xiao Li brought out the money counter and tallied all the cash, only to find there was 119,000 yuan, a full 1,000 yuan short. Ha, old man, you fell at the last hurdle. Your stash is missing 1,000. Clerk Xiao Li's eyes burned red with triumph, thinking he'd caught Shen Fu's oversight, not realizing even this mistake was part of Shen Fu's scheme. With deliberate slowness, Shen Fu pulled the missing 1,000 yuan from his trouser pocket. The entire shortfall had been staged, a calculated move to first kindle his opponent's hope, then cruelly snatch it away for total psychological domination. Shen Fu was no longer the same Shen Fu of old. Towards his enemies, he would show no mercy. He casually tossed the 1,000 yuan in front of the clerk Xiao Li and said nonchalantly, "All right, you can kneel down and call me Grandpa now." Chapter 7. Humiliating the ex-wife that day at the jade shop. It wasn't until the clerk knelt before Shen Fu in front of the boss and loudly called him Grandpa 3 times that the matter was finally settled. "Grandpa, louder! Grandpa, 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 that's more like it." Shen Fu burst into laughter, feeling immensely satisfied. After the shop assistant knelt down, the shop owner also fawned over Shen Fu, hoping he would buy the 120,000 yuan jade bracelet. Shen Fu, however, said, "Sorry, but I'm not in the mood to buy a bracelet today. Maybe if I'm in a better mood another day, I might come back to take a look." With that, Shen Fu gathered up the stacks of cash, tucked them away, and walked out with an air of indifference. The shop owner blamed the incident on the assistant for offending such a big client. But even without this incident, Shen Fu wouldn't have bought the bracelet anyway. This 120,000 yuan was his principal. How could he possibly spend it on finished jade? Naturally, he intended to take it to Liggett City to gamble on raw stones for potentially astronomical profits. Half an hour later, Shen Fu drove home. The whole way, he pondered how he should treat his family members from now on: his wife, his son, his in-laws, and other relatives. All along, Shen Fu had lived for his family, silently sacrificing himself and enduring humiliation without complaint. Now he had reached his limit and decided he would no longer live this way. It wasn't that he was heartless. The blame lay entirely on his ungrateful family. That being said, Shen Fu ultimately couldn't harden his heart. Being an orphan, family still held immense importance to him. Thus, Shen Fu decided that when he made big money in the future, he'd at least share some with these people. It would be the decent thing to do. To his shock, when Shen Fu returned home, his wife threw divorce papers in his face, citing last night's incident and declaring him a worthless man who'd never make real money. She wanted a divorce. "Sign it now. I'm divorcing you." "Are you deaf? I said sign it. I'm divorcing you." "Why? Why? How dare you ask me why? So what if you can't make big money? I won't blame you for being useless, but you actually dare to hit your wife? Enough talk, just sign." Shen Fu fell silent for a moment, then sighed softly before asking one final question. "After all these years of marriage, how many times have you laid hands on me? I only fought back once, yet you still think all the problems lie with me. Do you really think that's fair?" Shen Fu's wife glared at him, her eyes bulging like 2 light bulbs, her expression resembling that of a tigress as she roared at him. A woman can hit her husband 1,000 times, 10,000 times if she pleases, but a man can never lay a finger on his wife. Do you even understand this basic principle? Shen Fu didn't understand. The only thing he understood clearly was that from this moment onward, he would have no further connection with a woman who once used to be his wife. Without even reading the divorce agreement carefully, Shen Fu signed his name on the document. Nothing mattered anymore. As long as he could sever ties with this shrewish, heartless woman as quickly as possible, Shen Fu couldn't care less about property division. Besides, no matter how ruthless she was, surely she wouldn't make him leave with nothing but the clothes on his back. After all, everything in this household was earned by him alone, and his son carries half of his bloodline. Yet he never expected this woman could be so ruthless. That very afternoon, after signing the agreement, the two went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize their divorce. As they prepared to return home, Shun Fu's wife, no, ex-wife, rolled her eyes and sneered, "Oh my, where do you think you're going?" Shun Fu replied, "Home, of course." His ex-wife flashed a cunning smile and informed him he no longer had a home. The property and all its contents had been awarded solely to her in the divorce. "What did you say?" "What, didn't you read the agreement carefully?" she taunted. "It's written there in black and white. You leave with nothing. All shared assets belong to me alone, including custody of our son. As for you, a worthless man like you deserves nothing." Hearing this, Shun Fu didn't feel angry at all, only an overwhelming desolation. He had long known this woman was cruel, but never imagined she could sink to such depths. Finding the situation absurd, Shun Fu stopped restraining himself and burst into loud laughter. His ex-wife, baffled by his reaction, asked what he found so amusing. Shun Fu replied, "I'm laughing at my own foolishness, that I endured by your side all these years, still clinging to the delusion you held even a shred of familial warmth for me." His ex-wife smirked coldly, saying, "I refuse to share a family with trash." Shun Fu continued laughing boisterously. "Huh, yes, I, Shun Fu, am a good for nothing. So in the future, don't you dare come looking for me. I'm far beneath your notice." His ex-wife rolled her eyes, clearly dismissing Shun Fu's words. After all, in her eyes, Shun Fu was just a taxi driver pushing 50. What chance did he have at turning his life around? He'll definitely remain worthless forever. In the eyes of women like this, any man who doesn't earn $1 million a year is worthless, and that million must all be spent on her. Even if she doesn't earn a single penny herself, isn't the least bit attractive, and has zero gentleness in her personality. If you can't measure up, then get lost. I couldn't care less about trash like you. As soon as the words left her mouth, Shun Fu's ex-wife heard a voice call out from behind her, "Oh my, isn't this the master?" Turning around, she saw an elderly man approaching, but it immediately became clear he wasn't addressing her. His greeting was meant for the man standing beside her, Shun Fu, her ex-husband. And this person was none other than the owner of the jade shop, where Shun Fu and Zhao Yinhai had been inspecting stones earlier that morning. The owner happened to be conducting business nearby when he spotted Shun Fu and enthusiastically came over to greet him. After all, in his eyes, Shun Fu was a master of jade appraisal. "What a delightful coincidence running into you here, master. By the way, who might this be?" the shop owner inquired, looking at Shun Fu's ex-wife. Shun Fu replied, "She's my ex-wife." The shopkeeper immediately understood, his expression turning somewhat awkward as he scratched his head and explained, "Ah, my apologies." Shun Fu laughed it off, saying, "No worries. My divorce is actually a good thing. We should set off firecrackers to celebrate. Now, there's no one left to split my assets with." The shopkeeper still looked uncomfortable, while Shun Fu's ex-wife sneered and mocked him, questioning just how much property he could have to his name. This time, the shopkeeper took offense and frowned in disapproval. "Now that's just wrong of you to say. Master Shun is highly skilled in jade appraisal. He's practically unbeatable when it comes to gambling on raw stones. Making money is as easy as eating or drinking for him. How dare you confuse right and wrong and spew nonsense like that?" Shun Fu's ex-wife burst into laughter. "Don't kid me him. He's no master. What the hell does he know about gambling on jade? Hey, you woman, this master just earned 100,000 yuan this morning by helping people gamble on jade in my shop. And you dare say the master doesn't understand jade gambling?" Upon hearing this, Shun Fu's ex-wife was utterly stunned. Pointing at Shun Fu, she asked the shop owner, "What did you say? He made 100,000 at your place this morning." "That's right. In RMB? Nonsense. In China, of course, it's RMB. Are you out of your mind, woman? Fine. I don't have time to argue with you." The shop owner then pulled Shun Fu aside and asked him to help appraise jadeite rough stones. But Shun Fu had grander ambitions. He couldn't settle for a small jade shop when Gus City beckoned, so he had to decline the owner's offer. As for Shun Fu's ex-wife, when she heard he made 100,000 yuan, her jaw nearly hit the floor in shock, skipping several heartbeats. Good heavens, had she really let a cash cow like that slip away? Shun Fu's ex-wife was filled with regret. But where in this world could she find a cure for remorse. As the woman stated, it was there in black and white. They were officially divorced. From now on, no matter how much Shun Fu earned, it had nothing to do with her. Chapter 8. The Jade Gambling Capital. After the shop owner left, only Shun Fu and his ex-wife remained at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Old Shun Fu's ex-wife was the epitome of a gold digger. The moment she heard Shun Fu had earned 100,000 in just one morning, she immediately dropped her aggressive demeanor and fawned over him like a lapdog. What's the matter? Did you really make 100,000 from gambling on raw jade this morning? Shun Fu deliberately wanted to mess with this wretched woman while also exposing her true nature, that snobbish core of hers. So Shun Fu said, "How could that be? Don't listen to that person's nonsense. He's senile, mistaking me for someone else. What did you say?" Suppressing his laughter, Shun Fu continued spinning lies. Think about it. When did I ever learn how to gamble on stones? If I didn't know how could I possibly make money from it? Upon hearing this, Shun Fu's ex-wife was momentarily stunned, but quickly realized there was truth to it. Feeling utterly fooled, she flew into a rage and unleashed a torrent of abuse. "You worthless, old fool! How dare you spin such shameless lies? I nearly fell for your deceit." As for Shun Fu, faced with his ex-wife's storm of insults, he remained completely unruffled, even wearing a faint smile. His ex-wife only cursed more vilely because of this, spewing an endless stream of obscenities that quickly drew a crowd of onlookers. Honestly, the more people gathered, the more fired up that wretched hag became, as if she intended to curse Shun Fu's ancestors all the way back to the 18th generation. Unfortunately, Shun Fu was an orphan. He didn't even know his own family origins. Besides, he understood perfectly well that the reason she cursed with such gusto was simply because her pride had been wounded earlier, and this was her pathetic attempt to reclaim some dignity. The best way to deal with such people is to thoroughly trample their self-esteem into the ground. At this moment, Shun Fu intentionally avoided retaliating, precisely because he had other considerations. When Shun Fu saw that his ex-wife had nearly finished her tirade, and the crowd of onlookers had grown large enough, he casually stretched and deliberately let the paper bag containing 120,000 yuan in cash fall from his arms onto the ground. As he bent down to pick up the bag, he purposefully let some of the money spill out, making sure everyone could see the stacks of cash inside. The moment his ex-wife saw the money, it was as if someone had struck her mute pressure point. Her shouting instantly ceased. She looked utterly incredulous, glancing down at the money before raising her eyes again to gaze at Shun Fu. What is this? Money. Exactly 120,000 yuan. Where did it? As that boss just told you, I earned it gambling on raw jade this morning. With that, Shun Fu smiled faintly, putting the money back into the paper bag before tucking it inside his coat once more. With just that simple move, he turned the tables on his ex-wife. The bystanders had gathered for some amusement, but now the woman stopped her scolding, her face twisted in horror. The onlookers didn't understand what was happening, but those who had been there from the beginning knew the whole story and began explaining it to those nearby. You didn't notice? That woman over there kept berating her husband for not earning enough, calling him a worthless loser, until he pulled out the cash, and now she's stunned speechless. So that's how it is. Damn, what a snobbish woman. Any man stuck with a wife like that would be cursed for 8 lifetimes. The crowd erupted in murmurs at once. Shun Fu naturally maintained his composure, but his ex-wife's face flushed crimson upon hearing these words, not from anger, but from overwhelming shame. Shun Fu couldn't be bothered to engage with her further anyway. The divorce was final, and from this day onward, there would be no affection left between them. No matter how much money Shun Fu earned, that wretched woman wouldn't see a penny of it. Madam, this will be the last time I call you that. From today onward, we have no ties left whatsoever. You can have the house, and our son can stay with you. But don't even think about squeezing another cent out of me. Farewell. With that, Shun Fu turned and walked away. But would such a money-grubbing woman as his ex-wife ever let her cash cow slip through her fingers? She threw herself into a rage, grabbing Shun Fu and refusing to let him leave no matter what. But when Shun Fu was determined to go, who could stop him? A mere shrew? Preposterous. Shen Fu paid the hysterical woman no mind. She sat on the ground, wailing and making a scene, but her cries grew gradually fainter. Not because she stopped, but because Shen Fu was walking farther and farther away. Shen Fu returned to his car with nothing left but 120,000 yuan in cash and various documents. Yet this was enough for him now. Fearless and filled with grand ambitions, Shen Fu swore to make a name for himself in the jade industry. Of course, he also vowed to earn enormous wealth, enough to last several lifetimes. Afterwards, he went to the taxi company to complete his resignation procedures and purchased a one-way ticket to Ligay City. From Hangzhou to Ligay City, even by plane the journey takes 3 to 4 hours. During this time, Shen Fu remained calm, constantly calculating his next steps. After landing, he first checked into a hotel room. With only 120,000 in starting capital, he planned to allocate 100,000 for stone gambling, 10,000 for daily expenses. The final 10,000 served as emergency reserve funds. Shen Fu knew absolutely nothing about stone gambling yet. He needed time to study, to accumulate experience, while also expanding his network and getting to know more people in the jade and stone gambling industry. Fortunately, he already knew one person, Zhao Yunhai, who had given him the 100,000 yuan. At that time, Zhao Yunhai left his contact information, hoping Shen Fu could help him with gambling on stones. But Shen Fu wasn't very willing to help, because Shen Fu wanted to make big money, and the best way to make big money was to gamble on stones himself. Relying solely on earning fees as a consultant would never be enough. There was much to do, yet Shen Fu felt brimming with energy. Even though it was already very late today, he didn't plan to rest. After settling in at the hotel, he went out for a stroll on the streets. Speaking of Ligay City, it truly lived up to its reputation as China's gambling stone capital. Though the city wasn't large, had no skyscrapers, it even looked somewhat like an ordinary small county town. But here, there was a jade street every few hundred meters, with jade shops every few steps you took, not to mention the 3 major jade trading markets, each of which ranked among the largest in the country. The jade and raw jade stones sold in these markets were the finest quality, attracting an endless stream of customers. It was a bustling scene with transactions happening right before your eyes, cash for jade, at any given moment. Even though it was late at night, Shen Fu could still see the lights on in the jade shops as he walked down the street. Inside, people were passionately discussing something. Having nothing better to do, Shen Fu decided to step inside for a look. Oh, it turned out to be a group of people gathered around a piece of raw jade, engrossed in a discussion about stone gambling. Chapter 9. Silent observer inside this jade shop. A few people were gambling on stones. They were betting on a piece of yellow sand-skinned semi-rough stone owned by the boss of this jade shop. Half a month ago, he had purchased it from a Myanmarese merchant at the high price of 300,000 yuan. Later, the boss cut the stone himself and, with good luck, revealed a streak of green. He then opened a small window where the green appeared and found that the base of the stone was also of good quality. Immediately, he priced it at 800,000 yuan for sale. The people in the shop today were all gamblers interested in this stone. Each had their own approach, but their ultimate goal was the same, to make a profit from this piece of raw jadeite. As Shen Fu entered the shop, he saw some of them deep in thought, some flipping through notes and references, some calling friends for advice, and one, whose turn it was to inspect the stone, carefully studying the jade flesh through the open window. Taking in the scene, Shen Fu found it quite amusing and knew he had come to the right place. He thought, this city of Ligay truly deserves its reputation as China's capital of jade gambling. Looking at this atmosphere, if one wanted to make a fortune through stone gambling, this was indeed the only place to come. Old-timer, you also want to take a look at the stones? The shop owner walked toward Shen Fu, a man also in his 50s, of short stature and looking quite shrewd. Shen Fu thought about it and indicated he was just browsing casually. The owner didn't shoo him away, perhaps not wanting to drive off a potential customer. After all, Ligay City was a place where dragons and tigers lurked in hiding. Any unremarkable old man could be a jade tycoon or a wealthy magnate. Best not to offend anyone carelessly. No problem, old-timer. Take your time looking around. My shop isn't so particular about formalities. If you see anything you like, just let me know. Price is always negotiable. The boss's words had barely finished when someone beside him chimed in. Boss Joe, isn't this a rather inconvenient time to welcome new guests? Old Wong's been staring at this rock for 10 minutes. Shouldn't it be my turn now? There was only one stone to examine, so everyone had to take turns studying it. Perhaps the previous gambler, surnamed Wong, had taken too long, because those waiting in line grew impatient. At that moment, the man studying the stone retorted, "Lao Li, why the rush? As if showing it to you would suddenly make you an expert." The man called Old Li said disdainfully, "At least I understand better than you. You can't afford 800,000 anyway, so why pretend to be somebody here? Hurry up and hand that stone over to me. I've got cash on me." The man called Lao Wong and Lao Li were actually acquaintances, both regulars in this stretch of jade shops. Moreover, they were a pair of sworn rivals. Whenever they crossed paths, they'd inevitably exchange a few heated words, though it never escalated into actual blows. This was something everyone in the vicinity knew well. So Boss Zhou stepped forward to mediate, telling Wong and Li to stop arguing, and instructed that the stone be handed to Old Li for inspection and order. After Old Li finished looking, it would be the next gambler's turn. Xin Fu had never gambled on stones before and didn't understand the rules of the trade, so everything he saw struck him as fresh and intriguing. Xin Fu wondered, how could the boss allow so many people to just look without buying? Ah, indeed, this single raw jade stone was priced at 800,000, enough to buy an apartment in a smaller city. Who could make such a hefty decision lightly? Of course, utmost caution is necessary. One must thoroughly study the stone before spending a cent. With that in mind, it was understandable why Old Wong, Old Li, and the other jade gamblers in the shop were so cautious, and why shopkeeper Zhou allowed such caution from them. These individuals employed every trick in the book, pulling out all the stops to scrutinize the jadeite rough, just to determine its true worth. But Xin Fu didn't need such methods. His eyes could perceive the jade's soul, and what he saw radiating from this stone was a dull white glow, proof that it contained no premium jadeite and was utterly unworthy of its 800,000 yuan price tag. If any of these gamblers actually splurged 800,000 on this rock, they'd lose their shirts without question. So, should he warn them? Xin Fu pondered briefly, concluding that stone gambling was ultimately a test of personal skill. Though his golden eyes could glimpse jade souls, he bore no obligation to enlighten these gamblers. Besides, if he warned the gamblers, Boss Zhou wouldn't be able to make any money, which wouldn't be fair to a law-abiding businessman like him. So although Xin Fu could tell the jade wasn't worth much, he kept it to himself, quietly observing from the sidelines. After a while, Old Li, who had brought 800,000 in cash, seemed to make up his mind. He asked Boss Zhou, "Boss Zhou, is this stone priced at 800,000? Hearing this, Boss Zhou immediately knew a deal was coming. In Legay City, there's an unwritten rule stating that once a buyer makes an offer and the seller accepts it, the deal must be finalized. Otherwise, the party who backs out will lose all credibility. For example, if this stone is priced at 800,000 yuan and Old Li offers 500,000, and after some thought, shopkeeper Zhou agrees to the price, then both parties must proceed with the deal at that amount. There's no room for backing out unless one no longer wishes to operate in Legay City. Shopkeeper Zhou replied, "Indeed, I've priced it at 800,000 yuan, but as per the rule, bargaining is allowed. May I ask what price Brotherly has in mind?" Old Li gestured with his hand, forming a 5, truly offering 500,000 yuan. Shopkeeper Zhou shook his head. 500,000 was too low. The most he could discount was 50,000 yuan, making it 750,000. Old Li countered, 75,000 is too much. How about 60,000? Boss Zhou pondered for a moment and bargained back to 70,000. Old Li still found it expensive, and the two went back and forth haggling. In the end, they settled on 66,000, 14,000 cheaper than the initial offer. Both parties felt comfortable with this price, but right at that moment, Old Wong, who had been standing nearby, stepped forward and said he was willing to pay 70,000 for the stone. Old Li flew into a rage. "Hey, what's the deal? I just settled with Boss Zhou, and now you jump in to snatch my stone. This is against the rules." Old Wong retorted, "What rules? The deal hasn't been finalized yet, has it? The rules never said you can intercept a deal. It's always been about the highest bidder taking it. If you're unhappy, then keep raising your offer." Old Lee's face flushed with anger as he pointed at his nemesis and cursed. "Fine. Very well, Old Wong. Have it your way. You're ruthless, but don't think I don't know. Can you really fork out 700,000 in cash? Not long ago, you just lost hundreds of thousands. I don't believe you've got spare cash lying around." Old Wong chuckled. "I might not have the money, but I've got brothers." With that, he turned to the other bettors in the shop, persuading them to chip in as shareholders so they could collectively buy this stone. This practice is quite common in the jade gambling trade. After all, a premium piece of rough jade is prohibitively expensive, often beyond what any single person can afford. But pooling everyone's money together would be enough. When a stone was sold, they could divide the proceeds proportionally, completely fair. Old Wong dared to operate this way because he'd already discussed it with the others beforehand. It was definitely not a spur-of-the-moment decision. Yet Old Wong still miscalculated one thing. Even combining all their money, the brothers still couldn't scrape together 700,000. At this moment, Old Wong thought of Shin Fu. Although bringing in another person would mean splitting the profits further, without Shin Fu's capital, they couldn't afford to purchase this piece of raw jade. So Old Wong came over and asked Shin Fu, "Old buddy, do you want to go in on this together? Let's buy this stone together, and once we make a profit, you'll get a cut. How about it?" But he didn't expect Shin Fu to simply smile faintly and shake his head, rejecting the proposal outright. Old Wong was both shocked and furious, cursing under his breath. "Are you out of your mind? Easy money right there, and you don't want it." Shin Fu neither got angry nor retorted, because the truth would soon be revealed. Once the stone was cut open, it would be clear who the real fool was. Chapter 10. As expected. Although Shin Fu's refusal left Old Wong short of the 700,000 needed to purchase the stone, rules were rules. Once a price was agreed upon, the deal had to be sealed. Even if he couldn't scrape together the full amount, he had to force it somehow. So Old Wong glared at Shin Fu, spat on the ground, and cursed, "Damn it, I miscalculated. Didn't expect a damn loser to show up." This was the first time Shin Fu had been called a useless idiot since arriving in Legay City. But Shin Fu wasn't the least bit angry, because he knew he who laughs last laughs best. The more Old Wong showed his fangs now, the more bitterly he would weep later. So Shin Fu remained silent, continuing to watch the show from the sidelines. Old Wong still needed to come up with the remaining tens of thousands in cash. Of course, he didn't have enough actual money, so he had no choice but to write an IOU. However, Boss Zhou was no pushover. He said an IOU was fine, but they'd need to put up something as collateral. Old Wong handed over his ID card, along with the jade bracelet he always wore. "Will this do?" Fine, of course it will. I'll recognize this IOU. Just cough up the remaining 600,000, and this raw jade stone is yours. Don't get too cocky. Once I cut this stone open, I'll get every penny back. Come on, guys, pull the money together. In the shop, besides Old Lee, Boss Zhou, and Shin Fu, the remaining gamblers all chose to invest in shares. Some putting in over 100,000, others barely scraping together tens of thousands, which showed none of them were particularly well off. Some had never had much money to begin with, while others, like Old Wong, had suffered major losses not long before. They were all pinning their hopes on this stone to turn their luck around, and their willingness to invest was, of course, based on their confidence in it. While they pooled their funds, Shin Fu approached the outmaneuvered Old Lee and asked, "Mate, do you really think this stone is worth it?" Old Lee had always disliked Old Wong. Since Shin Fu had just rejected Old Wong's proposal, Old Lee felt quite favorably toward Shin Fu. Noticing that Shin Fu seemed unfamiliar with gemstone gambling, Old Lee patiently explained, "Precisely so. First, this stone was mined from the Huking Quarry, which often produces high-quality jadeite. Second, the large patches of Songhua, pine blossom markings, on the stone's crust indicate a high likelihood of emerald green inside. As for the third point, of course, it's because the window cut into the stone reveals excellent jadeite flesh with superior water quality and pure coloration. As long as there are no impurities or cracks elsewhere, selling this piece for $1 million should be a simple matter." "I see. But if this stone is truly so valuable, Why doesn't Boss Zhou cut and sell it himself? Of course, it's to avoid risk. Like I said, if this jade turns out to have large patches of impurities or cracks once cut, the stone's value could plummet. Boss Zhou would rather secure a few $100,000 in guaranteed profit than risk gambling for an extra $200,000 or $300,000. Though personally, if it were me, I'd cut it myself, because I believe this stone could yield whole sections of premium emerald green jade. What about you, brother? What do you think of this stone? Shen Fu pondered for a moment before deciding to reveal a sliver of celestial insight to this old brotherly who had so generously shared his knowledge. As for me, I think this stone is worthless. Whoever buys it will surely lose money. Shen Fu had already lowered his voice. Yet who would have thought old Wang's ears were so sharp that he could clearly hear those words from such a distance? People who gamble on raw jade can't stand hearing the word loss, especially right when a deal is being made. Damn it, who said anything about losing? Old Wang exploded in anger, ready to pick a fight with Shen Fu. But Shen Fu was no pushover either. In his youth, he had practiced Sanda. While he might not hold his own against true masters, dealing with ordinary people who'd never trained, even 20-something youngsters, wasn't something that fazed him. What now? Brother Wang looking for trouble? Old Wang could tell Shen Fu wasn't an easy opponent, so he merely put on a show of baring his teeth and making a scene, not daring to actually throw a punch. Damn it, I'm about to cut the stone soon, so don't spout nonsense here. Get the hell out. Shen Fu wasn't angry and didn't say a word. Old Li stepped in to defend Shen Fu, saying Old Wang was interfering in others' business. Since the shop belonged to Boss Zhou, what right did he have to chase away his customers? Truly ungrateful. Seeing Wang and Li about to argue again, Boss Zhou intervened to mediate, saying everyone had come for stone gambling today, so there was no need to ruin the harmony. And now that the stone has been sold, don't you all want to cut it open as soon as possible to see the true face of the jade inside? At these words, everyone stopped arguing. Old Wang said, "All right, let's do as Boss Zhou suggests." Boss Zhou nodded and glanced at the crowd. Then, "Gentlemen, please follow me to the workshop. For fairness, I'll cut the stone in front of all of you, lest anyone suspects I switched it midway. Please. After you, Boss Zhou. Brotherly, and you, sir, why don't you come along and take a look as well?" Boss Zhou had also invited Shen Fu and Old Li. Old Li wouldn't miss such excitement, of course, and Shen Fu was already looking forward to putting Old Wang in his place later, so they both readily agreed. Boss Zhou's jade shop contained the workshop. It turned out this place not only offered stone gambling, but also on-site stone cutting. Boss Zhou himself was the cutting master, with over 20 years of experience. His reputation was impeccable, never having made any major mistakes. Soon the crowd gathered in the workshop where a large stone-cutting machine stood ready. Boss Zhou donned protective gear and personally took charge of the cutting operation. As for where to make the cut, it's usually specified by the customer because the positioning of the jadeite rough stone cut is crucial. A fine piece of jade could lose both its structural integrity and monetary value if simply sliced right down the middle. Old Wang was a seasoned veteran. After studying the jadeite rough in his hands, he drew a few lines on it, indicating to Boss Zhou exactly where to make the cuts. Got it. Boss Zhou fired up the machine, secured the jadeite rough, and proceeded to cut precisely according to Old Wang's instructions. Meanwhile, Old Li asked Shen Fu why he claimed the stone was worthless. Other gamblers were equally curious, as in their eyes, this stone was definitely worth at least $1 million. Shen Fu pondered for a moment and decided it was best not to draw attention to himself, as keeping a low profile would help achieve his goals. So he said, "Not at all. I was just talking nonsense. I've never gambled on stones. How could I possibly understand the expertise you all possess? Please don't mind my words. Just treat them as idle chatter." Upon hearing this, Old Li looked somewhat disappointed, while the other gamblers sneered and laughed derisively. They mocked Shen Fu for overestimating his abilities. Though Shen Fu didn't outwardly refute them, inwardly he was laughing to himself, thinking, "Just wait, you'll be crying soon enough." Before they could even wait for Shen Fu's words to sink in, everyone heard Old Wang let out a howl of despair. Turning my head, I saw Old Wang clutching his head in disbelief, staring at the piece of jadeite rough that had been chipped away by the machine. Where green jade should have been revealed, What appeared before everyone now was a dirty black stain, as if ink had been spilled into a glass of water, utterly ugly. And even uglier than this cross-section of the stone was Old Wong's pallid expression, the major shareholder of the rock. His face twisted in shock, pupils trembling, Old Wong's complexion drained of color. His mouth hung open like a monkey's as he wailed. How could this be happening? How could my jade turn out like this? Chapter 11. Rejecting the investment offer inside the workshop. The first cut had been made on that piece of jade rough stone, which sold for $700,000. But while some rejoiced, others despaired. The major stakeholder, Old Wong, along with the other minor investors, couldn't believe their eyes. Their faces twisted in agony, as if suffering heart attacks. Yet Old Li, Old Wong's sworn rival, roared with laughter, not even attempting to hide his schadenfreude. Old Wong, you just had to snipe me, didn't you? Now you're totally screwed. Ah ha ha ha. Old Wong refused to accept this. He rushed angrily to Old Li's side and snapped, "Don't speak so soon. This is only the first cut. I don't believe this rock is all black inside. Just wait. I'll pull off a stunning comeback with the next cuts." Easy for him to say, since the jade soul of this emerald emitted white fluorescence. It meant its value was the lowest. Shen Fu felt any further cuts would be futile. This stone's crust surely concealed more black than green. Sure enough, as Boss Zhou proceeded to cut the stone, it was split cleanly in half. Old Wong immediately rushed forward to inspect it, but the entire cut surface of the jadeite was a mass of dull black, with only scattered green specks visible here and there. It was clearly beyond salvage, likely not even worth 10,000 yuan if taken to the market. Old Wong still refused to accept it, and clung to the fantasy that the stone couldn't possibly be like this all the way through. So he took matters into his own hands, operating the machine to slice the stone into even finer sections. But junk is junk. This jadeite rough clearly had all its color eaten away by the black, and no amount of cutting could revive the withered wood. Behind him, Old Li continued to roar with laughter. The other shareholders were displeased. Some had lost tens of thousands, others hundreds of thousands, and at this moment, they were fuming with anger. Seeing Old Li gloating so shamelessly, they decided to beat him up. Old Li retorted, "What? Can't handle losing? Who told you to compete with me back then? A bet's a bet. You're the ones who believed in this stone. Now that you're losing money, don't go blaming others." With that, Old Li strode away triumphantly. As the saying goes, not losing is already winning. His departing figure looked downright triumphant. But the shareholders left behind in the room, especially Old Wong, each of their faces was twisted in misery, one worse than the other. Someone immediately pointed fingers at Old Wong, saying it was all his fault. If he hadn't kept pushing for partnerships, they wouldn't have invested in this stone. Old Wong cursed, "Damn it, did I hold a knife to your necks? Weren't you all convinced this stone was worth the investment? If you'd all been like this guy here, how could I have possibly tricked you?" Old Wong was referring to Shen Fu. Indeed, precisely because Shen Fu hadn't invested earlier, he now emerged unscathed. But Old Wong used Shen Fu as an example, forgetting how he had just mocked Shen Fu himself. Of course, Shen Fu himself remembered it clearly. However, he preferred not to show off and was ready to take his leave. The others, having been cheated by Old Wong earlier, now all looked at him with disdain. They brought up what had just happened and mockingly said to Old Wong, "And you still have the face to talk. How are you just laughing at this gentleman? You called him a fool, saying he wouldn't take money falling from the sky. Well now look, he's actually the wise one here. Shouldn't you hurry up and apologize to him?" What do you mean I can see this gentleman knows his stuff when it comes to gambling on jadeite. He said this piece wasn't worth anything, and what happened next? He was absolutely right. Honestly, you should stay away from jade gambling. You're just dragging us down with your bad luck. Ugh, what terrible luck. The group of shareholders berated Old Wong mercilessly, completely forgetting they'd all been convinced this stone was valuable earlier. Why else would they have eagerly invested in it? Shen Fu thought to himself that if all gamblers playing the jadeite stone game were at this level, turning red-eyed with frustration when losing and becoming utterly smug when winning, then even as a novice, he would have no trouble handling such people. Shen Fu decided to maintain his low-profile approach to the end and said to everyone, "You're mistaken. I truly know nothing about jadeite betting. I was just speaking carelessly earlier. If you ask me, stone gambling is completely based on luck. There's no skill involved at all. Otherwise, how could all you experts possibly fail on such an insignificant little rock? At this point, Boss Joe stepped forward. My friend, you're mistaken. While luck plays a role in stone gambling, there's genuine skill involved too. I have a friend who's been gambling stones for over 30 years. He rarely makes moves, but when he does, he earns more than he loses. If it were purely about luck, stone gambling wouldn't be so wildly popular across China. Shun Fu chuckled and said, if that's the case, then I misspoke. I must offer my sincerest apologies to all you master gamblers of raw jade. Shun Fu's low-key demeanor convinced the group that he truly knew nothing about stone gambling. After all, true masters possess pride. If one genuinely had formidable skills, why would they willingly take a back seat? A gambler sighed. All right, even if this old chap just got lucky, our luck is truly rotten. By all appearances, this stone was prime material for top-grade emerald green. Who'd have thought the green would get devoured by black? Brothers, what do you think we should do now? Another gambler said. What else can we do? Find a place to process it, see if we can remove the black, and then re-dye it green. You mean fake it? Or else just take a loss of hundreds of thousands. There's some risk, but let's give it a try. At worst, we'll lose a few thousand more. You got a point. These men started discussing things Shun Fu couldn't understand, but it must have been related to counterfeit methods. Then they glanced toward Shun Fu, their expressions guarded, as if afraid he might overhear. Very well, Shun Fu had no desire to get further entangled in the matter, and now was the perfect time to take his leave. Thus, Shun Fu said, Everyone, please carry on with your business. I have some matters to attend to and must take my leave now. The mountains are high and the roads long. If fate allows, we shall meet again. With that, Shun Fu left the jade shop, convinced he had concealed the matter of the jade soul flawlessly, undetected by anyone. No one from the shop chased after him. Since it was still early, Shun Fu took a stroll around the streets and didn't return to the hotel to rest until nearly 10 o'clock. The next day, he handled miscellaneous tasks like renting an apartment and a car, as well as purchasing daily necessities, which cost him a considerable amount of money. Factoring in the airfare and accommodation from the day before, nearly 20,000 had been spent from his initial 120,000. He had just over 100,000 left. He planned to use the 100,000 for betting on raw jade, while keeping the remaining few hundred for food and drinks. Crunching the numbers, it should be just enough. Handling all these matters took him an entire day, but overall, everything went smoothly. His wife and mother-in-law called him several times, but Shun Fu didn't answer. Later, he changed his phone number, and those annoying people could no longer reach him. With nothing weighing on his mind, Shun Fu felt that a new chapter of his life had begun, and the start was remarkably smooth. By the third day, rain had begun to fall over Legay City. Others might find it melancholic, but Shun Fu loved rainy days the most. At first, it was because taxi fares were better on rainy days, but gradually, it became a habit. Whenever it rained, Shun Fu knew his fortune was about to turn. Great! Even the heavens are on my side. Today's the day to start gambling on jade. Shun Fu eagerly rushed out the door. As for where to go, he decided to head to the largest and most bustling East City jade market in Legay City. His goal today was modest. As long as he didn't lose money, he'd be satisfied. If he made over 10,000 yuan, he'd even set off firecrackers to celebrate. Chapter 12. First time jade gambling due to the rain. The streets were sparsely crowded. Shun Fu drove to the East City Jade Market, only to find many jade shops hadn't even opened yet. He wasn't in any hurry. Today, his goal was simple. Just breaking even would be enough. Whether you're in a little or a lot, he'd be content. So he drove around the market once before finally settling on a jade shop that looked the most trustworthy. The establishment was quite sizable, with an antique facade that exuded refinement. Fortunately, there were no other customers inside at the moment, making it convenient for Shun Fu to keep a low profile. Boss, may I take a look at the stones? Welcome, welcome. I'm a bit tied up at the moment, but feel free to browse, sir. All our goods have clearly marked prices. We treat every customer fairly, young or old. Just let me know if any piece catches your eye. Shun Fu stepped into the shop to find only an elderly proprietor and two young assistants bustling about. The floor was littered with football-sized, raw jade boulders. The workers would lift one, examine it meticulously, then mark the stone with some symbols before moving to the next. Shen Fu couldn't understand these markings, but he could see the jade spirits contained within these raw jade stones, which essentially allowed him to gauge their approximate value. Among the roughly 20 stones in total, they all appeared identical on the surface. However, 19 emitted a white jade spirit, while only one faintly glowed with a blue fluorescence, indicating this particular stone was far more valuable. Shen Fu immediately became alert, realizing his chance to make money had arrived. He pretended to browse casually while secretly observing the shop owner and his assistant's every move. They didn't seem to notice this unique stone, assuming all 20 stones were identical with no significant differences. Shen Fu knew his chance had truly arrived. With 100,000 in cash tucked in his coat, today might just double that sum if luck was on his side. "Boss, are all these stones on the ground untreated jadeite?" Feigning ignorance, Shen Fu deliberately posed the question to the shop owner with a tone of seeking guidance. Everyone enjoys flattery, and Shen Fu had this shop owner's vanity perfectly calculated. The shop owner smiled and said, "Indeed, these are all jadeite rough stones I've recently acquired." From the sound of it, my friend, you don't seem very familiar with stone gambling." Shen Fu replied with a smile. "You're right, I've never gambled on stones before, but I'm interested in giving a try. Do you have any suggestions, boss?" The owner said, "That depends on your budget. The higher your budget, the better stones I can recommend. One's more likely to yield high-grade jadeite in the future. Otherwise, cheaper stones mostly offer minor gains or losses. You won't lose big, but you won't strike it rich either." Shen Fu said, "I don't have much money, just a few thousand in cash. I wonder what kind of stones I can bet on." The shopkeeper thought for a moment, pointing to the pile of stones on the ground, and said, "Simple. Let's not talk about distant ones. Just take this batch I recently acquired. Each one hides a tiger or crouches a dragon. Who knows, one might just explode when cut." Shen Fu raised an eyebrow and deliberately asked, "Oh, the quality of these stones is that good?" That jade shop owner had thrown conscience aside for profit. In truth, this batch of stones were all discard-grade material. Poor quality raw jade, unsuitable for crafting high-value accessories like bracelets, ring faces, pendants, or plaques. They could only be carved into large decorative pieces, and naturally, their price was far inferior. But seeing that Shen Fu knew nothing about jade and spoke with an out-of-town accent, the shop owner deceived him, claiming these stones were all mid-grade goods. While none contained top-tier jade, he said occasionally hitting the jackpot could still earn a hefty sum. Really? Shen Fu feigned curiosity. Would a jade shop owner like me lie to a customer? As the saying goes, the monk may run away, but the temple remains. I've been in this business for years. My reputation speaks for itself," replied the owner. The moment those words left his mouth, even the two young shop assistants struggled to suppress their laughter. Who in the entire East City jade market doesn't know this infamous merchant boss Jiang Yang for his shady dealings? Cowardly yet greedy, he wouldn't dare provoke the powerful, but had no qualms exploiting ordinary folks, especially greenhorns who'd never gambled on raw jade stones before. This boss Jiang had purchased 20 pieces of low-grade rough stones at 25,000 per piece, originally intending to have craftsmen carve them himself. Still, if some clueless amateur comes along wanting to gamble on stones, he'd be more than happy to sell them one for 50 or 60,000. After all, only a damned fool wouldn't take easy money when it's offered. Unfortunately, today's newcomer he encountered was Shen Fu. While Shen Fu was indeed clueless about jade gambling, he could see the jade soul. This was an innate ability in his bloodline, something far beyond the reach of a bully like Boss Jiang. Shen Fu then said, "If that's the case, then it's excellent. Boss Jiang, how much do these stones of yours cost?" Boss Jiang pondered for a moment and decided not to set the price too high, lest he scare off the novice customer who had come knocking. 50,000 per piece. If you buy them all at once, I can give you a 20% discount. No, even 40% off is fine." Shen Fu chuckled. I don't have that much money. Buying just one piece to satisfy my urge for stone gambling is enough. Makes the long journey to Legay City worthwhile. Do you have any recommendations, Boss Jiang? Boss Jiang's eyes darted around before he slyly handed over the worst-looking stone of the bunch. Truly a crafty merchant through and through. Take this one. Look at how fine the skin is. The color's so lustrous. It's bound to yield premium jade. But when Xin Fu took a closer look, the stone was merely white jade soul, hardly worth anything at all. Xin Fu then asked, "This piece looks good, but do you have anything else?" Boss Jiang then picked out another piece. This chunk of jade had its inner meat damaged when the window was opened. Originally not worth much, its value dropped even further. Getting rid of it would be the best outcome. Take a look at this one, my friend. Isn't it excellent too? Let me see. Huh? Why is there a small hole dug into this jade? You don't understand, do you, old chap? This is called opening a window. It means grinding away a small part of the jade's outer crust to reveal the inner jade meat for quality appraisal. Stones with good windows usually indicate high quality, just like this piece I've selected for you. Xin Fu furrowed his brows, looking every bit like a complete jade novice. To be fair, his acting was quite convincing. Boss Jiang didn't suspect a thing. "I'm still not satisfied with this piece," Xin Fu said. "I heard green jade is the most valuable, but this one has white flesh. It feels a bit unlucky. What about this one?" Xin Fu pointed casually at the only blue jade soul jadeite rough and asked Boss Jiang as if it were nothing special. Unaware of the stone's true worth, Boss Jiang thought to himself, "This old fool's finally taken a bait. All my stones look the same. Whichever one he picks, he's in for a world of regret, while I'll be laughing all the way to the bank." And so, while lost in his daydreams, Boss Jiang Yang recommended the only truly valuable piece among these low-grade materials to Xin Fu. "This one? Of course, this is excellent too. Speaking of which, sir, you have a good eye. Don't let looks deceive you. While these stones may appear similar, if I had to pick the most promising piece, it would undoubtedly be the one you've chosen." Boss Jiang spun an elaborate tale of praise, but Xin Fu cared only about one thing: how much profit this jadeite could bring him. After all, this was his first venture into stone gambling. He needed a lucky start. Chapter 13. Standing firm. "Boss Jiang, I want this stone. Name your price." Drawing from his observations at Boss Zhou's shop the previous night, Xin Fu embarked on his first ever bargaining session. To his surprise, the process proved rather engaging. When Boss Jiang quoted 35,000, Xin Fu initially intended to counter with 30, but stealing his resolve, he boldly asked if the seller would accept 10,000 instead. "I heard that when betting on jade stones, the first offer should at least be half the asking price, because there's too much room for exaggeration. Many dealers quote inflated prices." Just as he'd learned, Boss Jiang didn't take offense at Xin Fu's aggressive counteroffer. Instead, he continued the negotiation with a cheerful smile on his face. 10,000 is way too cheap, buddy. You're really pushing your luck. Tell you what, I'll knock off 2,000 at most. How about 33,000? Xin Fu had figured out the bargaining game by now. 3 parts real, 7 parts bluff. This whole thing was a setup, and he couldn't afford to fall into their trap. Xin Fu countered 20,000. "I'll pay 20,000 right now, if you take it." Boss Jiang shook his head. "Still too low. I got a business to run too. This stone cost me a fortune to acquire. It's hard-earned money we're talking about. 32,000, that's my final offer." Xin Fu pondered for a moment, estimating that the wholesale price of this stone should be between 20 to 30,000. Knowing Boss Jiang wouldn't accept anything below 30, he offered exactly that. Take it or leave it, walk away if refused. Boss Jiang also weighed the deal. Making a 5,000 profit while saving on carbon costs and time didn't seem like a bad trade-off. Nodding in agreement, he accepted the offer. 30,000 yuan settled it. This rough jadeite block now belonged to Xin Fu. Without missing a beat, Xin Fu pulled out 30 grand in cash and slapped it on the counter. "Write me a receipt," was all he said. Boss Jiang issued a receipt. Black ink on white paper, payment and goods settled. From this moment on, the stone belonged to Xin Fu, and any profit or loss from cutting it would be his alone. Suddenly, Xin Fu felt a pressing weight on his shoulders. Previously, he had only watched others gamble on stones, coldly observing the jade's soul through its colors from the sidelines. But now it was his turn to step into the arena, and what he was risking was real money, 30,000 yuan, possibly a year's salary for some, all spent on a single rock. What if the Jade Soul failed him this time? With only 100,000 yuan as his initial capital, Shun Fu knew that while wealth could be easily earned, ambition was far harder to reclaim. This was his first time gambling on a stone. If he failed, he feared he'd lose all confidence, and this path would be closed to him forever. Closing his eyes briefly, Shun Fu took several deep breaths. Then suddenly, he snapped them open and roared at Boss Jiang with a force that could topple mountains. "Boss Jiang, cut the stone!" Boss Jiang was startled. Having run a jade shop for so long, while he wasn't completely numb to it, he certainly couldn't muster the same excitement as when he first gambled on raw stones. Moreover, seeing Shun Fu like this only reinforced his belief that this was indeed Shun Fu's first time gambling on jadeite. He asked Shun Fu, "Old chap, would you like to give the stone a slight polish, or have it completely cut open?" Shun Fu's blood was boiling with excitement inside him. This was the moment of highest anticipation. Naturally, he wanted the stone fully cut open to uncover its secrets. "Got it. Normally, I'd charge an operating fee, but since you bought the stone from my shop and you're the first customer today, I'll waive the fee for you. Ali, take this gentleman to the back to cut the stone." A young fellow replied, presumably Ali. He led Shun Fu and the raw jade stone to a small workshop behind the jade shop, equipped with professional stone-cutting instruments. Though young, Ali was a skilled stone-cutting artisan. "Please hand me the stone and tell me how you'd like it cut. Start from the corner. I want to preserve the stone's integrity, as I believe this one surely holds something valuable." Ali shook his head with a chuckle. "What's the matter?" Shun Fu asked. "Sir, you must be mistaken. This stone is just scrap material, hardly worth anything, typically used to craft ornaments like toads, cabbages, guanyin, or luohan statues. Though keeping it intact makes sense, I wouldn't get your hopes up." "What do you mean?" "Not losing is already profit. That's all I can tell you. If I say more, my boss will dock my wages." Then Ali started the machine and began cutting the stone for Shun Fu. That lad had a decent heart, much better than his scheming boss. But he was wrong about one thing. This piece of raw jadeite was absolutely not ordinary scrap material, because its jade soul glowed blue, which meant it held at least medium-grade value. Amidst the roar of machinery, the diamond saw blades spun rapidly, swiftly slicing away one side of the jadeite-bearing rock on which Shun Fu had pinned his hopes. After rinsing away the residue with water, Ali shut off the machine to examine the outcome of this first cut. The result left him so astonished he nearly toppled from his chair. How could this be? The cross-section of the stone on the machine revealed a strikingly beautiful pale bluish-green hue, luminous yet subtly muted, resembling the tender green of freshly sprouted leaves. This was completely different from the jadeite grotto opened earlier. The initial cut revealed green veins mixed with white cottony inclusions, but unexpectedly, further inward examination showed the white cotton had disappeared, leaving only scattered fibrous traces. It could truly be called predominantly full green. This explains Ali's astonishment. When evaluating jadeite, one first examines its zhong grade, then its color. For high-end jadeite, the grade often outweighs color in importance. This zhong refers to factors like transparency, wateriness, luminance, and the fineness of texture. Superior grade signifies high transparency, excellent water content, and exquisitely fine texture with a glass-like quality. Thus, the finest jadeite is called glass zhong, followed in descending order by ice zhong, glutinous zhong, and bean zhong, generally categorized into these four grades. If we were to classify them strictly by color, there would be numerous varieties such as Furong jade, Ganqing jade, Yuqing jade, Jinsi jade, Huaqing jade, egg white jade, nasal mucus jade, and so on, each region often having its own distinctive name for them. The most common types are glass type, ice type, glutinous type, and bean type, with bean type having the poorest transparency. Among the 20 rough stones in this shop, including the one Shun Fu bought, all were without exception bean type. But there's also a saying that even the humblest turd may hide a gem, meaning sometimes even a rough bean-grade jade can yield top-notch emerald green. In such cases, The bean grain jade can still fetch a hefty price, just like the piece Xin Fu was holding now. Please wait here for a moment. I'll fetch my boss immediately. Ollie was already panicking. In his view, this jadeite rough stone, with its near full surface of tender leaf green color, could easily fetch at least 150,000 yuan. After a while, Boss Jiang arrived. He was in a hurry, his brows tightly knitted. After carefully examining the cut surface of the stone, he sighed softly, looking very grave, as if deep in thought. Congratulations, my friend. You've stumbled upon a treasure. In its current state, this stone could easily sell for 70 to 80,000. Tell you what, I'll offer 80,000. How about selling it to me? Boss Jiang's sudden proposal caught Xin Fu off guard. Now the question is, what choice will he make? Sell for 80,000 or risk it to see this stone's upper limits? The Jade Soul Golden Eyes had a drawback. Xin Fu couldn't pinpoint a jadeite's exact value, only make rough estimates. Truth be told, if he wanted to make money through gamble stones, the Jade Soul Golden Eyes alone weren't enough. He needed solid expertise about jadeite himself. The jadeite business really isn't simple after all, Xin Fu muttered to himself. But this is just as well. If victory could be achieved so easily and boringly just by relying on Jade Soul Golden Eyes, wouldn't that be too simple and dull? Heaven has endowed each talent with its purpose, and Xin Fu loved to embrace challenges. Thus, he declined Boss Jiang's proposal, resolving to cut the stone all the way through. Chapter 14. Knowing when to stop. Sorry, but I intend to cut this stone all the way through. I won't sell it, not even for 80,000. Xin Fu's words were firm, yet his tone remained polite. Boss Jiang observed this and thought Xin Fu was haggling, so he upped the offer, asking if 90,000 would change his mind. Xin Fu laughed and said, No, I'm not haggling over the price. Unless this stone is cut all the way through, I won't sell it. Boss Jiang was burning with anxiety inside, because if the stone were to be fully cut, it certainly wouldn't be worth its current price. Having already lost money, Boss Jiang viewed any additional value revealed after selling the stone as his own loss, which made him rather impatient. Failing to recognize this uncut jade due to poor judgment was one thing, but now he couldn't afford to miss this golden opportunity again. Boss Jiang said to Xin Fu, My friend, maybe you should think it over again. I'll offer 100,000 and you'll instantly make a clean 70,000 profit selling the stone to me, completely risk-free. Otherwise, if the stone gets cut later and there's no more green inside, or cracks are found, this stone might only sell for 50 or 60,000. Xin Fu retorted, What if the entire stone turns out to be green? This single question left Boss Jiang speechless. Truth be told, Boss Jiang wasn't ignorant of market prices. If this jade maintained its current quality throughout, fetching 150,000 would be absolutely guaranteed. But he figured Xin Fu wouldn't understand. If he revealed this information to Xin Fu, wouldn't that be handing over a golden money-making opportunity? The stone was already sold, and Boss Jiang believed he had no obligation to help Xin Fu assess its value. After all, every man for himself, or heaven and earth will unite to destroy you, right? Boss Jiang said, I can't say for sure about this. You'll have to judge for yourself. Right now, I'm willing to offer 100,000 yuan. If you agree, I'll transfer the money immediately. Think it over. Xin Fu replied, All right, let me consider it. Xin Fu pondered. He was a shrewd man, especially skilled at reading his opponent's psychology. Since Boss Jiang was willing to pay 100,000, the jade inside this stone had to be worth more than that. At least 120,000 or 130,000, maybe even 140,000 or 150,000. However, Mr. Jiang is also taking a gamble. The 150,000 valuation assumes the entire stone is flawless jade. But can such perfection truly exist? Even immortals cannot judge an inch of jade. Xin Fu suddenly recalled this saying, realizing the unpredictable nature inside this raw stone was beyond his grasp. There was another crucial point. Even if luck favored him and the stone was indeed worth 150,000, he lacked the right connections to sell it, unlike Mr. Jiang, who was ready to pay cash up front. On one side was immediate money, a guaranteed minimum. On the other, his dream, the dazzling maximum. The difference was merely 50,000 at most, Yet pursuing the latter meant endless hassle, scrambling to find buyers, something Shun Fu, with his limited network, could scarcely afford. After careful consideration, Shun Fu decided to accept Boss Jiang's offer and sell the jadeite rough stone for the price of 100,000 yuan. Even so, he had already made a net profit of 70,000, and to think only half an hour had passed since he stepped into this jade shop. Deal. Wait here, my friend. I'll transfer the money to you right away. Boss Jiang didn't hesitate at all. As soon as he said he'd transfer 100,000 to Lu Ming, the online transfer was completed without a single cent missing. Just like that, Shun Fu's account was credited with 170,000 yuan. To think just 3 days ago, he only had 20,000, painstakingly saved over many years. It seems betting on jade really pays off quickly. What followed had nothing to do with Shun Fu anymore. Having received the money, Shun Fu wanted to leave immediately to avoid any further complications. Boss Jiang didn't try to keep him either. Since the stone had been bought back, Jiang didn't want anyone else present during the cutting. Not even his 2 young assistants were allowed to stay. Boss Jiang insisted on cutting the stone himself. Why? Naturally, he was afraid of losing face. After all, this was a stone he had sold and then repurchased, already having lost money once. If he suffered another loss this time, it would mean failing twice on the same stone. How humiliating would that be if others found out? In the jade trade, reputation can sometimes matter more than money, and Boss Jiang was no exception. Fortunately, this stone was after all a blue jade soul, whose value could easily reach over 100,000 without issue. After Boss Jiang made the second and third cuts, removing nearly 2/3 of the stone's outer shell, the jade's condition remained excellent. Boss Jiang didn't dare make any further cuts and decided to sell the stone for 150,000. With his connections and the stone's superior quality, selling it for 150,000 would absolutely be no problem. And in fact, that very afternoon, Boss Jiang sold the stone for 155,000 yuan, 5,000 more than he had expected. But even so, he only made a profit of 55,000, still falling short of Shun Fu's 70,000. After receiving the money, Shun Fu was extremely excited. This counted as his second bucket of gold, but it was also the first time he had truly made money from gambling on stones. It was impossible not to get excited. He was seen driving all the way south, climbing the mountain road to the summit, where he raised his arms and roared toward the distant horizon. I did it. I finally fucking did it. Shun Fu's voice grew hoarse from shouting. After everything was done, there was only one word to describe how he felt: exhilarated. Later, he returned to the city, first grabbing lunch, then heading back to his rented place for a nap. When he woke up, he felt refreshed inside and out. The rain outside had stopped, and sunlight bathed the earth in radiant brilliance. With this, those jade shops should be open by now, right? Shun Fu muttered to himself. He decided to strike another jade gambling deal today and make a killing. But before that, Shun Fu resolved to draw up a financial plan first. He had 170,000 in hand, setting aside 10% as fixed savings, an untouchable safety net. The remaining 90% served as his gambling funds for raw jade stones. Regardless of profits, he consistently allocated 10% of each gain to savings for emergencies. This strategy ensured steady progress, allowing him to carve out his own foothold in the cutthroat jade trade. That afternoon, Shun Fu returned to the East City Jade Market. By sheer coincidence, he encountered Boss Jiang, just as the merchant was selling that pea-green jadeite stone. Shun Fu originally intended to step forward and greet them, but ultimately held back. He didn't want to attract attention. Only by keeping a low profile could he make a great fortune. If everyone knew about his extraordinary abilities, how could he continue to snatch up hidden bargains at jade shops? That's right. Shun Fu's current money-making idea was precisely to hunt for overlooked treasures. Seeing so many jade shops and street vendors selling raw jade stones in this bustling city of Ligay, he was certain there must be overlooked treasures buried among them. With his jade soul golden eyes, spotting a bargain would be child's play. Shun Fu strolled through the market, and it didn't take long for him to spot a place where he could find a hidden bargain. It was a roadside stall selling no more than a dozen stones. Shun Fu activated his jade soul golden eyes and the jade souls within these raw emeralds were revealed. Most shone with a white glow, but one emanated a blue radiance. Brilliant! Shun Fu was ready to pull the same trick again to squeeze more profit from this stone. But would everything go smoothly for him this time? Chapter 15. The Old Man Next Door. In this jade market, there were quite a few street vendors selling jade goods. It seemed you'd stumble upon another makeshift stall every few steps. The roadside stalls varied in size. Some had over a dozen stones laid out, while the smallest displayed just 2 or 3. The sparsest setup featured a single lonely rock for sale. Some vendors laid out oilcloth on the ground to display their wares, while others utilized their personal vehicles, be it vans, sedans, or pickup trucks. Any available transports served the purpose. The raw stones were stacked right inside these vehicles, ready for gambling enthusiasts to pick and choose as they pass by. If anyone thinks that buying stones from these street stalls is completely unreliable and that no one would come to buy them, they couldn't be more wrong. According to Shun Fu's observations, there was no shortage of people buying jadeite rough stones at street stalls. The combined foot traffic from all these stalls far surpassed that of jade shops. When asked why, Shun Fu couldn't immediately come up with an answer. He guessed it was probably because the stones at street stalls were cheaper, given there was no rental pressure, allowing for lower prices. However, correspondingly, the risks of gambling on stones at street stalls were much greater. Even veteran experts could be deceived, let alone newcomers to the trade. But Shun Fu wasn't worried about this. With his jade soul golden eyes, he could tell at a glance roughly how much a piece of jadeite rough was worth. There was no way he could be tricked. "Boss, can I take a look at these stones casually?" Shun Fu stopped at a stall and asked the vendor sitting in a folding chair. The vendor was about Shun Fu's age, roughly in his early 50s, slightly thin and small in stature with dark skin, clearly weathered from years of setting up shop outdoors. All in all, he looked like a shrewd character who knew his business well. And indeed, he was. This particular vendor had quite a reputation in Chengdong's jade market, where other stallholders respectfully called him Brother Mao. This Brother Mao had connections higher up the chain and frequently obtained quality merchandise. His discerning eye for jade was also admirable, with other vendors sometimes consulting him for help. "Brother looking to buy stones? All the rocks in my stall are premium imports from Myanmar. Absolutely no fakes or inferior goods here. Feel free to browse and pick whatever you like. Don't hesitate." Mao Ji sure lived up to his reputation as a long-time street vendor. He'd repeated this sales pitch tens of thousands of times, delivering it with practiced smoothness. But as for how much truth was in those words, Shun Fu suspected that was another matter entirely. Through Shun Fu's eyes, only one of the 20-some stones on the stall emitted a blue jade glow. Over half showed white jade auras, while a small portion didn't luminesce at all, meaning they contained no jade essence whatsoever. What's going on? Has the jade soul golden eyes failed? Or could it be that these jadeite rough stones are too profound, and my cultivation isn't sufficient enough to discern their jade souls? Since the golden eyes showed abnormal results, Shun Fu decided to hold his ground and wait until he discovered the truth before making any decisions. He began pretending to examine the stones on the stall while secretly observing the other people around him. This stall attracted quite a few customers. Some left after a quick glance, while others became completely absorbed upon arriving, examining certain stones with such fondness that they couldn't bear to part with them, taking out magnifying glasses for closer inspection. Shun Fu noticed an elderly man, probably in his 70s, who was carefully examining a stone that showed no trace of jade essence. Shun Fu waited patiently to see if the old man would buy the stone. The old man was straightforward. The stone was priced at 88,000, but after haggling a few times, he settled for 48,000. The crowd started egging him on, urging him to cut the stone open right then and there, or at least polish its surface a bit for a better look. For those who can't afford or dare not gamble on raw jadeite, watching others cut and polish stones is incredibly thrilling. However, some stone owners prefer not to cut their stones publicly, afraid of losing face if the stone turns out worthless or drawing envy if it's valuable. This old man was no exception. He bought the stone and left immediately, adamant about keeping everyone in the dark about the jadeite's true condition inside. Come on. This old man's being way too secretive, huh? It's just a stone. What's the big deal? The crowd started jeering, but the old man remained unmoved and left the stall with his stone. Soon enough, everyone's attention shifted back to the remaining stones, and the old man was promptly forgotten. Shen Fu's mind suddenly turned, deciding to follow behind the old man to see what exactly this jadeite without a jade soul meant. There are only two possibilities, Shen Fu thought. Either this stone contains no jadeite at all, and naturally no jade soul would appear, or his golden eyes had malfunctioned and failed to recognize the stone's jade soul. The first scenario was still manageable, but if it were the second, Shen Fu knew he would be in serious trouble. Forget about becoming the Jade King. He wouldn't even be able to rely on stone gambling to make a living. So Shen Fu trailed behind the old man, walking for about 10 minutes until he saw the man enter a workshop. Sure enough, he still intended to cut the stone open. Shen Fu hesitated not a moment before following inside the workshop, only to be unceremoniously shooed out. "Are you here to cut stones?" "Oh no." "Then I apologize, but this workshop specializes in stone cutting services. We're currently processing stones, so we ask other guests to refrain from entering to protect privacy. Your cooperation would be appreciated." With the explanation put so plainly, Shen Fu had too much pride to insist. He could only retreat outside the workshop. After waiting what felt like ages without seeing the old man emerge, Shen Fu turned the matter over in his mind before giving up. He returned to the stall area to see if any other potential stone buyers might appear. But just as he was about to leave, sudden commotion erupted inside the workshop. The clerk who had shooed him out earlier rushed through the door in a panic, shouting something about someone fainting and needing an ambulance. Shen Fu was puzzled. What happened? Don't even ask. That old man who came to cut the stones earlier. He collapsed on the spot after realizing he'd been scammed. Don't know if it's a stroke or what, but it's definitely life-threatening. Damn it. What rotten luck to get stuck with this mess. The clerk continued cursing under his breath, but still called for an ambulance. Soon the ambulance arrived and took the unconscious old man to the hospital. Shen Fu stood watching from the sidelines, surrounded by many onlookers, some of whom even recognized the elderly gentleman. Shen Fu overheard two people chatting nearby. "Hey, isn't that old Lu from next door? You know him?" Of course, old Lu loves betting on stones, but he's too proud to let anyone know the results, afraid people would laugh if he lost. Seeing him suddenly faint like this, either he struck it big overnight or lost everything. He's not exactly rolling in money anymore, and he's getting on in years. Let's hope he pulls through this time. "Yeah, wait, isn't that Master Zhang? Did old Lu just cut a stone at your place?" The workshop's stone-cutting master nodded and said, "That's right, it's time to cut the stone." The man then asked, "Did it rise or fall?" Master Zhang sighed and replied, "Of course it dropped, and what a miserable slump at that." Poor old Zhang was duped. He spent who knows how much on that worthless piece of junk. Not a single penny back now. He just fainted on the spot from anger. Sigh. Hope he's all right. Otherwise, my workshop will suffer the consequences too. Listening to these people's conversation, Shen Fu let out a long sigh of relief. He confirmed that his jade soul golden eyes were functioning properly. The reason old man Lu's jadeite rough stone didn't glow was simply because it wasn't genuine jadeite at all, and thus couldn't possess a jade soul. Chapter 16. Snatched midway after the ambulance drove away, the crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed. Shen Fu felt somewhat heavy-hearted. He didn't know old Lu at all, but if he had given a warning earlier, perhaps old Lu wouldn't have ended up like this. But in the end, it was the stall owner selling counterfeit goods who was in the wrong. So Shen Fu returned to the stall, and seeing it still bustling with customers, his anger flared even more. Expression unreadable. He stepped forward once again. The stall owner brother, Mao, recognized Shen Fu. There were trade secrets in doing business, and one of them was that customers who left in return were mostly those who were tempted, with an 80% chance of closing the deal. Having run his stall for many years, Brother Mao had a keen grasp of customer psychology. So he greeted Shen Fu with a smile, asking if any of the stones had caught his eye. Shen Fu remained silent, silently scanning the stones on the stall with his jade soul golden eyes. Excluding the one purchased by Old Man Lu, there were still 9 stones without jade souls, meaning those 9 weren't jadeite at all. But they were marked at exorbitant prices, with the cheapest costing at least 10,000 yuan, preying on those who seek small bargains and those ignorant of the trade. As someone unfamiliar with the industry, Shen Fu couldn't help but ask, why should ignorance automatically make one a target for deception? Even if this was a widespread phenomenon in the jade trade, Shen Fu still found it unreasonable. If Brother Mao deliberately used fake stones to deceive people, how was he any different from those swindlers selling counterfeit cigarettes, alcohol, or medicine? Shen Fu couldn't stand such behavior and decided to seek justice for Old Man Liu, intending to teach this unscrupulous profiteer a lesson. Boss, are all these stones raw jadeite? Of course. Would someone running a jade stall sell you marble instead? Besides, the stones are right here. You're free to touch and examine them as you like. Whether to buy or not is entirely your decision. How fair is that? With a slight smile, Shen Fu pointed at one particular stone devoid of jade essence and inquired, what's the origin of this stone? Boss, can you tell me about this? Brother Mao glanced down and chuckled. This stone? Heh, you've got good taste, brother. This is new stock I just got in from the fresh pit at Sankatang. Top-notch quality, absolutely first-rate. Shen Fu checked the price tag where 58,000 was scrawled in marker. 58,000? Yep, firm price, 58K. This little thing dares claim to be top-tier quality. Hey bro, that's not quite right. When I said good quality, I meant relative to the price range. If you're comparing it to multi-million-dollar stones, of course my new pit jade can't compete. But at this price point, it's more than sufficient. So how about it, brother? If you're interested, I can give you a bit of discount. Shen Fu slightly furrowed his brows, pretending to be deep in thought. He spent quite some time like this, sometimes crouching down to stroke the stone's surface, other times holding it up to sunlight for closer inspection, appearing genuinely fascinated. But then he set the stone down, muttered something about checking other shops, and actually walked away. This was a classic case of playing hard to get. Brother Mao took the bait, convinced that Shen Fu was genuinely interested in the stone and had only walked away to haggle over the price. Brother Mao didn't stop Shen Fu, certain he'd come back in a while. And that was exactly Shen Fu's plan, hence the saying, play hard to get. He wanted Brother Mao to feel the thrill of successfully swindling yet another mark before swooping in to buy the only valuable stone on the stall, just to see the look on his face. Shen Fu's scheme was flawless, and Brother Mao fell for it completely. But when Shen Fu returned 5 minutes later, an unwelcome intruder had suddenly appeared on the scene. This guy is nobody special, just an ordinary gambler at the jadeite roulette table. What makes him peculiar is his habit of deliberately snatching the pieces others have their eyes on. Because in his view, if someone else has taken a liking to a particular piece of jadeite, it must have something remarkable about it. In truth, he doesn't know much about jadeite himself. He only recently picked up this gambling pastime. Grand expertise he lacks, but petty schemes are something he's got in spades. So this time, he set his sights on Shen Fu. But little did he know, Shen Fu was just setting a trap and never intended to buy that jadeite in the first place. Boss, I'll take this stone. Will you sell it for 40,000? This stone wasn't jadeite rough at all. It merely looked similar to jadeite on the surface. Brother Mao knew this when he first purchased the stock. While experts could spot the difference, inexperienced gamblers of rough jade often couldn't tell, let alone novices, who were easily fooled. Hearing someone offer 40,000, Brother Mao could barely contain his glee. Deal, 40,000 it is. Consider this a friendly transaction. Seeing them about to exchange money for goods, Shen Fu grew anxious. With a loud shout, he cried out, "Stop!" In an instant, everyone turned their heads to look at him. What's going on here? Shen Fu demanded. Brother Mao, are you selling this stone to someone else? Brother Mao smirked shamelessly. Sorry, buddy. Even though you saw the stone first, this guy here made the first offer. I'm about to sell it to him. Seeing Brother Mao showed no remorse whatsoever, Shen Fu grew even angrier. Brother Mao was a swindler through and through. Reasoning with him was useless. Shen Fu had no choice but to try persuading the gambling stone buyer instead. Bro, this stone isn't worth a penny. You mustn't fall for this unscrupulous merchant's trick. Upon hearing this, the gambler not only showed no gratitude toward Shen Fu, but instead sneered, saying, "Oh ho ho, so what if I snatched your stone? Don't try to fool me like that." Shen Fu was utterly bewildered. What did you say? Enough, enough, cut the act. I've already named my price, and I'm buying this stone today no matter what. Don't even think about trying to pull any tricks on me. Hold on a sec. Shinfu took a deep breath to calm himself down. Bro, are you out of your mind? I'm trying to help you here. This rock is really worthless. The man burst into laughter, clutching his stomach. Ha ha ha, you're hilarious. Old-timer, if this rock is worthless, why are you playing hard to get? How pathetic. Just because I snatched the stone, now you're regretting it and trying to win it back. Idiot. What did you say? I said you're. Never mind, buy if you like. You're right, I'm just bitter because you took my stone. You win. Shinfu had wanted to uphold justice, couldn't bear to see others deceived, and believed business should operate with integrity rather than the law of the jungle. That the uninformed deserved to be swindled. Now he knew he was wrong. There really are such fools in this world, and they deserve to be swindled. I'm afraid old man Liu is just the same. Gambling on stones. Gambling means accepting wins and losses with grace. Once you sit at the gambling table, the outcome depends solely on skill, and you have no right to blame anyone. Today's events served as a lesson. From now on, he'd rid himself of compassionate weakness. Morality? Screw morality. Some people weren't even worthy of moral arguments with him. Shinfu positioned himself at the optimal vantage point, waiting to see how this bargain-hunting jade gambler would lose his entire stake. Missing this spectacular show would be a lifelong regret. Chapter 17, Putting on a Show. Seeing that Shinfu was no longer interfering, the man pulled out a stack of old banknotes he had kept close to his body, ready to buy the stone from Mao Ge. Only someone truly short on money would go to such lengths to hide a mere few $1,000s, and the bills looked so worn out. Clearly, this person had painstakingly saved up bit by bit, finally scraping together 40,000, only to spend it all today on a worthless rock. As Shinfu watched from the sidelines, if you asked whether he felt even the slightest pang of guilt, sorry, but Shinfu didn't feel guilty at all. He couldn't wait to see this person lose everything and be utterly ruined. As for Brother Mao, it didn't matter who the stone was sold to. As long as it sold, he would make a profit. As for the onlookers, they didn't care who bought the stone either. They just wanted the buyer to cut it later so they could enjoy the spectacle. As for the man who bought the stone, upon closer inspection, he turned out to be slightly cross-eyed. After he and Brother Mao completed the transaction, Shinfu deliberately put on an angry act and began verbally attacking him, as if he was a sore loser. Damn it, this piece of jade should have been mine. How dare you, this cross-eyed bastard, cut in and snatch it away. You got no shame at all. Instead of getting angry, the cross-eyed man burst into hearty laughter upon hearing this. Who told you to play all those shady tricks? If you liked the piece, you should have bought it earlier. Serves you right for being outmaneuvered. Huh. You still have a nerve to laugh. Damn right I'll laugh. What about it? You dare hit me or something? You. What about me? Damn you. Don't let me catch you next time. Unfortunately, Shinfu wasn't a professional actor, and his performance fell a bit short. Had he flushed red in genuine fury, it would have been more convincing. Still, it was enough. His back and forth convinced narrow eyes that this stone was truly valuable. Even the onlookers, most of whom knew little about stone gambling, figured Shinfu's outburst meant someone had just snatched a fortune from under his nose. Even Mao Ge began to wonder if he'd misjudged, doubting whether this stone was really worth anything. Oh well, gambling on jade has always been shrouded in mystery. Without cutting the stone open, nobody can tell what world lies within. Someone in the crowd started egging him on. Piercing Eyes, cut the stone and let us all have a look. That's right. What's the point of just talking about it? Cut it open and give us a real show. This gentleman speaks wisely. Since fate has brought us together, we all want to see how much this stone is worth. Surely you wouldn't be so stingy, brother. Dewey Inner looked around, intoxicated by the crowd's adulation, and laughed. Fine. Since everyone wants to see the stone cut, I can't go against your wishes. Today we'll cut it right here on the spot. Thunderous applause erupted from the crowd as everyone cheered. Except for Shinfu, of course. The play wasn't over yet. He had to maintain his furious appearance until the very end to achieve the desired effect. He saw Dewey pass the stone to Brother Mao, entrusting him with the task of cutting it. Though Brother Mao was just a street vendor, he carried a portable stone-cutting machine with him. Its power wasn't sufficient to split the stone completely, but it was enough to slice off the outermost layer of weathered skin, basically just enough for surface polishing. Dewar said polishing is fine too. I'm sure this stone is full of jade green inside. Brother Mao, just help me buff the surface a bit. Brother Mao said, all right, polishing costs 20 per session, but since you bought this stone from my stall, this one's on the house. With that, Brother Mao took the stone and began preparing for the polishing. The process wasn't labor-intensive and could be finished in just a few quick strokes. But the onlookers were itching with anticipation, unable to bear even these few minutes, eagerly wanting to see what lay beneath the stone's rough exterior. As for Shun Fu, he suddenly had an idea. He turned to leave. With just one glance, how could they let Shun Fu leave? If Shun Fu, the original owner of the stone, walked away, this opportunist who swooped in halfway would lose at least 70% of the fun in cutting the stone. In the cross-eyed man's eyes, Shun Fu had to be present. He was looking forward to witnessing Shun Fu's expression later. Buddy, don't leave yet. The stone will be polished any moment now. Don't you want to see how this piece that was originally yours actually turns out? Shun Fu furrowed his brows tightly, his face filled with displeasure as he spat. Bastard, you've already taken the stone. What's the point of humiliating me like this? These words struck right at the cross-eyed man's heartstrings. The more frantic Shun Fu appeared, the greater his pleasure in stone cutting became. Unfortunately, all of this was part of Shun Fu's scheme. Every detail fell perfectly within his calculations. Shun Fu had employed this feigned retreat to lure the enemy tactic earlier while gambling on stones, and now he was executing the same stratagem once again. Shun Fu knew perfectly well that this cross-eyed man would never let him leave, which was precisely why he deliberately pretended to walk away, forcing the man to beg him to stay. Cross-eyed indeed fell for the trap, demanding Shun Fu stay behind with the air of a victor. Secretly delighted, Shun Fu kept up his acting performance, putting on a show of furious indignation. Some onlookers pitted Shun Fu, chastising Cross-eyed for adding insult to injury. Don't push your luck when you're already ahead. Leave the man some breathing room. But there were also those who thought it was all Shun Fu's own fault, should have been more careful, deserved to have his stone stolen, and certainly had no one to blame for the humiliation. Either way, all these people had been fooled by Shun Fu, including the street vendor Brother Mao, who prided himself on reading people. Even he hadn't noticed that Shun Fu's anger was just an act. The sneering-eyed man said with a smirk, "Hey, old-timer, don't walk away. I admit we wronged you by snatching your stone. Tell you what, if this thing turns out green, I'll give you $500 as compensation. At least you won't leave empty-handed. How's that sound?" Shun Fu growled, "Bastard. I could have made 50 grand off this. You think 500's gonna cut it?" The cross-eyed man grinned, still mocking Shun Fu with that obnoxious tone. "So what? If I don't give it to you, you won't even earn 50 cents. What? You don't like it? Come hit me then. Go ahead, I dare you. The moment you lay a finger on me, I'll drop to the ground, and you'll be stuck supporting me for the rest of your life. Ha ha ha." But just then, the cross-eyed man suddenly heard an exclamation behind him, followed by hushed whispers from the crowd. "Why isn't it turning out as expected? Yeah, there's not even a hint of green. Could this be a total bust? No need to look further. Since the first rub didn't reveal any green, this stone has already dropped at least 10,000 in value. Sure, those eyes are looking this way. Keep quiet for now." What sparked such heated discussion among the onlookers was the jadeite rough in Brother Mao's hand, its outer layer partially scraped away. Instead of the anticipated emerald green, the exposed interior appeared whitish gray, indistinguishable from an ordinary rock to any observer's eye. Those eyes instantly panicked, rushing over to Brother Mao and snatching the stone away, pressing their face so close to it they nearly touched it. But no matter how carefully he looked, the white dust remained white. It wouldn't turn green, and without green, there would be no money. As it stood, this stone was utterly worthless. The onlookers knew it, and Cross-Eyes himself certainly knew it too. So he abruptly changed his earlier arrogant demeanor, his voice trembling as he pleaded with Brother Mao. "There must be some mistake, Boss Mao. Rub it again from the other side. I've poured all my savings into this. This stone absolutely can't fail me." Chapter 18. The cross-eyed man under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Brother Mao continued to polish the stone. Having rubbed the left side earlier, he now switched to the right side, hoping to uncover a patch of green. But this was impossible. Shen Fu watched coldly from the side, knowing that since this so-called jadeite rough lacked a jade soul, there couldn't possibly be any jade in it at all. Just as he had anticipated, the leather casing on the right side was completely shaved off by the angle grinder. Where's the green? There wasn't any at all. Everything before their eyes was dull gray, and the value of this raw jadeite plummeted accordingly. It had just sold for 40,000, but now it wasn't even certain anyone would take it for 400. What the hell? I thought it was going to be some top-notch material. Turns out it's just trash. Exactly, what a damn waste of time. Totally ruined my mood. Don't be impatient, everyone. Let's make a few more cuts on this pair of eyes. Perhaps splitting them down the middle will reveal another world altogether. The crowd chattered around him once more, their words piercing his ears, yet wounding his heart. Moments ago, he had been brimming with confidence, strutting proudly, utterly convinced this jadeite rough stone was worth a fortune, so much so that he'd staked his entire savings on it. But now his heart sank like a stone. The polished surface revealed no trace of green. This piece might as well have been handed a suspended death sentence. API error. Error code. 429. Error. Message. You exceeded your current quota. Please check your plan and billing details. For more information on this error, head to https:// asterisk 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 / asterisk 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 request ID 2025090 20271472897419 PXE ticker. Type open_error prom code 429. But when he turned to look at Shen Fu, he was astonished to see that Shen Fu's earlier fury had completely vanished, now wearing a smile, composed and utterly at ease. What's going on? How could this old man become a completely different person in just a moment? His crossed eyes darted nervously. Instinct warned him something was amiss, yet his intellect couldn't pierce through to discern what exactly was wrong. At the same moment, the crowd gathered around the roadside stall also noticed the change in Shen Fu. Among these people, some were clever, like one uncle who vaguely suspected that this might all be a setup by Shen Fu. Could it be that the stone wasn't worth anything at all, and Shen Fu was just a shill hired by Brother Mao to swindle this pair of naive men? After all, in the jade market, it's common for bosses or street vendors to hire shills. Gamblers in stone betting not only need to learn how to evaluate stones, but also how to read people. But this uncle was also mistaken. Shen Fu was no shill, and his schemes weren't so easily uncovered. At this moment, Shen Fu remained silent, wearing only a leisurely and contented smile, his hands clasped behind his back, calmly watching the red-eyed, cross-eyed man. The cross-eyed man truly was desperate, genuinely frantic. This wasn't an act. But he hadn't given up yet, convinced that even in dire straits, there was still a glimmer of hope. Brother Mao, split the stone down the middle, the cross-eyed man commanded, but Mao Ge didn't comply. Brother Mao, bro, my machine can't cut stone. You'll have to go to a specialized workshop. I'll cover the cost. Brother Mao pulled out $50, clearly trying to brush off a pair of eyes with his paltry sum. But 2 eyes was at a life-or-death gamble. How could he possibly wait to find another place to cut the stone? He stood at the cliff's edge, needing to see green immediately. Otherwise, all his earlier arrogance would come crashing down upon him now. Just moments ago, he had mocked Shen Fu relentlessly. Now, without needing to utter a word, Shen Fu only had to stand there and watch him to make him crumble under the pressure. No, cut the stone now. If the machine breaks, I'll buy you a new one. Cut it right this instant. Brother Mao took one look and thought. Even a rabbit bites when cornered. This guy's eyes were red with desperation. Best not to provoke him further. So Brother Mao agreed to cut the stone. His angle grinder's blade wasn't hard enough, and after nearly wrecking the machine from the effort, he finally managed to split the stone clean in 2. Before Leather Jacket could even rinse away the residue with water, the eyes guy scooped up the stone to examine the cut surface, praying to spot even a speck of green. But where was the green? Not a trace of it could be seen on either half of the stone's cross-section. Hell, he'd have settled for anything at this point. Even jadeite of other colors or colorless varieties would have held some value. But this stone's cut surface showed absolutely no jade characteristics at all. Anyone with knowledge could tell instantly. This was just ordinary rock, not jade in the slightest. Ah! A pained cry erupted as the Eyes Man howled at the sky before collapsing to the ground like a puppet with cut strings, the worthless stone clattering from his limp fingers. Some busybody stepped forward to take a closer look and realized it wasn't jade at all. Unable to hold back a laugh, he sneered at the cross-eyed man on the ground. "You want 40 grand for this worthless junk? I wouldn't take it even if it were free. Oh kid, you've really been screwed over hard, huh?" Once someone started laughing, the rest dropped all pretense too, bursting into roaring laughter one after another. Even Brother Mao joined in the mirth. The cross-eyed man collapsed onto the floor, his face flushing redder by the second amidst the surrounding jeers, fury instantly boiling up inside him. How could this happen? How could this happen? He wanted to vent at someone. Anyone would do, since there was no way he'd admit his own poor judgment. Those who lose at jade gambling are all like this. Everyone just makes excuses, refusing to believe it's their own incompetence. No laughing. None of you dare laugh. Then, the cross-eyed man turned to Shen Fu. Shen Fu was the only one who didn't laugh, silently looking their way. But in the cross-eyed man's eyes, the unsmiling Shen Fu was infinitely more detestable than all those who laughed. Because if Shen Fu hadn't chosen that particular stone, the cross-eyed man believed he wouldn't have lost his entire family fortune. In short, Shen Fu should take full responsibility for this whole matter. "You owe me my money." The cross-eyed man pointed at Shen Fu, who merely smiled faintly and asked, "I owe you money? What money?" "Of course it's the 40,000 I spent on the gambling stone." "Oh, hurry up and pay me. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have bought this stone. Now you must compensate for my loss." "Oh, didn't you hear what I said? I want you to fork over the money now. Not a single cent less than 40,000. "Oh." No matter what the cross-eyed man said, Shen Fu would simply respond with a flat humph, then completely disregard him, clearly not seeing the man as a threat at all. This only enraged the cross-eyed man further, who roared that if Shen Fu didn't compensate him today, he would make Shen Fu regret it. "Hurry up and pay me. Even an IOU will do if you're broke. Otherwise, today you'll be sorry you ever messed with me." As the saying goes, the more useless the dog, the louder it barks. Shen Fu remained utterly unfazed, and in that instant, another clever scheme formed in his mind. Chapter 19. A graceful move faced with the threat, Shen Fu calmly and effortlessly pulled out his wallet from his pocket. The man with the beady eyes took one look and assumed Shen Fu was about to cough up the money, so he swaggered over with a sneer. "Ha ha ha. So you finally come to your senses. Pay up right now, and maybe I'll still consider letting you off the hook," he jeered. But Shen Fu wasn't actually planning to compensate for anything. He simply walked up to the stall, crouched down, and casually glanced at the uncut jade stones for sale. Though appearing nonchalant on the surface, he had secretly activated his jade soul golden eyes, identifying among all the stones the single piece containing the rare blue jade soul. "Brother Mao, is this stone also 40,000 yuan?" Mao lowered his head and saw that Shen's chosen stone was also a fake, a so-called jade rough stone that wasn't jade rough stone at all. On the day of sourcing these goods, this batch of stones was dirt cheap, and setting them up at the stall was just to trick those who didn't know better. These stones only cost a few dozen yuan to acquire, yet a single one could sell for tens of thousands. While not every day supplied a sucker, encountering just one, like that wide-eyed man today, meant a profit with limitless returns. Every stall owner was in on this game, and Brother Mao, of course, couldn't afford to be left out. Brother Mao said, "Originally, this stone was priced at over 50,000, but since this young man here bargained it down to 40,000, I've got to be fair." Shen Fu asked, "So if I give you 40,000 now, this stone is mine?" Brother Mao nodded and replied, "That's right." Shen Fu didn't hesitate either, immediately pulling out a neatly stacked wad of brand new bills from his wallet. He counted out 40,000 and deliberately waved the money in front of the cross-eyed man before handing it to Brother Mao. The cross-eyed man, upon seeing this, nearly lunged forward to snatch it. He angrily cursed Shun Fu for being shameless, ranting about how Shun Fu had money for gambling on raw jade stones but couldn't compensate him. But Shun Fu turned a deaf ear, completely ignoring this rabid stray dog's hysterical barking. Words are the most useless form of attack. The only way to defeat an enemy is to show real capability, to win through actual strength, which in this case meant cold, hard cash. So Shun Fu didn't care at all when people yelled at him, because he knew betting on jade was about the jade itself and the money, not about who could shout the loudest or knew the most curses. Shun Fu said, "Brother Mao, all 40,000 is right here. Write me a receipt." Brother Mao was thrilled, thinking to himself what a lucky day it was. Two big suckers had come along at once, and he hadn't even lifted a finger before making 80,000 easy bucks. Bystanders with kind hearts stepped forward to urge Shun Fu not to be reckless. There was clearly something wrong with that stone. 40,000 yuan could be put to much better use than tossing it straight into the water. Shun Fu then said, "Whether it's a flop or not will only be known once the stone is cut. Brother Mao, I can also enjoy the free stone cutting service, right?" Brother Mao, while happily counting the money, assured him it was no problem at all. Once the money was counted, the receipt issued, and the stone officially belonged to Shun Fu. Brother Mao began cutting the stone for him. "Do you want to split it straight down the middle, or slowly grind off the outer layer first?" "Let's grind the outer layer first. I'm afraid of damaging the whole jade. Two halves aren't as valuable as one intact piece." "That much, I understand." As soon as these words were spoken, some of the onlookers burst into laughter. "Bahaha, when will you ever learn? You've been completely swindled. What jade could possibly be in this rock?" Arguing over whether it's a whole piece or half piece of jade is downright laughable. The speaker was another burly man in his 50s with a rather overbearing demeanor. Shun Fu didn't get angry, but instead asked mildly, "Oh, and what if there actually is jade in this stone?" The man said, "Impossible. I refuse to believe there's jade in this rock." Shun Fu pressed on, "And if there is?" Without hesitation, the man replied, "If there's jade in it, I'll personally apologize to you on the spot." Shun Fu chuckled and said, "I thought you'd be willing to bet some money with me, but since you lack the guts, an apology will have to suffice." This was a classic goading tactic, and just as Shun Fu intended, the man rose to the bait. Rolling up his sleeves, he declared that if the stone contained jade, he'd give Shun Fu 1,000 yuan, but if it didn't, Shun Fu would owe him the same amount. Shun Fu said, 80,000 is too little. Since we're both so confident, why not bet 10,000 instead? And the jade in my stone must be worth more than 40,000, meaning I have to win the bet. Otherwise, if this stone cuts for even a penny less, I'll give you 10,000 right away. How about it? Dare to take the bet? The man froze for a moment. After all, 10,000 wasn't a small sum, and he wasn't exactly wealthy, so backing down was only natural. But observing the man's eyes, Shun Fu could tell. He was a master at reading people and provoking them. So he pressed further, "If you don't dare, forget it. Being a coward isn't illegal, after all." At those words, the man exploded. "Bullshit. When has Feng Lao Si ever backed down from anything? It's just 10 grand. I'll take your damn bet." "Deal. Whoever breaks their word is a turtle." "Done." Shun Fu and this fourth brother Feng thus initiated a side bet, wagering whether this stone was truly worth 40,000 yuan. It wasn't just the two of them. More and more people gathered around Brother Mao's stall, itching to see the spectacle unfold with their own eyes. Everyone had their own judgment, but without exception, they all believed there was no way this stone could possibly be worth more than 40 grand. More than half of the people believed there was no jade inside this stone at all. So the only way to convince everyone was to cut it open. Brother Mao took charge of the knife himself and quickly rubbed off the skin of one corner of the stone. Everyone craned their necks forward, eager to see the true quality inside the stone. At first glance, it seemed unimportant, but then everyone was utterly shocked, because just from this small corner of a few square centimeters, Rubbing off the skin revealed a streak of green. Holy shit, it actually revealed green. Someone yelled out, and then the entire stall erupted in chaos. The crowd's excitement surged as everyone scrambled to get a closer look at the stone. No kidding, you could really see green. And it was a very pure shade of green at that. They could hardly believe their eyes. This is unbelievable. Seriously, who would have thought such a worthless-looking stone could actually contain green? And it's high-grade green, too. Just this splash of green makes the stone worth its price already. Not at all. This stone is worth at least 50,000. Just then, someone actually came over and asked Xin Fu if he would sell the stone for $50,000. When Old Feng IV heard this, he panicked instantly and grabbed the man, saying, "Hey, don't you mess this up. We're in the middle of a bet here. If I lose, are you going to cover the $10,000 for me?" The man couldn't care less about Old Feng's predicament and even raised the offer by another 5,000, willing to pay 55,000 for Xin Fu's stone. But Xin Fu politely declined, knowing full well this stone was worth at least 100,000. "I'm afraid this piece isn't for sale right now," he said. "I intend to cut it fully open. If you're still interested afterward, we can certainly discuss the price then." "All right then." The man looked visibly unwilling, while the rest of the crowd buzzed with excitement. Brother Mao stood dumbfounded. Who could have imagined this shabby stone he'd bought for mere dozens would reveal such exquisite jade? As for Old Fourth Feng, sweating bullets over his bet with Xin Fu, he dreaded the very real possibility of losing the wager. But if we're talking about who's suffering the most right now, it's undoubtedly that cross-eyed man. But no one heard a sound from him, because the moment Xin Fu's stone revealed jade, the man suffered a sudden spike in blood pressure and fainted from sheer anger. Yet, with everyone's attention fixed on the emerald, not a soul noticed he had collapsed. In the end, it was Xin Fu who noticed this while Mao Ge was cutting the stone. He splashed water on his face and snapped him out of it. The first words he spoke upon waking were, "My 40,000 yuan. Give me back my 40,000 yuan." And Xin Fu merely whispered one word in his ear, "Fool." Chapter 20. The Neighbor's Wife. People are always merciless towards losers. As long as that cross-eyed man wasn't dead from anger, even if he passed out or coughed up blood, no one around would bother with him. All attention was fixed on the raw jadeite stone as Xin Fu rejected the offer of 55,000 and insisted on cutting it completely. Brother Mao continued cutting the stone. It wasn't large, and Brother Mao's technique was skilled, so it didn't take long to finish the job. People immediately gathered around to examine it closely, and soon everyone realized the stone's quality was truly exceptional. Judging from its foundational quality, it appears to be a medium-grade glutinous rice variety of jadeite, with hues of green interwoven with yellow and red. Though these tricolored jade tones lack purity, such combinations are traditionally termed Fu Lu Shou colors, symbolizing blessings, prosperity, and longevity, or sometimes poetically called Oath of the Peach Garden, tones in reference to the legendary trio's bond. This distinctive palette lends itself well to crafting unique ornamental pieces. As for the price, everyone unanimously agreed that the jade was worth at least 100,000 yuan, with some even offering to buy it on the spot for that amount. "Young man, will you sell it for 100,000 yuan?" Xin Fu's jade, soul golden eyes could only discern the rough value of jadeite, unable to pinpoint exact figures. Since this piece was bought for 40,000, selling it for 100,000 didn't seem like a loss. However, Xin Fu was quite shrewd and knew how to play to his strengths. He thought to himself that although he didn't understand the jade market, the people present were all experienced gamblers in stone betting. They must know. So Xin Fu deliberately played mysterious and said, 100,000. I wonder what others here think. Is anyone willing to offer a higher price? As soon as the words fell, someone immediately stepped forward. It was the same man who had initially offered 55,000. He was now willing to pay 110,000 for this piece of jade. 100,000, right? I'll bid 110,000. The original bidder, not wanting to be outdone, glanced over and immediately countered, announcing he was willing to offer 120,000. I bid 120,000. Both of these men clearly had deep pockets and were absolutely determined to secure this piece of jade. As they bid against each other, Shun Fu sat back to reap the profits, waiting only for the price to rise. Of course, there was a bidding limit, and after the back and forth between the two, the final price settled at just 140,000. The person offering this price was none other than the big brother who had initially been willing to pay 100,000 yuan. Shen Fu felt the man's attitude was quite sincere and decided to sell the jade to him. The man wasted no time either. After stating the price of 140,000 yuan, he immediately went to the neighboring bank and transferred the full amount in cash to Shen Fu, not a single cent less. Shen Fu handed over the emerald with no fuss. Just like that, another effortless 100 grand slid into his pocket. Not only that, but he also made a friend, the very person who bought the jade from him. My name is Wu Yong, and I've been in the jade gambling business for 30 years. Your performance today, young man, has truly impressed me. Truth be told, even I didn't realize how valuable your stone was at first. I actually thought you'd been cheated. So there are always people beyond our ken. It was my own eyes that failed me, blind to a towering presence like Mount Tai. Shen Fu smiled and said, Brother Wu, you overstate the matter. I was merely lucky. Truth be told, I know nothing about judging raw jade. Wu Yong shook his head, seemingly unconvinced that Shen Fu had merely gotten lucky. He added that if Shen Fu had any more stones to sell in the future, he could contact him anytime. Having spent years in the jade gambling trade, Wu Yong boasted extensive connections and had channels for both buying and selling stones. Then he handed Shen Fu a business card. After some thought, Shen Fu decided making a new acquaintance wouldn't hurt and accepted the card. However, one thing was certain, Shen Fu disliked drawing attention to himself. Wu Yong, however, insisted on regarding him as a transcendent master, and there was truth to that. With the Jade Soul Golden Eyes by his side, Shen Fu was far from being just an ordinary gambler of jade stones. Yet Shen Fu wanted no one to know this fact. Once a person gains fame, getting things done becomes increasingly troublesome. It's like when someone wins big at a casino. Next time, the casino won't let them in. Shen Fu understood absolutely that he couldn't afford to become famous, at least not at this current stage. As the old saying goes, fortune favors the quiet ones, or tall trees catch much wind, and the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. In short, Shen Fu needed to keep a low profile, best if no one remembered him or saw him as a master. Therefore, Shen Fu decided that after each successful gamble on raw jade, he would step back for a while and stay away from the jade market altogether. This way, people would gradually forget about his existence. Otherwise, if he kept winning every bet, his exploits would soon spread throughout the circles, making it impossible to maintain a low profile. Only after accumulating a certain amount of wealth and establishing connections within the jade industry did Shen Fu realize it was time for him to begin acting with confidence and prominence. Becoming the Jade King wasn't something Shen Fu could achieve overnight, nor was it something his Jade Soul Golden Eyes alone could accomplish. The jade industry, having developed over hundreds of years, was a vast and intricate network, far more complex than it appeared. A piece of jade available on the market undergoes processes like mining, auctioning, transportation, appraisal, re-auctioning, design and carving, and sales before reaching consumers. Shen Fu's current capabilities are still limited. He can only touch the surface of this industry. So he couldn't rush. Only by quietly building his strength could he hope to become the Jade King, standing tall over this multi-billion-dollar industry and earning the admiration of millions. That day, after parting ways with Wu Yong, Shen Fu first collected the 10,000 yuan from Old Fourth Feng, according to their bet. Old Feng Four's face looked as if he'd bitten into something foul, but in the end, he paid up the 10,000 yuan in full, accepting his loss with grudging resignation. Thanks. Damn it. Don't let me see you next time. Old man Feng spat on the ground and walked away. Shen Fu also chose to leave this trouble behind and return to his rented old house in the southern part of the city. In the jade gambling capital of Legay City, the Southern District was an old residential area, mostly inhabited by ordinary folks, while the wealthy lived in the new Northern District. Shen Fu chose to live in the old Southern District partly because he lacked funds when renting, but also because he never expected gambling on jade stones to be so profitable, earning nearly 200,000 in just one day. Secondly, Shen Fu wanted to keep a low profile, and living in the old district would help him stay hidden. He lived in an old apartment building with 7 floors in total, his unit being on the top floor. Each floor had 2 apartments, but Shen Fu didn't really care who else lived there. After all, he didn't know anyone in Legay City. As long as the people were law-abiding and normal, that was good enough for him. Unfortunately, Shen Fu wasn't lucky. His only request for neighbors was that they wouldn't stir up trouble, but on this very day, as he returned home feeling a bit hungry, he ordered some skewers and beer from the barbecue stall downstairs to be delivered to his place. While waiting, he suddenly heard aggressive pounding on the door and angry shouting from outside. Shen Fu instantly became alert and went to the door to peer through the peephole to check the situation outside. Outside stood 2 burly men, one bald, the other covered in arm tattoos. Both looked extremely menacing. They were knocking on the door of the opposite unit, though knocking was an understatement, as they were practically pounding it. Bang, bang, bang. Open up now. Playing dead won't help. If you don't open this door, I'll dump paint all over it. Shen Fu frowned deeply, wondering what kind of hooligans these 2 ruffians were, and what his neighbor had done to warrant such relentless persecution. He recalled that just a couple of days ago, when he first moved in, he had run into the neighbor across the hallway while going up and down the stairs. They were a mother and daughter. The little girl couldn't have been more than 5 years old, and the mother looked barely over 30. The child was beautiful, and the young lady was even more striking, though both wore simple clothes that suggested they weren't well off. Still, they certainly didn't seem like bad people. So what had happened? Why were they being harassed at their doorstep? Shen Fu was utterly bewildered. Just then, the door across the hall slowly creaked open, and a woman whose exquisite face was etched with fear cautiously stepped out. Chapter 21. Drawing a sword to help though viewed through the peephole, the young woman's beauty left Shen Fu utterly astonished. Without exaggeration, she could have easily been a movie star. He couldn't understand how someone like her had fallen into such dire circumstances. Shen Fu continued observing from behind the door, mere inches away, so he could hear every word spoken on the other side. The woman's voice trembled as she pleaded, "Don't splash paint. I'll pay you back the money." The bald thug snorted mockingly and sneered. "Pay us back? That's what you said last time. It's been half a month. Where's our damn money?" The wife pleaded, "Just a few more days. Wait until I get my paycheck, then I'll have money. Please give me a little more time." The bald thug sneered again. "Lady, do you take us for fools? Last time you said just a few days. The time before that it was just a few days too. We're just following orders here. If we keep coming back empty-handed, our boss won't be happy with us either." The young wife lowered her head in silent despair. It seemed she truly had no money left. The bald man continued, "Having said that, our boss isn't entirely unreasonable. Before we came today, we heard him say that he might consider granting you a few extra days." The young lady seemed to see a glimmer of hope. She raised her head and asked the bald man, "Really? Thank you. I'll definitely find a way to gather the money." The bald man chuckled. "Hold your thanks for now. Our boss isn't running a charity. He's agreed to give you a few extra days, but naturally, there's a condition. And as for that condition," as he spoke, the bald burly man reached out and lifted the young wife's skirt. The young wife turned pale with fright, quickly stepping back while clutching her skirt. Were these 2 men actually expecting her to repay the debt with her body? Shen Fu, who had heard everything from behind the door, was naturally furious and nearly burst out to teach those 2 debt collectors a proper lesson. But upon second thought, he had come to Legay City to make money and shouldn't go looking for trouble. The young woman across the way may be pitiable, but what does that have to do with me? Better not bring trouble upon myself. Even if I want to help, I should wait until those 2 thugs leave first, Shen Fu thought. He calmed himself down and continued observing the situation through the door. Finally, the young woman took out something and handed it over to the 2 burly men as repayment, after which they reluctantly agreed to let her off for the time being. "We'll be back next week. Make sure you have the money ready by then, or you'll be coming with us. Our boss has connections. Even though you've had a child, With your looks, you're guaranteed to become the top attraction in this area within a month. Don't forget to give us regulars a discount when you make it big, huh? The two men walked away laughing loudly, while the young lady crouched on the ground crying. Shen Fu couldn't bear to keep hiding any longer and opened the door to step outside. Ah! The young lady jumped in alarm, quickly wiping her tears before closing the door to prevent Shen Fu from seeing her disheveled state. After a moment's thought, Shen Fu decided to knock and check on her. "Madam, there's no need to worry. I overheard what just happened, and I mean no harm. I just wanted to see if I could offer any assistance. Fine if you don't believe me, but if anything happens, I'm right across the hall. You can come find me anytime." There was still no response from across the way. Perfectly normal. After all, why would anyone trust a complete stranger, especially right after being harassed by debt collectors? But just as Shen Fu turned to go back inside, the door opposite creaked open. A young woman with tear-streaked cheeks stood hesitantly in the doorway, not to ask for help, but to apologize. "I'm so sorry. You must have been frightened by what just happened." Shen Fu was taken aback, thinking to himself that this woman was not only beautiful, but also exceptionally gentle, a rare combination. But how could such an outstanding woman end up in a situation where debt collectors showed up at her door? Shen Fu couldn't figure it out, so he said to the lady, "No need to worry. You must have been really frightened, right? Those two just now were truly awful. If they ever come again, you should call the police." The lady shook her head, sighed, and said, "It's no use. Besides, I owe them money." "How much?" "50,000. In the past, Shen Fu would have considered 50,000 a huge sum, but just today alone, Shen Fu earned 180,000. 50,000 now seemed like just a small figure. Yet Shen Fu had no reason to pay off this lady's debt. They were strangers. If Shen Fu were 20 years younger, he might have pursued her. After all, who doesn't like a beautiful woman? But Shen Fu was already 50. Some things just couldn't be hoped for. Besides, who knows if this woman deserves it? Maybe she squandered everything and piled up debts. If that's the case, she can't blame others. Shen Fu decided to wash his hands of the matter, but just then, a little girl came out from across the door and hid behind the young lady. "Mommy, Xin, I told you not to come out." The lady's maternal instincts flared as she instantly grew anxious. "But I'm hungry." "Xin, be good. Mommy will make noodles for you in a moment, but I want meat." The little girl was utterly adorable, though her complexion seemed slightly pallid, likely from going too long without proper nourishment. Shen Fu exchanged a glance with the woman. He could tell her family had reached dire straits, while she perceived that he'd discerned their plight. A flush rose to her cheeks before she lowered her head in shame. Shen Fu thought, however deserving of death this woman might be, the child was certainly blameless. So Shen Fu said, I just ordered some kebabs, but eating alone would be boring. Why don't you join me? After all, we'll be neighbors from now on. Think of it as celebrating my move here. What do you say?" "That's so kind, but we couldn't possibly. No need to stand on ceremony. Back in my hometown, it's customary to treat new neighbors to a meal. But perhaps the woman felt awkward about dining at a man's home alone, and Shen Fu understood this. Just then, the restaurant server arrived with the food. Without waiting for the young mother's response, Shen Fu pressed half the skewers into the little girl's hands before swiftly retreating into his apartment and closing the door. Bang, bang, bang. "Big brother, we can't accept this." Bang, bang, bang. "Big brother, please open the door." But Shen Fu didn't open the door. After a while, the lady downstairs stopped knocking. Shen Fu heard the sound of the door closing. Peering through the peephole, he saw that the skewers had been taken inside. Then the door opened again, and the young lady stepped out, slipping a note through the gap into Shen Fu's home. The note read, "Thank you for your kindness. I will surely repay you someday." That evening, the young wife came to visit Shen Fu. Chapter 22, Playing Along. It was a little past 9 in the evening when Shen Fu was studying a book about jade. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. When he went to see who it was, he was surprised to find it was the young lady who lived across the hallway. "It's you. What can I do for you?" "I came to thank you about what happened earlier today. My daughter just fell asleep, so I finally have time to come and personally say thank you." Shen Fu smiled faintly, simultaneously discerning that the young madam had another matter on her mind. "You needn't stand on ceremony, madam. It was but a trivial effort," he remarked. "Since you have other concerns, why not share them with me as well?" "May I really?" "Seeing injustice on the road, drawing your sword to help. Though I may not look like some heroic swordsman, having grown up immersed in martial arts novels, it's hard not to harbor a bit of that warrior's dream." "Ha ha, I digress. Anyway, meeting like this must be fate. If you need any help, madam, please don't hesitate to tell me. At least let me know what's going on." "All right." The lady nodded and then entered Shen Fu's home. Shen Fu was a rough-around-the-edges man. His home wasn't stocked with snacks or other treats that young women might fancy. He simply boiled water and brewed a cup of tea. The young lady didn't seem to mind. Though strikingly beautiful, she appeared utterly exhausted, enough to tug at anyone's heartstrings. The hour was late and the surroundings peaceful, with a man and woman alone in one room. The atmosphere should have carried a hint of ambiguity. But seeing this young wife so burdened with worries, Shen Fu felt only a tinge of melancholy, devoid of any thoughts of romantic notions between them. Suddenly, the young wife spoke. "Big brother Shen." Shen Fu chuckled and replied, "My name is Shen Fu. I must be 20 years your senior. You can just call me Lao Shen." The young wife nodded and introduced herself. Her name was Jing Xian, Li Jing Xian, only 29 this year. That little girl called Xin Xin was her daughter, now 5.5 years old. The mother and daughter relied on each other to survive, having moved here not long ago. Shen Fu was a bit curious, so he asked where her husband had gone and why they had incurred a debt of 50,000 yuan. The young wife's answer shocked Shen Fu. The matter actually involved gambling on uncut jade. It turned out that this Mrs. Jingshuan's husband had once been a diligent programmer with a decent income. Because of this, Mrs. Jingxian had quit her job. The husband worked outside. The wife managed the home. Their roles clearly divided, and their life together had been quite harmonious. But later, Ms. Jingshuan's husband was laid off due to his age. He tried starting his own business, but ended in failure, sinking into depression for a long time afterward. Then one day, this husband became obsessed with gambling on raw jade stones, claiming he knew a boss who had struck it rich overnight by playing this game. But the intricacies of jade gambling run so deep, how could an outsider possibly grasp them easily? Within just 6 months of playing, this husband had gambled away all his family's savings. Even so, he refused to stop, constantly deluding himself that the next round would recoup his losses. Instead, he gambled more and lost more, losing more and gambling more, until he owed piles of debt. He sold his house, sold his car, and yet still had a 50,000 yuan hole he simply couldn't fill. But Mrs. Jingxian bore no resentment. She simply believed that if the couple worked hard, they could eventually earn enough to repay the debt. She never looked down on her husband. Yet this worthless man abandoned his wife and daughter, packing up and fleeing without a word. The debt had been his, but now the creditors could only track down Mrs. Jingxian, hence the scene that unfolded during the day. "Brother Shen, those people threatened me, saying they'd sell me off to be some sort of princess. I truly have no money left. Today I already pawned the heirlooms my parents left me to them. What should I do?" "Your parents have both passed away?" "MHM. Me too. I never even met my parents." "What?" "I'm an orphan. I was abandoned at an orphanage as a child." "So Mrs. Jingxian, I understand how you feel." Shen Fu was initially reluctant to help, not wanting to bring trouble upon himself. But Mrs. Jingshuan's story moved him deeply. A man ought to achieve great deeds in this world, and more importantly, he should live up to his own conscience. Shen Fu decided to help, not for money nor for beauty, but purely for the chivalrous spirit in his heart. What could he do? After all, he grew up reading the novels of Jin Yong, and Gulong isn't gallantry all about drawing one's sword to uphold justice wherever injustice is seen? So Shen Fu said to Mrs. Jingxian, "Don't worry, I'll help you with this matter." Joy immediately lit up Mrs. Jingshuan's face. "Really?" she asked. Then, her expression darkened again as she asked Shen Fu, what right did she have to ask for his help? 50,000 yuan was no small sum. How could she casually ask someone else to cover it? Shen Fu laughed and said helping is just helping. What reason could there be? Madame Jingxian shook her head and replied that no goodwill in this world comes without reason. Everything has its price and operates on equivalent exchange. Shen Fu pondered this and found her words held wisdom. Despite her youth, she possessed remarkable insight. For such an extraordinary woman, one could only wonder if her husband had gone blind to abandon her and flee like this. Shen Fu said, "Then let's do it this way. I can help you with the 50,000, but not directly. I have my own methods. If you trust me, keep tomorrow free and come with me somewhere. I promise you'll get the 50,000 cleanly, without you having to do anything shady. Really? If you don't believe me, then there's nothing I can do." Madame Jingxian bit her lip and thought for a long time before finally deciding to agree to Shen Fu's proposal. The next day, she asked the auntie running the convenience store downstairs to look after her little daughter while she went out with Shen Fu. She didn't know where Shen Fu was taking her, but she sensed he wasn't a bad person. Though older, he carried himself with remarkable steadiness, someone you could lean on. Truth be told, compared to frivolous young men, she much preferred the mature and dependable type, exactly the kind of man Shen Fu was. So what exactly was Shen Fu planning? That day, he drove Mrs. Jingxian to the jade trading market in the Western District. Leger City had 3 major jade markets: Eastern, Central, and Western. Previously, Shen Fu had always operated in the eastern part of the city, but today he came to the west side, naturally to avoid prying eyes. Half an hour later, the car stopped outside the jade market. With a bag of cash tucked in his arms, Shen Fu instructed Madame Jingxian to wait for his orders. Madame Jingxian was puzzled and asked Shen Fu why he had come to the jade market. Her husband had gambled on raw stones until they lost everything, and she despised jade and gambling on stones above all else. But Shen Fu replied, "Jade itself is innocent. The guilt lies with those consumed by greed. Madam, if I simply handed you the money you owe, it would feel like you owed me an immense favor. But if you earned it yourself, then there'd be no issue at all." Madame Jingxian grew even more puzzled. "Earn it? How could I possibly earn 50,000 yuan? Shen Fu smiled and told her not to worry. With him there, earning 50,000 yuan would be effortless, let alone 500,000. Mrs. Jingxian blinked her eyes. She had put on makeup today at Shen Fu's request, so she looked even prettier than yesterday. As for why she had to wear makeup, the reason was simple. Shen Fu wanted her to resemble a noble lady as much as possible to avoid arousing suspicion. In any case, Shen Fu had already written the script. Now, it was up to the two of them to play their parts. Chapter 23. The Male-Female Duet. Listen to me. From now on, you don't know me. You're just a wealthy lady here to buy jade. Here's 100,000 yuan. Take it as your capital. Shen Fu handed the paper bag filled with cash to Jingxian. Having never seen so much money before and unsure of Shen Fu's intentions, Jingxian paled in shock. "Brother Shen, what is this?" "Later, follow my lead when we enter the Jade Emporium to gamble on stones. I'll choose the rocks. Just make sure you purchase the ones I pick. But don't let on that we know each other. Once we step out of this car, we're strangers." "Got it. Got it. Repeat it back to me. I'll buy the stone you choose. And once we step out of the car, we're strangers." "Perfect." Shen Fu smiled faintly, then stepped out of the car first. Mrs. Jingxian followed closely behind as the two entered the jade market. Numerous shops lined the area, with makeshift stalls packed even more densely. It was the weekend, bustling with gamblers seeking their fortunes in jade stones. Shen Fu planned to stay low-key, so he chose a shop with fewer customers. Even so, over a dozen people crowded inside, some completely absorbed in examining raw jade stones in their hands, others engrossed in lively discussions with companions. Shen Fu gave Jingxian a meaningful glance, signaling her to start playing her part now. Jingxian was the kind of simple, innocent woman who couldn't help but feel nervous, her cheeks flushing slightly. But she performed quite well. At least no one could tell she knew Shen Fu. Meanwhile, Shen Fu had now activated his jade soul golden eyes. Wherever his gaze swept, the true nature of every jadeite rough stone was revealed, laying bare the jade souls within them without exception. At a glance, the quality of this shop's jadeite rough stones was truly impressive. Several pieces bore blue jade soles, and among them was one stone shimmering with a purple jade sole, a clear mark of its superior quality. However, this particular stone had already been mostly cut, making it semi-transparent. Even without the jade soul golden eyes, an ordinary person could tell it was worth a fortune. Thus, the shop owner priced it at 1.2 million yuan, a treasure of the store, leaving Shun Fu no opportunity for a bargain. Truly profiting from stone gambling relies on uncovering overlooked top-tier jade. Every jade shop inevitably harbors such hidden gems, as even immortals struggle to judge an inch of jade. No one can guarantee a flawless appraisal rate. This shop has two such stones. One is a fully unturned stone, also called a blind stone, meaning it's completely untreated jade rough with entirely intact outer skin, leaving no way to assess the internal condition of the material. This blind stone is priced at 50,000, but in reality, it contains a blue jade soul worth at least 100,000, precisely the type of stone Shin Fu loves to snag at a bargain. As for the other stone, it's a half-cut stone, meaning a complete piece was split open in the middle. The cross-section allows for a rough assessment of the jade inside, which is usually accurate, though exceptions exist, like when the cross-section looks poor, but the internal jade remains high quality. This particular stone falls into that category. A 2-kilogram half-cut piece, not particularly large, with a significant blotch of impurity on the cross-section, a common case of green being eaten by black. The shop owner didn't dare to cut further, afraid the more he cut the black would spread, making the jade even less valuable. So he randomly priced it at 20,000 yuan, to see if any fool might gamble on it. But who among the stone gamblers would be that stupid, buying when it rises and not when it falls? Everyone knows that rule. This half-bet stone clearly looked like a money loser. Buy it? Might as well throw the cash straight into the sea. At least you'd hear the splash. However, in Shun Fu's eyes, this half-gamble stone also possessed a blue jade soul, indicating its true value was far from being as dismal as it appeared. Having experienced previous rounds of stone gambling, Shin Fu firmly trusted his jade soul golden eyes. He approached the shop owner and said he wanted to inspect the stones. "Welcome. All stones in my shop are genuine imports from Myanmar. Please feel free to look around and take your pick. Don't stand on ceremony." True to form, Shin Fu didn't hold back. He first made a show of casually browsing around the shop, then zeroed in on those two stones with blue jade soles that were priced surprisingly cheap. But he didn't voice it out, instead just picked it up to examine briefly. This was his secret signal with Madame Jingxian. Upon seeing it, she would know which stones to purchase later. Madame Jingxian came clicking toward Shin Fu in her high heels. She was stunning, her every movement drawing all eyes toward her. Some lecherous men had been staring at the thighs beneath her cheap house skirt from the very beginning. Someone whispered, "Look sharp. Here comes a real temptress." Another chimed in, "Damn right, this dame's got some fire in her. I wonder what she's doing coming to this jade shop. Could she be here to gamble on stones?" Another man chuckled and said, "No way. What would a flirt like her know about stone gambling? Probably just some bored rich lady looking for amusement." Finally, someone remarked, "If that's the case, wouldn't giving us a few brothers some fun with her be more interesting than buying jade?" These were all crude men, vulgar jokes flying freely among them. Fortunately, their voices were kept low enough that Madame Jingxian didn't hear. Otherwise, she might have been brought to tears from sheer embarrassment. But Shin Fu heard it all. He frowned and thought, "Say what you will, but I'll leave every single one of you dumbfounded soon." Shin Fu asked, "Boss, how much for these two stones?" The boss took a glance and chuckled. "Easy does it. The fully speculative stone is 50,000, and the semi-speculative one is 20,000. If you're interested, I can offer a small discount." Shin Fu said, "How about this? I'll take both for 50,000. Do we have a deal?" The jade shop owner's eyes darted shrewdly as he quickly calculated in his mind. According to Shin Fu's quote, he could earn over 10,000 yuan, a bit less than ideal, but far better than being stuck with unsellable stock. Might as well sell it. Just then, the wealthy lady nearby chimed in, "I'll offer 50,000 too. Sell me both stones." The boss was startled and turned to look at this beautiful wealthy lady. Normally, women don't often engage in stone gambling. They usually only purchase finished jade pieces. But the boss was in business and couldn't care less whether the customers were men or women, pretty or ugly. So he said, "Madam, of course these can be sold for 50,000, but since both of you made offers at the same time, this puts me in a bit of a difficult position." Following the plan, Shun Fu angrily retorted, "Nonsense. I was clearly here first. These two pieces of jade are obviously mine." Madame Jingxian also played her part, putting on an exaggeratedly affected tone. "Oh my, what kind of manners are these? Besides, have you even paid yet? What makes you think the jade is yours?" After speaking, she took out a paper bag and slapped 50,000 yuan in cash right in front of the shop owner. The shop owner hesitated slightly, glancing at Shun Fu, but Shun Fu admitted he had no money now. He was tight on cash recently. He could write an IOU and bring the money later. Hearing this, the shop owner thought coldly, "Asterisk, so this guy's broke. No wonder he's eyeing my scrap. Only someone who knows nothing about jade could be this poor. Might as well do business with this rich lady instead. Asterisk." The owner decided to sell the stone to Mrs. Jingxian, while Shun Fu continued to put on an exaggerated act of anger, like some petty thug. This was his tactic. The more he appeared flustered and furious, the more it would tarnish his image in people's minds. The weaker his image appeared, the easier it would be to snatch bargains from these people and make a fortune in the future. So although today's events seemed like Shun Fu helping Lady Jingxian, in truth, he was using her to set up a scheme. The setup was a success. Among the crowd in this jade shop was exactly the right person. Yesterday, when Shun Fu won 100 grand betting on rough jade at Brother Mao's stall, this man had been there too. Spotting Shun Fu today, he had even considered stepping forward to greet him. But all he saw was Shun Fu's furious and flustered demeanor, no different from the cross-eyed man he had defeated yesterday or Old Fourth Foe. Forget it. Forget it. It seems yesterday was just a stroke of luck. Today was the real face of this Shun Fu, the man thought to himself. Little did they know that this was exactly what Shun Fu wanted, for others to think of him this way. This very misconception was a testament to his cunning. Chapter 24, Return and Triumph. Under Shun Fu's orchestration, Madame Jingxian successfully purchased 2 pieces of raw jadeite, totaling exactly 50,000 yuan. But the play was only halfway through. The real spectacle was yet to come. Shun Fei pretended to fly into a shame-fueled rage and sneered at Mrs. Jingxian. "You stupid bitch. Just wait to pay up. Yesterday some idiot tried to cut me off too, ended up losing every last penny. Trust me, you know better." Madame Jingxian frowned slightly and retorted, "Where did this riffraff come from? Since when is this stone reserved only for you to buy? Can I purchase it?" Shun Fu replied, "Buy however you want. The more you buy, the more you'll lose. Rich women like you who don't understand gamble stones are naturally the more the better. Otherwise, who would I make money from? Enough with the nonsense. If you've got the guts, cut the stone right now and see how much of your 50,000 yuan you can recoup. I bet those 2 rocks are worth 10,000 at most. Don't come crying to me later." These were all setups carefully planned by Shun Fu and Madame Jingxian. The two of them had to pretend to be strangers and then attack each other. Shun Fu would deliberately act despicable, firstly to garner sympathy from Madame Jingxian and fetch a higher price when selling the stones, and secondly to tarnish his own reputation in everyone's eyes. The lower and cruder, the better. Shun Fu and Madame Jingxian's cooperation was seamless. Everyone in the jade shop, including the owner, believed Shun Fu was throwing a tantrum after being cheated out of the stones, while Madame Jingxian appeared pitiful. Though she had done nothing wrong, she was unjustly attacked by this guy. Everyone sided with Madame Jingxian, and the jade shop owner offered to cut the stones for free to prove their quality. If the stones turned out to be exceptional, he was even willing to buy them back on the spot. Hearing this, Shun Fu secretly rejoiced, but he still put on a tough act, insisting the stones were worthless. Think about it. If this stone were really worth 50,000, why would the owner sell it for just 50,000? Among all of us here, when it comes to gemstone gambling, who could possibly outshine this boss? That's why I say this stone definitely isn't worth 50 grand. If anyone disagrees, let's cut it open and see. The boss spat furiously. "Damn it, cut it then. You doddering old fool, spewing such nonsense. Who knows what back alleys and mumbo-jumbo you've stumbled upon?" Strutting in here, making wild claims. You've truly got no sense of proportion nor place. I'm certainly not some unscrupulous profiteer. There's a reason behind my pricing for this stone. Don't you dare stand there accusing me of being money-grubbing. Madam, would you allow me to cut the stone right here? This would both prove your discernment and my innocence. What do you say? Madam Jingxian nodded in agreement. So, the shopkeeper brought out the machine and personally took charge, cutting both stones right there in the shop. First was the half-gambled stone. This piece had a yellow, sandy shell, with its cross-section showing large patches of black amidst the green, giving an extremely poor impression. There was a high probability that the interior also contained many black impurities. The shopkeeper and the other stone gamblers present unanimously agreed that the quality of this stone was subpar. At best, it might fetch 10,000 yuan, and even then, only the most skilled carving master could possibly remove every trace of the dirty hues from the jade. And if one resorted to soaking and cleaning with acid, while it might remove the black from the jade, the process would necessitate injecting glue and dye afterward. What was once a piece of pure, natural jade would then become nothing more than a treated fake. Its value could never rise, unless someone tried to pass it off as genuine, selling the quality of the fake at the price of the real thing. In the jade market, counterfeiting is also a business. Some people disdain doing it, but there are lawless outlaws who dare to break any law as long as it makes money. However, the owner of this jade shop runs a strictly legal business and never sells counterfeit jade. He built his fortune through stone gambling. Whether it's appraising jade, cutting stones, or even jade carving techniques, he has a decent level of expertise. Helping Mrs. Jingxian cut the stone now is merely child's play for him. The only concern is that the jade material might be too poor. If it turns out worthless after cutting, wouldn't that just boost Shen Fu's arrogance? Today, this old man Shen Fu is so detestable. Everyone is putting all their effort into hoping that even just one of Madame Jingxuan's 2 stones turns out to be a good find. Little do they know, they've already fallen into Shen Fu's trap. What they believe to be their own thoughts are actually ideas he's subtly planted in their minds. Standing by quietly, Madame Jingxian watched and inwardly marveled at Brother Shen's skill. To think he could play such cunning jade gamblers like fiddles without them even realizing they were being manipulated. As for Shen Fu, he was the only person present who knew the full picture. He knew this piece of jade was bound to be priceless, for it was imbued with the blue jade soul. Sure enough, when the jade shop owner removed the weathered outer layer of this semi-gambled stone, everyone leaned in for a closer look and was immediately struck dumb with astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief. Holy shit, how is this possible? The interior of this jadeite is astonishingly clean. No one could have anticipated that beneath its surface covered in pitch-black impurities, this raw jadeite stone would reveal such pristine clarity inside, merely scattered with tiny black specks known in the trade as sand stars. At this level, such minor blemishes could either be addressed during the jade's later crafting process or simply excised entirely. Just a few insignificant spots that wouldn't affect the overall value. But how could this be? Nobody dare believe their eyes. The original cut surface of this jade piece had such a massive black stain that everyone had concluded it was a case of green devoured by black. How could the black stain disappear in the stone's interior? As for who was most astonished, it had to be Shen Fu. Shen Fu was hopping mad, spewing every curse imaginable with remarkable fluency. Of course, this was all an act. In reality, far from being angry, he was secretly delighted. Everything was going according to his plan. This stone was definitely valuable, and by pretending to be furious, no one would discover he had already successfully appraised it beforehand. Shen Fu exclaimed, "Damn it, this rock actually lives up to the hype. Judging by the quality, it's got to be worth at least 100 grand. Fuck me. This should have been my money. Damn woman, snatching it away at the last moment." Shen Fu boldly raised the price to 100,000 yuan in one breath, subtly reminding Madame Jingxian of the stone's true worth. Madame Jingxian immediately got the hint and asked the owner how much he was willing to pay for the stone. Actually, the stone is worth about that much, but the boss had originally hoped to spend around 40 or 50,000, since this woman didn't understand jade. But after Shun Fu spoke up, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and raise the price. "I'll offer 80,000. Sell the stone to me." But this gentleman just said the stone is worth 100,000. Well, the boss glared at Shun Fu, as if to say, "Damn you, old fool, for running your mouth." Then he looked around at the other jade gamblers present. Each of them had sharp eyes and surely recognized that the true value of this jade exceeded the offered price. To protect his reputation and avoid being accused of deliberately lowballing a newcomer, the boss reluctantly raised his bid by another 10,000, offering 90,000 yuan. Mrs. Jingxian glanced at Shun Fu and saw him touch his nose. It was their secret signal. Touching the nose meant agreement, while touching the ear meant disagreement. Thus, Madame Jingxian accepted the dealer's offer and sold the semi-processed jade for 90,000 yuan in cash. Chapter 25, 240,000. After a short rest, the 90,000 yuan also arrived in the account, and everyone turned their attention to the second stone. This was a fully speculative rough, untouched since being mined, with its outer skin intact. There was no way to know the condition of the jade inside. Its value could only be inferred based on experience. Everyone knew that fully speculative rough was the riskiest type of jadeite raw stone, but it was also the most profitable. A high-quality, fully speculative rough could easily fetch millions, and some rare pieces even sold for tens of millions without a second thought. Take Legay City, for example, being the capital of gambling on raw jade stones. Just 6 months ago, a fully unexamined raw stone was sold for 28 million, creating a sensation throughout the city. Every street, every alley, people couldn't stop talking about it over tea or dinner. Yet for every winner, there's a loser. Fully unexamined stones are also the ones most likely to drive people to bankruptcy. Take that very $28 million stone. Rumor has it that it ultimately yielded less than 5 million worth of jade. Luckily, the owner was a tycoon who could afford to lose that kind of money. Had it been someone else, they might have already jumped off a cliff. Now, back to the present. In this jade shop, the owner is about to cut open this fully unexamined stone. He frowned deeply, studying the stone for a long time while consulting other gambling jade customers about where to make the cut. What's this hesitating nonsense? Just chop it straight down the middle. Indeed, slicing directly through the center was the simplest way to judge this fully unrevealed jadeite rough, although doing so would split the jade in two, preventing what might have been carved into a large ornamental piece from becoming one. But no matter, weighing approximately 6.5 kilograms, even split down the middle, both halves would still provide sufficient material for designing bracelets, rings, or cabochons, with leftover scraps yielding several beads. "Madam, shall we cut it right down the middle?" Mrs. Jingxian, unfamiliar with jade gambling, instinctively glanced at Shun Fu for guidance. Shun Fu subtly tugged his earlobe, a silent signal of disagreement. Shun Fu understood that cleaving such fine jadeite straight through its core would instantly diminish its value. The shopkeeper merely sought convenience, but this stone belonged to Mrs. Jingxian. Why should it suffer a careless bisection? With deliberate sarcasm, Shun Fu laughed. "Ha, of course we should split it cleanly. If this stone's worth 100,000 now, chopping it means 2 halves worth 40,000 each. Brilliant. Simply brilliant." His exaggerated tone disguised an urgent warning to Mrs. Jingxian. Sharp as ever, Mrs. Jingxian recalled how the first jade piece had been carefully unveiled. Turning to the merchant, she asserted, "Kindly refrain from splitting it, sir. Peel away the outer layers gradually as before. We must preserve the jade's wholeness." This woman was progressing at an astonishing rate. Shun Fu thought to himself that if she hadn't been saddled with a scoundrel for a husband, with her intelligence and beauty, she could have achieved great things. The shop owner was also helpless. But since the customer insisted, how could he refuse? There was no other choice but to slowly follow the request and grind the stone. So the shop owner operated the machine, gradually removing the outer layer of the rough stone from one corner of this fully speculative raw jade piece. These discarded peels actually have their uses too. Many unscrupulous merchants would use them to make artificial coatings, attaching them to poor quality jadeite after cutting to create the false appearance of an uncut stone. The jade industry is rife with chaos, with counterfeit methods endlessly emerging. Without Shun Fu today, if Madame Jingxian attempted to make money through stone gambling alone, it would be utterly impossible. Not merely a slim chance of survival, but a certain path to certain doom. But with Shun Fu present, the situation becomes completely different. As soon as the first rub was made on this fully gambled raw stone, the venue erupted once more in waves of astonished exclamations. Holy shit, more green, and high-grade green at that. This is fucking unbelievable. Yeah, no shit, this is straight-up sorcery. The stone had revealed green. Moreover, a vibrant, translucent, and watery yang green. There was no need to continue wiping any further. Just this first glimpse already meant the material could fetch over 300,000 yuan. Most people, upon smearing a stone and revealing such a beautiful green hue, would choose to stop right there and sell the stone directly in 9 out of 10 cases. Because if you keep rubbing, the quality in other areas might not be as good, possibly showing black marks, cracks, cotton-like flaws, or even no green at all. In short, the smartest move is to sell it at a higher price as soon as you uncover a patch of green. That's the most sensible choice. However, Shun Fu possesses the jade soul golden eyes. Since this stone has a blue jade soul, it indicates its value is at least over 100,000. There shouldn't be a scenario where the entire piece of jadeite only contains such a tiny speck of green. So what should he do? Should he give up now, or continue wiping? Shun Fu had recently read many professional books on stone gambling, but being new to the trade, this kind of judgment requiring years of accumulated experience was simply too difficult for him. Just as Shun Fu was pondering, other gamblers in the shop made their moves. One man spoke up. "Madam, I bid 100,000 yuan. How about selling this stone to me?" This, Madame Jingxian hesitated, but before she could think it through, another buyer immediately upped the offer by 20,000 yuan, willing to purchase this fully unexamined stone for 120,000. "I'll bid 120,000. Don't sell to him. Sell it to me." Hey, are you deliberately trying to outbid me? "I'll offer 130,000. Sell it to me." "I'll offer 150,000. Sell it to me, not him." At that moment, a third person stepped forward. This guy was even more impressive, immediately opening with 200,000 to buy the stone in Madame Jingxuan's hands. Everyone is just an ordinary person. 200,000 yuan is no small sum. Many people wouldn't earn that much in a year. Some might not even make in 5 years. Yet, solely because of a glimpse of green, this person was willing to offer 200,000 yuan to purchase it, proof of just how frenzied the jadeite industry can be. At this price, the two previously competing bidders fell silent, contemplating whether the stone was truly worth that much and whether they should continue raising their offers. These people were seeking to maximize their profits, but Shun Fu believed 200,000 was already more than enough. After all, they had spent only 50,000 to buy the two stones initially, and selling one for 90,000 was already a profit. Earning an additional 200,000 was naturally excellent. One shouldn't be too greedy. Shun Fu decided it was time to reel in the net right then and there. API error. Error code 429. Error. Message: you exceeded your current quota. Please check your plan and billing details. For more information on this error, head to https:// asterisk 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 / asterisk 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 / asterisk 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 / asterisk asterisk. Request ID 2025090 320-2817-2114591404 ZAZ 203L. Type open_error prom code 429. Madame Jingxian said, "If you're truly willing to pay 200,000, I might as well sell this stone to you." The man was overjoyed and said, "As long as you're willing to sell, I'll transfer the money immediately." Lady Jingxian glanced at Shun Fu again. After seeing his slight nod of approval, she agreed to sell the stone. With that, 90,000 plus an additional 200,000 in cash was deposited into their account, while the initial cost had been merely 50,000. In just 1 hour, Shun Fu and Lady Jingxian had netted a clean profit of 240,000 yuan. Chapter 26. The private exhibition after leaving the jade shop, Shun Fu and Lady Jingxian went their separate ways before meeting up again at the parking spot. No one noticed that the two were actually business partners. Once in the car, the usually calculating Shun Fu looked completely at ease. Mrs. Jingxian, on the other hand, let out a long sigh and slumped into the front passenger seat, being more emotional. The overwhelming relief of having survived the ordeal nearly brought her to tears. Together, they had $340,000 in cash, $100,000 being Shun Fu's initial capital, and the remaining $240,000 pure profit. The amount might sound modest, considering jade industry deals often involve millions. But for ordinary people, this sum, especially in cash, is beyond what many could ever dream of accumulating in a lifetime. 24 stacks of pink 100 yuan bills felt surprisingly heavy when actually tucked into one's chest. All this money was earned through Shun Fu's wits, so Mrs. Jingxian handed all of it to him. Shun Fu smiled faintly and divided the 240,000 yuan into 2 equal portions. He kept half and gave the other half back to Mrs. Jingxian. She froze. "What's this for?" "Take this to pay off the debt. Keep the rest for you and your daughter to live on. The child will be starting school soon. There must be many expenses to cover. But all this money was earned by you, Brother Shun. Just lending me funds to pay off debts is already—" No, I can't possibly take your money. Mrs. Jingxian is a good woman." Shun Fu smiled again, saying this money was earned by the two of them together. Besides, to him, a mere 120,000 was just a small sum. In the future, he would earn far more than this. All right then. Thank you so much, Brother Shun. I can never repay your kindness, even if I serve you like an ox or horse. Enough. There's no need for this. I told you 120,000 is just a small amount. Don't take it to heart." In truth, 120,000 wasn't a small sum for Shun Fu at present. He had just over 300,000 in cash on hand, all earned during these few days in Legay City. The 120,000 already accounted for a third of it. However, Shun Fu had confidence in himself. With the Jade Soul Golden Eyes by his side, he knew he would make a fortune in the future. What's the difficulty in earning not just 120,000, but even 1.2 billion? Half an hour later, Shun Fu drove Mrs. Jingxian to repay her debt and then brought her back home. Free from debt, Mrs. Jingxian looked even more beautiful after clearing her financial burden as the psychological weight was lifted. Seeing that Shun Fu lived alone as a grown man, she offered to cook for him, along with doing laundry, tidying up his room, and other household chores, as a way to repay his kindness. As it happened, Shun Fu was least skilled at household chores, and besides, he was busy with his jade business, having no time to spare for housework. Madame Jingxian lived right across the street, so having her help was naturally perfect. Who would have thought this beautiful woman was also a phenomenal cook, especially when it came to her soups? Her skills surpassed even those of master chefs at fancy restaurants, truly extraordinary. Shun Fu had merely meant to lend a hand, but unexpectedly gained a top-tier chef in return, a classic case of reaping rewards without intending to sow. With delicious food, beautiful companions, and a hefty profit, Shun Fu was in extremely high spirits. Yet he understood the adage that pride comes before a fall, so he dared not grow arrogant. The smoother things went, the more cautious he became. In the days that followed, Shun Fu didn't return to the jadeite market. Instead, he immersed himself in studying jade-related books at home. While a middle-aged man's mind may not be as sharp as a young person's, the difference isn't necessarily significant. Age is just a number, and Shun Fu certainly didn't feel inferior to younger people. For several consecutive days, he devoured countless books, even listening to jade-related radio programs while showering. Legay City truly lived up to its reputation as the capital of gemstone gambling, boasting a dedicated radio channel entirely focused on jade and gemstone betting. Having been a taxi driver, Shun Fu had maintained the habit of listening to the radio, and his ability to absorb information for broadcast far exceeded that of ordinary people. One evening, as he lay in bed listening to the radio, drowsiness gradually overcame him. Suddenly, a piece of news caught his attention. It was reported that a leading figure in the jade industry in Legai City had just spent 25 million renminbi to purchase a piece of jade rough from Mianwu country. The stone was of the glass-clear variety, white-based with floating green patterns, weighing approximately 12 kilograms. A rare, top-quality jade piece seldom seen in the world. This industry leader decided to hold an exhibition for it. Unfortunately, it was a private event hosted at the leader's residence, with invitations extended only to distinguished figures within the industry. Even so, this became the talk of Legai City recently. Shen Fu was particularly fascinated by that glass-clear jade. After all, the glass-clear variety is the finest among all jades. What jade enthusiast wouldn't want to catch a glimpse of it? Alas, he had no reputation whatsoever, and it went without saying that he wouldn't receive an invitation. This exhibition is a private show. Shen Fu believes that while it's called an exhibition on the surface, it's essentially a gathering of the big shots in the jadeite industry. In just 1 or 2 hours, deals worth hundreds of millions could be sealed. Forget it. Even if I can't go this time, one day I'll make sure these so-called big shots all remember my name, Shen Fu. The next day, Shen Fu returned to the West City jadeite trading market. Just as he expected, all the gamblers, shopkeepers, and street vendors in the market were buzzing about the upcoming exhibition next week. Have you heard? Boss Huang is hosting an exhibition at his house next week. Which Boss Huang? You idiot, of course it's Huang Jinxiong, Boss Huang. Anyone in Legai City's jade business knows he's the top dog. Hey, why didn't you just say it was him earlier? Every jade player in the business has heard of Huang Jinxiong's name. The crowd was chatting enthusiastically when Shen Fu, listening nearby, couldn't help but interrupt. Huang Jinxiong? Is he really that impressive? Could any of you brothers tell me about this man's background? Upon hearing this, the crowd burst into laughter. Haha, it's obvious you're not in a jade, brother, or you must be new to Legai City. You should know that Boss Huang is a big shot in the jade industry here. Don't let the fact that he only has one main store and one branch fool you. His shops are massive, and the quality of his stones is top-notch. Besides, there are only a handful of people in Huaxia who can import jade directly from the mines of Mianwu country, and Huang Jinxiong is one of them. Shen Fu arched an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, so jade rough can't be imported just like that. Of course not. Seems you're unaware of the inside story. Huh? Jade is a non-renewable resource, and Mianwu country is the only place in the world that produces it. After over a century of mining, high-quality jade from Mianwu is getting scarcer by the day. So what's the solution? The people of Mianwu aren't fools. The king issued a strict decree. Foreigners can't buy jade rough directly from Mianwu. You have to go through official approval, pay layer upon layer of taxes, and only then can you take the stones out of Mianwu. I see. This is just on an individual level. When it comes to large-scale imports of raw jadeite, you really need connections in the trade. Most people can't handle that kind of business. That's precisely why Boss Huang's so damn impressive. For us ordinary folk, gambling on raw jade is just child's play. Compared to these high-end importers upstream, the money they rake in is merely a drop in the ocean. Just Chapter 27. Boss Huang in the jade market on the west side of the city. A common street stall was surrounded by a crowd of seasoned gamblers, some wealthy, others not, but all of them old hands at stone gambling. They were exceptionally well informed about every rumor and tidbit in the industry. Next week, a businessman named Huang Jinxiong, the leader of the jade industry in Legai City, will hold a jade exhibition at his private residence. Shen Fu, being new to the area and unfamiliar with the local affairs, blended into the crowd to gather information. He first learned about Boss Huang's background. It turned out the man operated through connections, importing raw jade stones from the country of Mianwu. Mianwu is a major jade-producing nation where every piece of raw jade exported is strictly regulated. Even ordinary people with money can't purchase it. Boss Huang has the privilege to import raw jadeite, which is the core of the jade industry, an ability even more crucial than discerning jade quality. That's why Boss Huang leads the industry, with his family business ranking among the top 3 in China's entire jade trade. Besides this, Shen Fu also uncovered a rather amusing piece of news. As Shen Fu listened to the eloquent speaker in the crowd, the man told him, The money others earn is just a drop in the bucket compared to theirs. However, this Mr. Huang is known for his low-profile nature and rarely makes public appearances. This time, he's hosting an exhibition at his own home. Who knows what he's really plotting? Another chimed in, exactly. Mr. Huang avoids social interactions like a reclusive dragon. You might catch a glimpse of its head, but never its tail. Frankly, I've never even seen his face. For him to host an exhibition now, the jade he acquired must be of exceptional quality. After all, he spent a whopping $2.5 million just for that tiny piece. The others nodded in agreement, but Shen Fu couldn't shake the feeling that the jade might just be a smokescreen. More likely, Mr. Huang had ulterior motives for breaking his usual reclusive habits and hosting an exhibition at his own home. No matter what, this exhibition is a private event, and only those with invitations can attend. Shen Fu glanced at the gamblers around the street stalls, including himself. None of them here would ever receive an invitation. But he wasn't angry about it. Expecting to be the best right after entering the industry was beyond even his arrogance. The path forward still had to be taken step by step. So Shen Fu decided to start betting on stones again today. Earlier, he had earned over 300,000, then took a few days off to recharge and study extensively. Today, he was here to put theory into practice. The market was filled with hundreds of shops and stalls of various sizes. Shen Fu took his time, calmly browsing one after another, using his jade soul golden eyes to search for stones ripe for a bargain. A white jade soul indicated the poorest quality emerald. A blue jade soul meant medium quality. A purple jade soul signified superior quality. For now, these were the only colors of jade souls he could discern. There might be even better emeralds out there, but as the saying goes, riches are easily obtained, while fine jade is hard to come by. He simply hadn't encountered any emerald surpassing the purple jade soul yet. After scouring the market all day, Shen Fu managed to find 7 undervalued raw emerald stones marked with blue jade souls. This means there were 7 stones he could potentially snag at bargain prices, 4 from street vendors and 3 from jade shops. The shopkeepers had miscalculated the stones' values, so Shen Fu purchased these overlooked stones for 30,000, 65,000, 48,000, 28,000, 32,000, 39,000, and a flat 50,000 yuan respectively. This time, he played it even smarter. Instead of cutting the stones on the spot, he discreetly loaded them into his car and took them home. He invested in a portable angle grinder specifically for stone polishing. While stone cutting requires genuine skill, polishing needs no technical expertise. Anyone could do it. Shen Fu personally removed the outer shells of all 7 jadeite rough stones himself, ensuring no one could recognize their original provenance. Then he slowly found buyers to offload them in the jadeite market. He went through all this trouble for just 2 words, staying low-key. In this regard, he was exactly like the big boss Huang Jinxiong, who was about to hold an exhibition. Otherwise, if he kept cutting winning stones every time, soon everyone would know Shen Fu, and that would be troublesome. Shen Fu also had an innate advantage. He wasn't particularly handsome. He had an ordinary appearance, with the typical build of a middle-aged man and no sense of style, so unremarkable that no one would give him a second glance in a crowd. Being ordinary was actually fantastic news for Shen Fu, who wanted to keep a low profile. Handsome looks? What's the damn use of being handsome? A man speaks through his strength. And where does strength come from? Fat stacks of cash, of course. It took Shen Fu 3 days to sell the 7 stones, netting an average profit of 70,000 per piece for a grand total of 490,000. Adding to his original 300,000 yuan, Shen Fu now had roughly 900,000 in cash on hand, and this was only his first week in Legay City. Yet Shen Fu wasn't particularly elated. As the saying goes, security should never breed complacency. He recognized that while his ability was formidable, it was more sharp than precise. The jade soul's color could only roughly indicate the jadeite's value, not pinpoint an exact figure. Many jadeite rough stones had already been thoroughly studied. Their pricing was more or less established. Jadeite with white jade souls would basically be priced as white grade, while those with blue jade souls would rarely be categorized as white. Shen Fu was well aware that he couldn't rely solely on the Jade Soul Golden Eyes. He needed to diligently study traditional jade identification methods as well. Of course, this only applied to partially cut and open materials. For fully unpeeled rough stones, Shen Fu's Jade Soul Golden Eyes still provided maximum advantage. A fully unpeeled stone, jadeite rough, still completely encased in its outer shell, remained impenetrable to even the most advanced technological instruments. Prices for such materials typically stayed relatively low, making Shen Fu the only person capable of approximating their true value. This single advantage alone allowed him to dominate the entire field of uncut jade speculation. No sooner said than done. The moment he sold 7 pieces of jade and pocketed the 490,000 yuan in cash, he immediately set off to hunt for prey in the market. His prey was undervalued, fully gambled rough stones. Plainly speaking, he was bargain hunting. Up ahead, a particular street stall seemed especially lively, with a crowd of people arguing loudly about something. Intrigued, Shen Fu walked over to take a look and discovered they were examining a piece of raw jadeite. At first glance, this stone appeared to be of excellent quality. Though it was an entirely untested raw material, the vibrant green hue practically leaped out, a strikingly pure and radiant emerald green, breathtakingly beautiful. Shen Fu immediately activated his Jade Soul Golden Eyes, only to unexpectedly discover that this particular piece was practically worthless. It revealed only a pale, white jade soul. How could this be? The Jade Soul Golden Eyes couldn't be wrong, yet the condition of the stone before him defied Shen Fu's understanding. Deciding to bide his time, he chose to quietly listen to what the surrounding crowd had to say. They say, a true gentleman watches chess without speaking, but during jade gambling, no one adhered to such etiquette. Everyone freely voiced their opinions, adamant in their own views, with none willing to concede to another. This is particularly common in Legay City's jade market. If any stall doesn't have people heatedly arguing, it can only mean their business is poor and others would look down on them. Yet Shen Fu never imagined that this utterly ordinary act of spectating would unexpectedly connect him with an influential figure in the jade gambling industry. Chapter 28. The white-haired old man. On this particular day, Shen Fu came across an ordinary jade street stall where many people were examining a stone. The Jade Soul Golden Eyes revealed this stone possessed white jade soul energy, meaning inferior value with poor quality. The crowd present didn't see it that way. They argued till their faces turned red, debating whether this stone was worth 300,000 or 500,000. This was the price only blue Jade Soul jade could command. Shen Fu found it hard to believe. Were these people all fools? Couldn't they see this jadeite rough was worthless? So Shen Fu deactivated his Jade Soul Golden Eyes and examined the stone with normal vision, finally understanding the reason. It turns out that the skin of this raw jadeite stone is exceptionally beautiful. The entire stone weighs about 6 kilograms, with one side showing a yellow sandy hue while the other half is covered in a vibrant apple green color, indicating that the jadeite inside is practically bursting through its thin outer layer. Someone shone a flashlight on the stone, and the light visibly penetrated the skin, illuminating the jadeite within, proof that this was truly an extraordinary specimen. However, others believe the stone's ultra-thin skin clearly marked it as coming from a new mining pit. The likelihood of high-quality jadeite emerging from new pit stones is relatively low. They feared the surface's striking green might be deceptive, warning the internal jadeite might not match its flawless exterior. Even so, they still estimated the stone to be worth over 300,000. Others believed the stone was worth at least 500,000 RMB, with some even valuing it at 1 million. Shen Fu listened quietly, thinking to himself that they were all wrong. This stone was worthless. The green hue on its surface was highly deceptive, and people mustn't be fooled. Just as everyone was fully absorbed, a pickpocket slipped unnoticed into the crowd. The jade market is full of wealthy individuals, and even those who aren't particularly rich often enjoy wearing jade ornaments as gambling enthusiasts. Thus, pickpockets came sniffing around. Some operated alone, while others worked in teams, But without exception, they all targeted those gamblers engrossed in choosing stones from street vendor stalls. Seasoned jade gamblers were long accustomed to the presence of pickpockets, staying alert and never keeping valuables in obvious places. But Shen Fu, being new and unfamiliar with the situation, was too preoccupied studying that apple green skin stone and fell victim to their schemes. A pickpocket had slipped into the crowd, his sneaky hands stealthily reaching into Shen Fu's coat pocket, about to snatch his wallet at any moment. There wasn't much money in the wallet, but all his identification documents were inside. Losing them would cause real trouble. Shen Fu kept his eyes fixed on the stone, oblivious to the thief beside him. Just as the pickpocket was about to succeed, Shen Fu suddenly heard an angry shout. "Hey, what kind of petty thief is sneaking around here?" Startled, Shen Fu turned to his left and saw a white-haired old man in his 70s glaring furiously toward his right. When he looked right, a young man in his early 20s stood frozen in panic, still clutching Shen Fu's wallet. "Thief!" Shen Fu let out a startled cry and instinctively reached out to grab the thief. The petty thief turned to flee, but how could he escape? Before he knew it, Shen Fu had instinctively used a restraining technique to pin him down firmly, nearly dislocating his arm with the pain, making the thief writhe on the ground, howling in agony. What a bold little thief, daring to steal from me. "I'm sorry, sir. Please spare me, sir. I won't ever dare to do it again, sir. Now you remember to call me, sir." Too late. Seeing that begging was useless, the petty thief decided to play tough and threatened Shen Fu. "Damn it. If you don't let me go, my buddies will make sure you pay for this." Shen Fu roared with defiant laughter. "Ha ha ha. Splendid. Tell them to come. Whatever tricks they've got, this old man will take them all head on." Having said that, Shen Fu immediately prepared to call the police. He was impervious to both threats and pleading. No petty thief could possibly intimidate him. Yet inexplicably, everyone around began urging Shen Fu to let the young man go. Puzzled, Shen demanded an explanation. The crowd offered no clear answer, their expressions uniformly uneasy. They merely muttered that it'd be best to release him, that the boy surely wouldn't dare repeat his mistakes and deserved a chance at redemption. Shen Fu still didn't understand and wondered why these people were so afraid. Could the young man's background truly be that formidable? But these people were cowards. Shen Fu was no coward. He was determined to make sure that young man faced the punishment he deserved. Yet just as he still intended to call the police, he spotted the white-haired elder among the crowd. It was this same white-haired elder who had warned Shen Fu earlier. Now the old man subtly shook his head at him again, as if advising against calling the police. What in the world was going on? Shen Fu wasn't rash by nature, always level-headed. He figured since everyone, especially this seemingly extraordinary white-haired elder, was giving the same advice, he might as well heed their warning this once and wait to see how things unfolded. So Shen Fu released the young man, warning him that if he dared try something like that again, he wouldn't get off so easily. The young man didn't dare linger for even a moment. Dust-covered and humiliated, he scurried away. Shen Fu then dusted himself off and told the onlookers everything was fine, urging everyone to return to their gambling on jadeite. The crowd drifted back to the vendor stalls to resume examining their stones. Shen Fu sought out the white-haired old man to express his gratitude. "Thank you, brother, for speaking up. Otherwise, my wallet would have been stolen." The white-haired old man smiled and told Shen Fu not to mention it. The jade trading market was crowded and chaotic, with thefts happening often. He advised him to be more careful next time. Shen Fu also smiled in agreement, and the two returned to the stall to continue examining the highly controversial piece of raw jade. The white-haired old man seemed particularly interested in the stone. He asked Shen Fu, "Young friend, do you understand jade gambling?" Shen Fu replied, "I know a little." The white-haired old man nodded and asked again, "I think this stone is quite good. If I were to buy it, I'd probably be willing to pay 500,000. Young man, do you think it's a gain or a loss?" Shen Fu didn't want to draw attention, but the white-haired elder had helped him once, and Shen Fu was not an ungrateful person. So Shen Fu lowered his voice to a whisper that only the two of them could hear. "That stone is worth, at most, 100,000. Buying it for more than that would certainly be a loss." The white-haired old man looked slightly surprised upon hearing this and asked Shen Fu, "Oh, Most of this stone's crust shows green, so the jade beneath shouldn't be bad. Why do you say it's only worth 100,000? Shun Fu replied, I can't explain the specifics, but I have my own appraisal method. I advise you not to buy it, brother. Money isn't easy to earn. You could lose your entire investment of hundreds of thousands if you're not careful. The white-haired old man slightly furrowed his brows, lowered his head as if deep in thought, before finally smiling faintly and saying he was willing to trust Shun Fu this once. He would not buy this stone. The old man had kind eyes and gentle brows, spoke with remarkable elegance, and though his attire was simple, it was impeccably neat. Clearly, he was no ordinary 70-year-old man, but one with an unusual background. Just as Shun Fu was thinking this, a voice called out from the stall, Boss, will you sell this stone for 400,000? Everyone turned their heads in unison, knowing full well that something interesting was about to unfold. Chapter 29 Friendship Wager around the stall. Someone made an offer to the owner. Hey boss, will you sell this stone for 400,000? The jadeite rough stone, with its extremely thin crust and over half of it displaying high-grade green, was priced at 450,000 by the stall owner. Now that someone had offered 400,000, the owner straightforwardly announced in a loud voice that if no one bid higher, he would sell the stone for 400,000. These words stirred up another wave of murmurs among the crowd. Shun Fu listened nearby and knew half of these people thought 400,000 was too low. This jadeite rough had to be worth more. Others, however, felt 400,000 was too high, believing the stone was only worth about 300,000. Yet without exception, no one believed the stone was worth merely tens of thousands, let alone less. There were over 20 stone gamblers around the street stall, yet only Shun Fu himself believed this stone was worthless. At that moment, the white-haired elder approached Shun Fu and asked, Young man, do you truly believe this jade is worthless? Shun Fu nodded and replied, Truly so. The white-haired elder pressed further, But young man, you don't seem to have been involved in stone gambling for long, do you? At the very least, it's clear you're unaware of the frequent pickpockets in the jade market. You must have only recently arrived in Legay City, am I right? Shun Fu smiled and said, That's right. I'm fairly new to jade gambling, but elder brother, trust me this once, don't buy this stone. The old man also smiled, but his eyes gleamed sharply, as if deliberately testing Shun Fu. The old man said, Even so, if this stone turns out to be worth $1 million and I miss the chance to buy it, wouldn't I be losing out on tens of thousands in profit? Can you take responsibility for that loss? Shun Fu immediately realized this old man must be someone of importance. If not a major business tycoon, then certainly some unknown magnate. To navigate the business world successfully, building a vast network was essential. Shun Fu recognized this as a golden opportunity not to be missed. Thus, Shun Fu decided to take a gamble and said to the old man, Since you see it that way, allow me to be bold for once. Dare to make a bet with me, brother? The old man raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, what sort of bet? Shun Fu pointed to the jade raw stone and said, Let's bet on the value of this stone. I say it's worth at most 100,000. Big brother, how much do you think it's worth? The white-haired old man pondered for a moment, then stretched out his hand to gesture the number 5, meaning 500,000. Shun Fu then declared, Good. If this stone turns out to be worth more than 500,000 when cut open, I'll compensate you for whatever amount exceeds it. That way, I'll make up for the loss caused by my advice against buying it. How about that? Fair enough. The white-haired old man burst into laughter upon hearing this, exclaiming how amusing it was. And he didn't want to take advantage of Shun Fu. So he said very generously, No problem. Since you've said so, brother, I can't take advantage of you either. How about this? If the value of this stone falls below 500,000, it means I lose money, right? In that case, it will be helping me save money. So whatever amount is saved, I'll pay you that sum as our betting stake. How about that? Shun Fu actually didn't care much about this money. If he could truly befriend an industry heavyweight, that connection would be far more valuable than a few 100,000. Let's forget about the money, because I know I'll surely win. Here's the deal. If I correctly estimate the value of this stone, big brother, you won't owe me a single cent, but we'll have to become friends. The old man grew even more curious, and asked Xin Fu if that was truly his only condition. Could it be that he didn't need money at all? Xin Fu replied, "Of course I need money, but there's a saying, gold is easy to come by, but true friendship is hard to find. Today, I, Xin Fu, simply wish to make a friend. It all depends on whether you, big brother, think me worthy." The old man laughed and said, "Young brother, you're giving me too much credit. I'm just an ordinary man, neither wealthy nor noble. What advantage could there possibly be in befriending me?" Xin Fu replied, "Who says making friends must come with benefits? Only the weak need to form cliques. I, Xin Fu, stand firm between heaven and earth. When I say friends, I mean pure friendship. Big brother, you saying that somewhat underestimates me." The old man laughed heartily. "Ha ha, then it seems I was in the wrong. My apologies, my apologies. Very well, let's do as you say. If this jadeite rough stone turns out exactly as you predicted, young friend, we shall be friends from this day forward." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a young stone gambler, who'd overheard the entire exchange, let out a scornful laugh, mocking Xin Fu for his inevitable loss. "Oh, and what does this gentleman mean by that?" The young man sneered again, but didn't answer, as though the explanation should have been obvious. Xin Fu grew irritated and pressed him again, to which the man finally replied with undisguised disdain, "How could this stone possibly be worth just 100,000? If you don't know what you're talking about, keep your mouth shut, unless you want to become a laughingstock." This only angered Xin Fu further. "Well then, sir, would you care to place a wager with me?" The kid said, "No way, I don't make friends with idiots." Xin Fu suppressed his anger and said, "Then let's bet on money. If this stone is worth more than 100,000 after being cut, I'll pay you the difference. But if it's less than 100,000, you won't owe me anything. Just kneel down and apologize." The guy couldn't help but be tempted when he heard this. "Really? You're just giving money away to me? Huh? Well, I won't hold back, and don't you dare change your mind. If you're even a single cent short, I won't let you off the hook. Don't worry, you won't be shortchanged a single penny. I don't believe you, unless you write me an IOU, or at least record your promise." Fine. The two recorded their agreement as proof, with a white-haired old man watching from behind. To be honest, he felt somewhat worried, but also extremely curious, wondering why Xin Fu could be so confident. What people didn't realize was that this seemingly unremarkable white-haired old man, whom nobody here recognized, actually had quite an extraordinary true identity. As mentioned earlier, next week would see the private jade exhibition of the big boss Huang Jinxiong. Though Huang kept a low profile in his affairs, his fame was nevertheless universally known. Yet few could claim to know much about Huang's family circumstances, such as which relatives he had. This white-haired elder happened to be a heavyweight relative of Boss Huang. It turned out Boss Huang was his son-in-law, making him Boss Huang's father-in-law. This man's surname was Ma, given name Qingfei. He used to be in the import-export business before taking in a live-in son-in-law, none other than the great boss Huang Jinxiong. This boss Huang is exceptionally skilled in business with some unique insights into jadeite. Combined with the backing of his father-in-law, Old Master Ma, he gradually rose to become the industry leader in the jadeite trade over 2 decades. Old Master Ma had long retired. Although his appraisal skills were modest and his stone gambling ventures often ended in failure, money was no object to him. Gambling on stones was purely for amusement. Winning or losing meant nothing. Today, Old Master Ma encountered Xin Fu and found this fellow quite intriguing. If everything Xin Fu said turned out to be true, Old Master Ma decided he would like to befriend him properly. It would surely yield great benefits. Everything now depended on the stone-cutting results. Chapter 30. Unique insight. The stall owner's skilled hands quickly finished cutting the stone. The crowd surged forward to inspect, but as soon as they saw the stone's cross-section, everyone gasped in shock. The cut surface looked terrible. While the base appeared decent, it contained almost no green. When opened, it revealed an earth-gray interior utterly worthless in value. One man cursed, "Fuck, just skin-deep green." Another chimed in, "Damn right, what rotten luck." This was Xin Fu's first encounter with such jadeite raw stone. The so-called skin green refers to a type of jadeite rough where all the vivid green coloration is concentrated in the outer shell layer, while the interior contains little to no green. Though not common, such stones do occasionally appear. Their mesmerizing green spread across the surface makes them highly deceptive during appraisal. Even experienced experts can be fooled. This was precisely the case here. Though the gathering consisted of seasoned jade gamblers, every one of them fell for the illusion of this skin-green jadeite rough. Everyone had estimated the stone to be worth at least 300,000 yuan. Now that it's been cut open, the stone would be lucky to fetch 3,000 yuan at best. Fortunately, most people only guessed wrong. The real misfortune fell on the person who spent 400,000 on this stone. That buyer was also a middle-aged man with a bit of money to his name, somewhat well known in these parts. 400,000 wouldn't bankrupt him, but it was no small sum either. The stone turned out to be utterly worthless, meaning he just flushed 400,000 down the drain, losing half his life's savings in one go. After repeatedly confirming the state of the stone, he clutched his chest and slowly collapsed. Perhaps a heart attack had struck him. Luckily not, because the next second he began cursing wildly at the heavens, the earth, his ancestors 18 generations back, at the stone seller, and even the onlookers gawking around him. No one bothered to argue with him. After all, he just lost 400,000, so a bit of venting was only fair. In fact, considering he still had the energy to curse instead of spurting blood from sheer rage, it might even count as good news. Just as the man was hurling abuses, Shun Fu exchanged a glance with the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man wore a solemn expression, for had Shun Fu not warned him earlier, he would have likely intervened to claim the stone for 500,000 yuan. In that case, it would have been a loss of 500,000 for him. Of course, as Huang Jinxiong's father-in-law, and with his own business ventures, old man Ma wouldn't have minded such a trivial sum. This matter concerned his pride. He always lost money gambling on stones, but fortunately, no one recognized his true identity. But he knew it was shameful and secretly hoped to win every stone gamble. If it weren't for Shun Fu this time, old Master Ma would have suffered 7 consecutive losses, enough to keep him furious for days afterward. Thus, with solemn expression, old Master Ma sized up Shun Fu and conceived an idea. This man clearly masters jade appraisal. Why not seek his guidance? So old Master Ma addressed Shun Fu. Young friend, you spoke true. This stone is worthless. This old man concedes defeat with genuine admiration. Shun Fu offered a faint smile and politely dismissed old man Ma's praise. Not at all, just a stroke of good luck. Old man Ma continued, but there's one thing I don't understand. How did you know this stone was worthless? He relied on his jade soul golden eyes to evaluate raw jade stones, but this method had to be kept secret, no revelation possible. So he lied, saying, I've seen plenty of this kind of skin-deep green stone before, knowing it just comes naturally. No special trick to it, really. Old Master Mao, with his wealth of experience reading people, guessed that Shun Fu wasn't telling the whole truth. There must be some unspeakable difficulty troubling him. So he laughed and said, Ha ha, a true master never shows his hand, and he who shows his hand is no true master. Since my friend here isn't willing to explain, this old man won't pry further. Speaking of which, is our bet from earlier still valid? I absolutely must befriend someone like you. Shun Fu laughed and said, Of course, today I, Shun Fu, am here solely to make friends. Brother, you look so transcendent and refined. You're surely no ordinary man. I don't want money or fame. All I want is to be your friend. Brother. Old man Ma narrowed his eyes, studying Shun Fu carefully. He noticed Shun Fu's gaze was direct and ardent. There wasn't a trace of deception in it. Moreover, Shun Fu genuinely didn't know who he was, so it's impossible he came with ulterior motives. Old Master Ma, now in his 70s, was surrounded by subordinates, but had very few real friends. Today, getting to know Shun Fu, especially discovering he was an unassuming yet masterful jade appraiser, filled the old man with unexpected joy and satisfaction. The same went for Shun Fu. Except his approach to old Master Ma carried a touch of calculation. He'd deliberately drawn close, sensing the old man's influential connections. As for who old man Ma really is, Shun Fu still doesn't know. He decided to ask later. Right now, he had something else to do, and that was to settle another bet. But upon closer inspection, the guy who had made the bet with Shun Fu earlier had already vanished. There was no sign of him in the crowd. Strange, Where'd that guy go? Someone told Shen Fu that the guy had bolted the moment the stone was cut. Shen Fu cursed under his breath. Damn it, he got away fast. Better hope I don't run into him again. Old Man Ma came over to comfort Shen Fu, saying it didn't matter. In the jade industry, people who couldn't accept losses after gambling would be finished once they lost their reputation, as no one would do business with them anymore. But who would remember that guy after today? Don't worry, we jade traders aren't that forgetful. This incident will spread throughout Legay City soon enough. That guy will become a public enemy everyone wants to chase away. You can rest assured, young friend. Only then did Shen Fu feel satisfied. He and Old Man Ma left the crowd. Normally, they should have parted ways here, but the old man had become intensely curious about Shen Fu after the earlier incident. Earlier, Shen Fu had discerned the true value of that jadeite rough stone, but hadn't revealed how he did it. Old Man Ma wanted to figure things out for himself, so he made an excuse about having another gambling session and asked if Shen Fu would like to tag along for some fun. Shen Fu initially wanted to refuse, but Old Man Ma insisted repeatedly, saying he hoped Shen Fu could come and lend a hand. At his age, he couldn't afford to lose money. Shen Fu had no choice but to agree, and then he went with Old Man Ma to another gambling den. This place was also a makeshift stall, slightly larger than the last one, and with even more people crowding around. The stall displayed over 30 stones, including fully opaque rough jades, semi-transparent half-cut stones, and several polished open-section specimens. Each stone was clearly tagged for customers to freely examine. Whether profits could be reaped depended entirely on one's judgment. Old Man Ma intended to test Shen Fu's worthiness as an associate. He casually picked a completely unopened rough stone priced at 100,000 yuan. Young friend, tell me, does this raw material justify its 100,000 price tag? Shen Fu decided to help Old Man Ma once more and activated his jade soul golden eyes. To his surprise, this so-called fully gambled jadeite rough stone actually contained no jade essence at all. It was merely an ordinary rock. Yet none of the surrounding crowd seemed to notice this fact, still believing the stone to be immensely valuable. So Shen Fu whispered, "This piece isn't jadeite at all, old friend. Don't let them fool you." Old Man Ma looked somewhat puzzled. In his eyes, the texture of this material was actually quite decent. Even if it wasn't worth 100,000, how could it not be jadeite at all? Did Shen Fu truly understand appraisal? Oh, I think the outer skin of this material looks quite good, with plenty of green pine flower spots too. You're actually claiming it's not a rough jadeite stone? Old Man Ma said. That's just my opinion, replied Shen Fu. After pondering for a moment, Old Man Ma decided to trust Shen Fu's judgment. But he wasn't completely convinced either. Old Man Ma needed to continue testing until he could fully trust Shen Fu. Chapter 31. Repeated tests at this street stall. Old Man Ma was determined to uncover Shen Fu's true capabilities. He carefully examined all the stones before selecting what he believed to be the most valuable piece of jadeite. Priced at 500,000, this semi-exposed jadeite rough weighed 13.5 kilograms. Labeled as Pokken stone with gray-white skin, its cross-section showed promising features, white fog encircling the edges and green at the center. However, the uneven coloration of the green meant the price had to be discounted accordingly. Looking at the base and transparency again, this piece should have a waxy base with clarity between level 1 and 2. Considering its weight, the price of 500,000 is quite reasonable. Based on his jade appraisal skills, Old Man Ma estimates the true value of this piece should be between 300 to 500,000. But if the interior conditions are better, it could potentially fetch over 600,000. Friend, what do you think about this 500,000 piece? Shen Fu wasn't foolish. When Old Man Ma questioned him about two pieces consecutively, he clearly understood what this meant. You're just trying to test me, aren't you? I helped you twice just now to repay your kindness in catching thieves for me, but my expertise in stone gambling must absolutely not be revealed. Even if you're an important person, I can't tell you about my jade soul golden eyes. In Shen Fu's eyes, this $50,000 rough stone only contained white jade soul, indicating it was worthless. But Shen Fu deliberately said, "This piece isn't bad, probably worth about $1 million. Though I can't guarantee it, I can say spending 50,000 on it won't result in a loss. Old Master Ma narrowed his eyes, but failed to notice Shun Fu's deliberate deception. He slowly took out his wallet, then pulled out a bank card from it, signaling his intention to pay for the stones by card. His implication was, if you're lying to me, how could you bear to watch me lose money? If you haven't deceived me, I'll make a clean profit of several hundred thousand. Either way, I can't lose. Old Man Ma began by haggling over the first piece of material priced at 100,000. Boss, will you sell this material for 10,000? The moment the boss heard this, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. You're offering 10,000 for a rock priced at 100 grand? Old man, you must really be looking down on me, huh? Or are you simply clueless about stone gambling? Old Man Ma wasn't angry at all. With a slight smile, he said, then I'll add another 10,000, 20,000 for this stone. May I ask if you're willing to sell or not? The boss frowned in irritation and said, go on, get out of here. Don't mess around. I won't sell my materials at such a low price. Old Man Ma, with his years of business experience, had a sharp understanding of merchant psychology. Merchants are profit-driven. As long as the price is right, anything can be bought and sold. Today, Old Man Ma was determined to buy those 2 batches of material to verify Shun Fu's abilities. So he pointed at the batch priced at 500,000 again, saying he wanted both. Would the boss sell them bundled for 500,000? The street vendor was genuinely tempted, hesitating for a moment. Just then, Shun Fu pulled Old Man Ma aside and urged him not to act rashly. But didn't you say this second stone might be valuable, brother? I can't guarantee it either, so please don't act recklessly, elder brother. At that moment, the street vendor jumped in first, saying 500 grand for the lot is no problem, but it must be paid in cash. In the gemstone gambling industry, there's an unspoken rule. Once one party makes an offer and the other accepts it, the deal must be honored. Otherwise, the refusing party loses all credibility. Old Man Ma would have to pay this $500,000 now, even if he regretted it. But out of nowhere, someone suddenly shouted, hold on, I'll offer 550,000 for both pieces. I'm cutting in. Everyone turned to look. It was a nobody, someone nobody recognized. But Shun Fu's sharp eyes immediately noticed that this person had been near that street stall earlier. Could he have followed them all this way? Shun Fu guessed right. This man had been following him and Old Master Ma ever since witnessing Shun Fu's remarkable skills earlier. Intent on eavesdropping, he overheard everything Shun Fu said, including how the first stone was worthless while the second was worth $1 million. Normally, you wouldn't trust a stranger, but seeing Old Man Ma instantly produce the cash eliminated all his doubts. So he stepped in to intercept, determined by any means necessary to snatch away that $1 million stone. The stall owner was naturally happy. After all, he just made an extra 50 grand. Old Man Ma was also quite pleased since this way he wouldn't have to take a loss. I can let you have this stone, but I have one condition. What condition? You must cut it right here on the spot. If you agree to that, I won't compete with you for it. How about it? The man's eyes darted around shrewdly before he agreed to Old Man Ma's proposal. Then came the swift sequence of pulling out cash, settling the payment, and issuing the receipt, all in one smooth motion. After that arrived the moment everyone had been eagerly awaiting, the stone cutting. To be perfectly honest, about half of the dozens of onlookers present believed both stones were valuable, with a third convinced the second stone was definitely worth a fortune. As for the rest, even if they didn't think much of these stones, they absolutely refused to believe the first one was completely worthless. But when the stall owner cut the stone, everyone was given a resounding slap in the face, because the first stone turned out to be utterly worthless. There wasn't even a trace of jade inside. The stall owner himself was dumbfounded, wondering how this could have happened. When he sourced the goods, he had carefully inspected every single stone. How could there still be such shoddy imposters among them? As for the second stone, half the crowd believed it was worth over 500,000, while the other half weren't as optimistic, but still estimated its value at around 300,000 to 400,000. This stone was being processed using the rubbing method, slowly peeling away the outer layer bit by bit. After removing all the shell, everyone was dumbfounded once again. How could this piece of material be worth 500,000? Forget 500,000. It wasn't even worth 300,000. Beneath the crust, the jade flesh displayed an unpleasant shade of green with a murky, opaque base, utterly different from the flawless cross-section, revealing nothing but hidden flaws throughout. The original owner of this stone was truly lucky to have made the first cut at its most perfect spot. Like gilded sewage would conceal beneath jade veneer, the deeper into the stone, the worse its quality became. Completely unsuitable for bracelets or rings, it could only serve as stump material, salvageable only if carved into decorative pieces by master artisans. In short, while one of the two raw stones was completely worthless, the other was worth no more than 100,000 yuan. Yet, the man had spent 550,000 to buy them, resulting in a net loss of over 400,000 yuan. His eyes burned red with disbelief, unable to fathom the scene before him. Yet there it was, undeniable truth. Impossible, absolutely impossible. There must be some mistake. The bystanders mocked. What mistake could there be? You've only yourself to blame for snatching someone else's stone. Don't you know that's bad karma in this trade? I'd say you totally deserve this. Those words, "you deserve it," set the tragic tone for this man's fate. No one would sympathize with someone who steals another's raw jade. If he'd profited, that would be one thing. But facing losses meant becoming the butt of everyone's mockery and scorn. Thanks to this unlucky fool, Old Man Ma managed to limit his losses to just over 400,000. Yet Old Man Ma wasn't particularly pleased. He believed Shun Fu to be some transcendent master of jade appraisal with infallible accuracy, only to discover this wasn't the case at all. Little did they know, Shun Fu was doing it on purpose. He saw through Old Man Ma's trick and deliberately made mistakes to avoid revealing his true skills. But Old Man Ma believed that getting 2 out of 3 right was already impressive, and this friend was worth befriending. Shun Fu also felt that Old Man Ma was at least a wealthy man and worth befriending. After leaving the jade market, the two found a tea house to rest and have some tea. When Shun Fu asked about Old Man Ma's identity, the old man didn't answer immediately, but instead played coy. "I can't tell you right now, but you'll know in a few days. My surname is Ma. Just call me Lao Ma." "Understood, Brother Ma." Speaking of which, you must have heard about the upcoming Jade exhibition hosted by the big boss Huang Jinxiong in a few days, right? "Yes, I've heard about it. If you're curious about my identity, young friend, you might want to check out that exhibition. You might just figure it out then." Shun Fu was taken aback. Wasn't this exhibition supposed to be private? Only invited guests could attend. Could this elder brother possibly be an invitee too? "Brother, you couldn't possibly be an invited guest, could you?" Old Master Ma smiled slightly, indicating that Shun Fu would find out in due time. Then his phone rang, as if there was something he needed to attend to. "Don't worry, little brother. When it comes to the exhibition, just show up and give your name. They'll let you in without needing any invitation." "Really? Little brother, don't you trust me? I thought we were already friends." With things put this way, Shun Fu had no choice but to believe him. Old Master Ma chuckled and said he had to leave now to take care of some business. Shun Fu nodded, and the two parted ways at the tea house. Later, when Shun Fu returned home, he was still preoccupied with the matter of Elder Ma from that day. At first, Shun Fu suspected that he might actually be Huang Jinxiong, using Elder Ma as an alias, but after searching online, he found that wasn't the case. This Elder Ma carries himself with remarkable presence. Who exactly is he? Shun Fu was puzzled, but thankfully the exhibition was approaching, and all would soon be revealed. Chapter 32. No entry permitted. A few days later, the private exhibition hosted by the big boss Huang Jinxiong began as scheduled. The official start time was 10 a.m., but Shun Fu left home at 9. Huang Jinxiong's mansion was located in the outskirts of Legay City, about a 30-minute drive away. His car was the most ordinary Volkswagen Jetta, rented for just 1,200 yuan a month. At first, while driving through the city, nothing unusual happened. Though the car was cheap, it ran without any issues. But as he got closer to the Huang family mansion, unexpected problems began to arise. Luxury cars became increasingly numerous along the way. Mercedes, BMWs, and Audis were commonplace, while Porsches, Jaguars, and Maseratis also made frequent appearances. This area, as it turned out, was a well-known enclave for the wealthy. Nestled amidst picturesque mountains and clear waters, many tycoons had built their mansions here. However, not all these luxury car owners resided locally. They had gathered in droves for a singular reason. They were invited guests attending Huang Jianxiong's exclusive private exhibition. Especially on the last stretch of the journey, after turning off the national highway, Shen Fu encountered nothing but luxury cars on the winding mountain road, even the humblest among them being a BMW 5 Series. Shen Fu felt slightly uneasy. It wasn't that driving a Jetta embarrassed him, but rather he feared today's trip might prove fruitless. Clearly, this private exhibition was only for the wealthy elite. Every attendee probably had assets in the tens of millions. With just over 90 yuan in cash on hand, Shen Fu remained far from being considered wealthy. To be honest, he worried he might not even make it past the Huang family's gates today. But since Big Brother Ma had guaranteed there'd be no issues, and one shouldn't distrust those they employ, Shen Fu kept driving up the mountain. The Huang family estate stood at the very summit. The estate doesn't cover a large area, but being the sole property occupying the entire hillside, its grandeur is absolutely unparalleled. Rumored to cost $500,000 per square meter, the monthly expenses for maids, gardeners, chefs, and such easily surpass tens of thousands, not to mention the private security team safeguarding the property. This seems only natural. Huang Jinxiong is a titan in the jade industry. While not quite monopolistic, his annual earnings range from hundreds of millions to billions. Moreover, with his passion for collecting jade treasures from around the world housed within these walls, without a security detail, the place would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention from thieves. Moreover, during events, these security teams could also be responsible for maintaining safety at the venue. Rich people sure have their whims, Shen Fu mused. Once he made money in the future, he would definitely build a mansion even more impressive than the Huang family's estate. Soon, the car turned a corner and reached the mountaintop. This was the entrance to the Huang family mansion. The entire estate, including its courtyards, spanned 600 square meters, making the total price close to 300 million. At second glance, that price didn't seem so outrageous. But if a person earned $3,000 a month, it would take them a whopping 8,300 years to make 300 million. Now, that was an astronomical figure. The car in front of Shen Fu was a luxurious Mercedes-Benz worth over 2 million. As the owner passed through the gate, he handed up an invitation letter. The gate guard inspected carefully, then saluted the car owner before allowing the big one to enter. Next up was Shen Fu. He drove forward in his Jetta, and the guard took one look, completely dumbfounded, thinking, who the hell still drives a Jetta these days? What kind of occasion is this today, where a guest dares to drive such a shabby Jetta worth only a few $1,000s? However, those who manage to become security guards in Huang Jinxiong's household are all shrewd individuals. All those invited to today's exhibition are extremely wealthy individuals, and such people often have eccentric tastes. What if some happen to have a particular fondness for Jettas? Many tycoons were poor during their youth, and as they age, they enjoy reminiscing about past hardships. Never underestimate anyone. Offending these tycoons could mean losing your livelihood in an instant. So, the guard still treated Shen Fu with respect and didn't look down on him just because he drove a Jetta. "Sir, could you please show your invitation? Thank you for your cooperation." Shen Fu didn't have any invitation. He could only follow what Big Brother Ma had told him and give his name. "I don't have an invitation, but my name is Shen Fu. A friend of mine said that just by giving my name, you'd let me in." "What?" The guard was stunned, having never heard of such a thing before. "Sir, please don't joke with me. Today is Mr. Huang's private exhibition. By Mr. Huang's order, only those with invitations are allowed to attend. All others are strictly prohibited." "I understand, but my friend said..." "I'm sorry. Unless your friend is Mr. Huang himself, I can't let you in. Moreover, we security guards haven't received any special instructions to make exceptions for anyone. Sir, please present your invitation." Shen Fu scratched his head, clearly troubled. "I don't have an invitation." The guard's expression darkened instantly. Seeing that Shen Fu lacked an invitation and was driving a beat-up Jetta, the guard concluded he was just some shameless lunatic trying to sneak into the expo with a made-up excuse. With a Cadillac honking impatiently behind them, the guard lost all patience and ordered Shin Fu to leave immediately. "Sir, please leave. We don't admit anyone without invitations." But Brother Ma said, "Sorry, we've never heard of such arrangements or any Brother Ma. Get lost now while I'm still asking nicely. To be honest, even if you wanted to sneak in, at least you should have rented a decent car. Driving this worn-out Jetta is just asking to be laughed at. Do you really think so little of our Huang family?" The car owners behind grew impatient and kept honking. Shin Fu was anxious too, but he trusted Brother Ma and refused to back down. "Get your security captain over here, or anyone in charge. I need to speak with them." Seeing Shin Fu's defiance, the guard also lost his temper. "Hey, you there, can't you understand civil words? Do I need to curse you out before you'll scram? My friend wouldn't lie to me. You must have made some mistake. Stop spouting nonsense." "Which friend? Do I know them?" "Don't tell me Boss Wong is your friend, or I'll have to suggest you get your head checked at the hospital. Anyway, get lost already. Stop blocking the way for others." Shin Fu wasn't being entirely unreasonable. He simply wanted to meet the security captain. But no matter what, the guard absolutely refused. As the two stood their ground in the stalemate, the Cadillac owner behind them finally lost his temper completely. Think about it. Who among those attending the exhibition today wasn't some big boss? And which of them didn't have a temper? The furious owner stormed out of his car and strode over, delivering a series of vicious kicks to Shin Fu's door while screaming, "Fucking idiot, what the hell are you doing? Move your goddamn car. Do you know who you're messing with? Get the hell out of my way right now." Since Shin Fu was driving a Jetta, the Cadillac owner immediately pegged him as some broke nobody and didn't hold back, not only hurling vicious insults but also kicking the car furiously. Eventually, the man even reached through the window, attempting to slap Shin Fu across the face, finally igniting his rage. If that security guard was just doing his job, what kind of justification did this driver have for assaulting people at will? Shin Futsai wasn't about to let slide. After dodging that slap, he instantly countered with a punch straight to the car owner's nose. The man's nose bridge was nearly broken, blood splattering everywhere as he howled in agony, clutching his face. "Damn it, ouch, you bastard, just wait." Ag. Shin Fu stepped out of the car, glaring fiercely at the man without a trace of fear. However, this was after all the Huang family's territory, and China is a society governed by law, which wouldn't allow anyone to act recklessly. The commotion had already erupted, and the guards promptly arrived upon hearing the news, swiftly apprehending Shin Fu. Chapter 33. The captain of the guard at the main gate of the Huang family mansion. A disturbance broke out because of Shin Fu. He had beaten up a big-time jade merchant. Thankfully, the man's nose wasn't broken, but blood streamed down his face from the excruciating pain. The merchant lay on the ground, hurling curses at Shin Fu. Yet Shin Fu stood firm, unflinching and undaunted, radiating an imposing aura. But today is the grand occasion of Huang Jinxiong's private exhibition. Who does the Huang family think Shin Fu is? How dare he cause trouble here? The guards immediately sprang into action, rushing to the main entrance in record time. A man who appeared to be the captain demanded, "What's going on here?" The guard in charge of checking invitations reported, "Captain, this man is the one causing trouble." And with that, he pointed directly at Shin Fu. Today, Shin Fu wore very ordinary clothes, with his entire outfit costing less than 200 yuan, nowhere near comparable to those wealthy individuals who casually dressed in luxury brands. Seeing Shin Fu looking so shabby, the security captain concluded he was here to cause trouble and immediately barked an order. "Someone, arrest this troublemaker." "Yes, sir." The captain's subordinates, all young and strong men numbering over a dozen, instantly swarmed forward to apprehend Shin Fu. Shin Fu hadn't grown up eating vegetarian meals. In his youth, he practiced Sanda. Though his skills weren't what they used to be with age, he wasn't about to surrender without a fight. He first restrained one charging guard, then evaded strikes from two others, his nimble maneuvers through the crowd displaying remarkable grace. Yet fists prove feeble against many hands. Outnumbered by guards who swiftly encircled him, Shin Fu found escape impossible and was ultimately subdued. Old man still got some fight in him. The guard captain showed begrudging respect, opting against brutality. He simply ordered his men to restrain Shun Fu for questioning. I ask you, why did you come to my Huang family to stir up trouble today? Though restrained, Shun Fu's boldness remained undiminished. He threw his head back with a loud laugh and said, "Ridiculous. Clearly, I was invited here. Today, I came to attend the Jade Appreciation Exhibition. It was your men who stopped me from entering. Moreover, it was clearly the Cadillac owner who struck first. I merely acted in self-defense. What wrongdoing is there in that?" The security chief questioned the bystanders and confirmed that Shun Fu's account was accurate. All right, even if they threw the first punch, you don't have an invitation. How can you claim you were invited here? I may not have an invitation, but one of my friends said I could enter just by giving my name. I don't think he was lying. Someone on your end must have made a mistake. The security captain froze momentarily upon hearing this, his expression instantly tense, his words stumbling. Pointing at Shun Fu, he stammered, "Why you? Don't tell me your name is Shun Fu." Shun Fu nodded and said, "Exactly." The squad leader turned pale with shock, nearly wetting his pants. "So you're Mr. Shun? Hurry. Release him at once." The security captain ordered his men to let the man go. His subordinates complied obediently, though their expressions were equally panicked. Shun Fu couldn't understand why these people's attitudes had done a complete 180-degree turn. But what puzzled him even more was the gatekeeper guard. The guard wondered to himself, why had the captain suddenly become so frightened? Who cares if this old man is called Shun Fu? He'd never heard Boss Huang mention any relative by that name. "Captain, why?" Before the words could fully leave his lips, the security captain swung backhanded and struck him across the face. "Damn it, how could you be so disobedient? Didn't I give the order that if you encounter a distinguished guest named Shun Fu, you must let him in even if he doesn't have an invitation?" The gate guard was dumbfounded, thinking to himself that no such thing could be true. Just then, the other guards suddenly remembered. The gate guard had taken leave yesterday and missed the captain's announcement of this very order. And everyone had forgotten to inform him, which led to today's absurd misunderstanding. Now, everything had been cleared up. The guard captain immediately removed his hat and bowed to Shun Fu in apology. "1,000 apologies, Mr. Shun. My failure to discipline my subordinates properly has delayed your time. I sincerely apologize on behalf of the entire Huang family security team. It's fine. No, I'm truly deeply sorry. Please forgive my incompetence." All right, I forgive you." "Thank you, Mr. Shun." The other guards quickly followed suit, except for the gatekeeper who had already been slapped, yet he still hadn't grasped what was really happening. The guard captain roared angrily, "You fool, hurry up and apologize to Mr. Shun." The guard asked in confusion, "Why? Didn't he fail to show an invitation?" Boss Huang gave strict orders that no one without an invitation was to be let in. "I was just following orders." The security team captain didn't waste a word, kicking out instantly to send the junior guard sprawling on the ground. "You fucking idiot. Boss Huang may have given orders, but our Elder Ma has issued commands too. Even Boss Huang has to listen to Elder Ma. What the fuck are you arguing about here?" "But, fuck your mother," still talking back. "If you want to lose your job, fine, but don't drag the rest of us brothers down with you." Then the security captain called 2 subordinates to take the guard away before he could spout any more nonsense. As for that beaten Cadillac owner, he initially wanted to come over and demand an explanation. But upon hearing this matter involved old Master Ma and that Shun Fu, the one who hit him, actually knew such a prominent figure, he instantly backed down. "Mr. Shun, my apologies. I acted a bit impulsively just now." Shun Fujiu thought, how does Big Brother Ma carry so much weight? Even this guy who got beaten is suddenly so polite. Strange, truly strange. Extraordinarily strange. The security captain must have known Big Brother Ma's identity. After things calmed down and the onlookers dispersed, Shun Fu specifically approached the captain to ask, "Captain, do you know who Big Brother Ma is?" The captain looked astonished once again upon hearing this. "What? You don't know who Elder Ma is?" "No, who is he?" "He's our boss Huang's father-in-law. Come to think of it, this estate originally belonged to him. It was later given to Boss Huang as part of his daughter's dowry, hence renamed the Huang family estate. Didn't you know this?" Shun Fu shrugged and didn't answer the question. He pondered, So Brother Ma's background was this impressive. Although he had guessed this person was someone important, he never expected them to be such a major figure. Thanks entirely to Brother Ma's connections, Shun Fu was able to smoothly enter the Huang family mansion to attend the exhibition. The courtyard of the mansion was packed with all kinds of luxury cars. Indeed, today's attendees were all tycoons and big bosses. Shun Fu originally intended to approach each one to greet them and get somewhat acquainted with these wealthy individuals. But then it occurred to him that doing so would be equivalent to groveling to them, which would be rather undignified. Truly impressive people wait for others to seek their favor. Even if he went over to greet them now, they'd most likely ignore him anyway. So Shun Fu decided to hold his position, observe the situation first, and then formulate his next move. There were still 15 minutes left before the exhibition began, and most attendees had already arrived. Shun Fu waited patiently in a corner of the hall, curious to see what spectacle this exhibition would bring today. Chapter 34. The exhibition begins at exactly 10 o'clock. The exhibition commenced. As the host, Huang Jinxiong personally took the stage to oversee the event. Shun Fu observed everything calmly from his position in the furthest corner. This titan of the jade industry appeared to be a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit with oiled hair, every detail carefully arranged. His family members had already withdrawn beforehand and were no longer present at the residence. So today, aside from various guests, only the Huang family staff were present in the mansion. They were responsible for maintaining security and order on site, as well as providing drinks and food for everyone. It was Shun Fu's first time attending a private exhibition, and he had to admit it was downright lavish. The Huang family mansion was truly luxurious. Indeed, real wealth can't be faked, as it reveals itself in meticulous details everywhere. Yet Huang Jinxiong showed no sign of showing off. Listening to his speech, he seemed to be a sincere and down-to-earth man. After taking the stage, he only spoke a few courteous words, like thanking everyone for taking time out of their busy schedules to attend and expressing his immense gratitude. Then he immediately announced the official start of the exhibition, kicking things off with the main event right away. That piece of glass-type jade material worth 25 million renminbi was promptly ordered by Boss Huang to be brought up by his subordinates. Everyone was astonished, wondering why Boss Huang would play his trump card right from the start. Yet they were also thrilled, as seeing this very piece of material was precisely why they'd come to attend this exhibition. It was a translucent glass-type jade with floating green floral patterns, the finest variety of jadeite currently available, not something one could buy just with money. Glass-type jade is extremely rare because jade is a non-renewable resource. Every piece of premium jade mined means one less in the earth. After over a century of mining, the primary old pit sources producing glass-type jade have been exhausted, making newly discovered pieces exceptionally scarce. Even when available, ordinary people would need special connections to acquire such pieces. This particular glass-type jade was purchased by Boss Huang from a general in the Mianwu Kingdom, costing a staggering 25 million yuan. But many people could afford this sum, like those present. They had no problem at all and would gladly spend 25 million for a rare treasure. However, they lacked the crucial connections, specifically those with people in Mianwu country. How important connections are in business needs no elaboration. According to Shun Fu's analysis, Huang Jinxiong's real purpose in hosting this jade exhibition today wasn't to display the jade, let alone the so-called request for everyone's help in appraisal. Honestly, why would anyone need an appraisal if they'd already bought the jade? Thus, Shun Fu speculated that Huang Jinxiong's true aim was to show off his connections with the general of Mianwu country. In other words, to flaunt his network. The jade, covered with a piece of red velvet cloth, was carried onto the podium. Huang Jinxiong personally lifted the velvet, revealing the true appearance of the jade to the crowd. Even from a distance, everyone could see that this jade was indeed a rare treasure of this era. If any of you are interested, please feel free to come up and examine it in detail. Huang Jinxiong gave the word, and everyone had already been itching to get started. Thus, The crowd eagerly stepped forward, some putting on reading glasses, others preparing magnifiers and high-powered flashlights. In short, the methods varied, but the goal was the same: to determine the true value of this jadeite. The stone's clarity was exceptional, its moisture sufficient, and it displayed no cracks or flaws. The entire piece was as pure and smooth as glass, truly a glass-type jadeite. However, if there was one regret, it undoubtedly lay in the color of this jadeite. If this were a piece of solid green jadeite, its value could easily double. And if the green were brighter and more intense, breaking 100 million wouldn't be impossible. Unfortunately, this is just a glass-type jade with scattered green flowers, so its value inevitably suffers. After studying it, everyone agreed its true worth was around 20 million. Anything higher would make it overpriced. Yet Huang Jinxiong bought it for 25 million. Could he really not recognize this? Of course not. Shen Fu surmised that Boss Huang was willing to spend an extra 5 million not on the jade itself, but rather on the connections required to obtain it. Without the signed approval of that general from Yanwu, no one could have taken this raw stone out of the country. Thus, the additional 5 million was spent precisely on this hurdle. Rarity determines value. If this material could be easily purchased, it would be worth only 20 million. The reality is that this piece of jade couldn't be obtained without the right connections. Boss Huang spent 25 million, while others in the country would likely have to pay an extra 10 million and still fail to secure it. This strengthened Shen Fu's resolve. He realized he must not only master the art of stone gambling, but also actively expand his network and clear all obstacles in the process to achieve twice the result with half the effort. As the crowd surged onto the stage to admire the jade, while Shen Fu remained motionless in the distance, Old Man Ma appeared from nowhere and struck up a conversation with him. "Brother Shen, why not go up and take a closer look at the jade?" Shen Fu, both surprised and delighted, quickly replied, "No hurry, no hurry. But, big brother, it turns out you're Boss Huang's father-in-law. You really kept me in the dark." Old Master Ma laughed and said, "Haha, that's going too far, my friend. The bond between us two has nothing to do with who my son-in-law is. Besides, I prefer to keep a low profile and don't like others knowing my true identity. You should understand that better than anyone, my friend." "Oh, what do you mean, brother?" "Ha! If my friend enjoys playing dumb, then this old man will happily play along. In any case, rest assured, I won't reveal your identity to anyone." Having heard this much, Shen Fu understood perfectly. "If that's the case, then I must thank you, elder brother." "No need. No need. We're brothers, what's there to thank? More importantly, did you enjoy today's exhibition, younger brother? Do you find my residence impressively built?" This Huang family estate was originally the Ma family estate, later given as dowry to Huang Jinxiong. Shen Fu replied, "This residence is truly magnificent." Old Master Ma laughed. "Naturally so. This mansion cost me a fortune to build. Back then, I hired the finest architects in the country and used only the best materials. But enough about past glories. What's done is done. With your talents, young brother, I believe you'll someday build a mansion even grander than mine." Shen Fu was startled. "Oh, why do you say that, elder brother?" Old Master Ma glanced around and lowered his voice. "Naturally, it's because of your jade gambling skills. With your abilities, making a fortune is only a matter of time. But you mustn't draw attention. Only by keeping a low profile and secretly accumulating strength can you accomplish great things." Shen Fu laughed as well when he saw through all of his plans. "Haha, big brother is still sharp as ever indeed. You're right, I did intend to keep a low profile that day, and I never planned to step into the limelight. But when you helped me catch the thief, I couldn't repay kindness with betrayal. I had to lend a hand. Little did I know you were Boss Huang's father-in-law. I really was waving a broadsword in front of Guan Yu, showing off before an expert." Old Master Ma suddenly turned solemn and pointed at Shen Fu. "No, I'm not Guan Yu. You're the real Guan Yu here, Brother Shen. I truly admire your ability to assess raw jade. I won't mention this to anyone, so there's no need for modesty around me." Shen Fu nodded, acknowledging his genuine skill, but refrained from mentioning the jade soul golden eyes. Old Man Ma's admiration for Shen Fu was actually based on only partial understanding. Had he known Shan Fu possessed jade soul golden eyes, his admiration would likely have transcended mere respect and reached the level of worship. So, young friend, what are your thoughts on this piece of flawless glass-type jade? When Old Man Ma asked this question, Shan Fu activated his jade soul golden eyes and looked at the jadeite slab. Under the golden gaze, the jadeite unexpectedly revealed a golden jade soul. He had seen plenty of white, blue, and purple ones before, but what exactly did this golden jade soul signify? Chapter 35. Golden jade soul. For the first time, Shan Fu witnessed a golden jade soul emanating from the jadeite. Previously, white jade aura represented lower quality, blue represented medium quality, and purple represented superior quality. But what does this golden jade aura signify? Gold symbolizes utmost value. Since ancient times, gold has been a stable currency, with the saying, "In prosperous times, collect antiques. In troubled times, hoard gold." Moreover, everyone was praising this jadeite without restraint, clearly indicating it must be priceless. Shan Fu concluded that this golden jade aura represented the pinnacle of superior quality, the finest grade among jadeites. So Shan Fu replied, "Brother Ma, the value of this piece of jade is well known to all. I doubt there's any need for me to appraise it." Upon hearing this, Old Master Ma burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha, indeed. Young Master Shun, you excel in gambling stones, and certainly have no trouble appraising transparent material like this. But don't worry, there'll be a moment for you to shine soon. Oh, after the appraisal of this piece concludes, my son-in-law has prepared a stone gambling session, all fully obscured raw jadeite he brought back from Ianwu. Consider it a small interlude for this exhibition. I know you prefer to keep a low profile and avoid drawing attention too soon, so how you handle it later will be entirely up to you. I won't interfere further." After saying this, Old Master Ma left. Though advanced in years and his eyesight somewhat dimmed, this man carried the celestial air of an immortal. His mind as clear as a mirror, and his judgment of character remarkably accurate. Old Master Ma recognized Shan Fu's grand aspirations and capabilities, but instead of proclaiming it to the world, he feigned complete ignorance. Now is not yet the time for Shan Fu to rise to fame. That Old Master Ma admired him spoke volumes of Shan Fu's abilities, while the elder's discretion in keeping silent demonstrated his own admirable qualities. Truly, none who achieve great wealth are fools. Old Master Ma, indeed, lived up to his reputation as a business magnate of the older generation. Forming this friendship would prove immensely beneficial to Shan Fu. After Old Master Ma left, Shan Fu sat alone in the corner deep in thought. He was pondering three things. First, whether he should take action during the upcoming stone gambling session. Second, how he should conduct himself in the future after learning Old Master Ma's true identity. Third, whether there existed rarer types of jade in this world beyond the white, blue, purple, and gold jade souls. The first two matters were straightforward to handle. Shan Fu decided to lay low for a while longer instead of rushing to fame. As for the matter of the jade soul, Shan Fu couldn't resolve it now. He would simply have to observe more carefully in the future. Perhaps there were even more precious jades in the world than the golden jade soul. In short, everything was still under Shan Fu's control, and there was no need to worry at all. About 20 minutes later, Huang Jinxiong asked everyone to take their seats, saying he had an announcement to make. Everyone returned to their seats, and Shan Fu also hid in an inconspicuous corner, continuing to calmly observe everything. Hearing Huang Jinxiong say that he spent 25 million to acquire this piece of jade, but he had no intention of selling it outright. Instead, he planned to commission a renowned craftsman to carve it into a work of art, which he would then auction abroad to earn money from foreigners. At these words, everyone stood up and applauded, cheering for Huang Jinxiong. Huang Jinxiong, too, appeared to be thoroughly enjoying the moment. Yet Shan Fu thought that business was business, whether selling to Chinese or foreigners. Huang Jinxiong's ultimate goal was still just to make money. From this perspective, Mr. Huang seems somewhat hypocritical compared to Old Master Ma. But Shan Fu thought to himself, The man is a businessman after all. Who could deny him the right to make money? Besides, he was no different himself, having come all the way to Legay City for the very same pursuit of wealth. Shen Fu continued listening. Huang Jinxiong then announced he would start an entertainment segment. He had prepared several raw jadeite stones. Since everyone present were seasoned experts in gemstone gambling, they might as well enliven the atmosphere. The amount of money involved didn't matter. What counted was having fun. Shen Fu thought the same, but someone beside him let out a sigh. Excitement or no excitement, it all just comes down to scheming in the end. Curious, Shen Fu turned to look and saw the one who sighed, a rather young woman, barely in her 20s. She was strikingly beautiful, dressed elegantly, yet her face carried a trace of melancholy. Who knew what worries weighed on her? Moreover, she didn't appear particularly wealthy, but since only the rich and powerful were invited to today's exhibition, this woman presumably belonged to the same class. Shen Fu asked her, "Miss, why are you sighing?" The woman looked at Shen Fu, her eyes full of wariness. "Who are you?" "I'm just an ordinary person, somebody's driver here. No wonder I don't recognize you. By the way, are drivers even allowed in here? I sneaked in. No one's keeping watch anyway. But I'm really curious about what you just said. What do you mean by Boss Huang playing tricks?" Seeing that Shen Fu wasn't some wealthy tycoon, but just an ordinary man, the woman let her guard down. She explained to Shen Fu that this so-called stone gambling segment was actually Mr. Huang testing the waters, observing which side the big shot businessman today would choose to align with. Shen Fu was puzzled. "Oh, what does that mean?" "It means Mr. Huang is using these stones to make everyone gamble. If you're on his side, you deliberately overpay. Say a stone's worth 1 million. You'd bid 3 million. Now guess where the extra money ends up. You don't mean Mr. Huang's pocket. Who else could it be? To be honest, I'm not so big boss either. My boss fell ill today, and as his secretary, I came specifically to attend the exhibition on his behalf. But my boss doesn't carry much weight. Today wasn't going to be his moment to shine anyway. So I'm just here to make an appearance. Cough, cough, between you and me, please don't spread this around." The woman felt a hint of regret for oversharing, but she noted Shen Fu's dignified appearance and exceptional bearing, figuring he wasn't the type to gossip behind others' backs. Shen Fu chuckled. "Don't worry, what was said stays between us, just you and me." The woman finally felt relieved and gave Shen Fu a slight smile, but didn't say anything more. At this moment, Boss Huang's men had already moved the 3 jadeite rough stones onto the stage. The 3 stones varied in appearance. The largest one weighed 36 kilograms, with yellowish-brown skin and 2 vertical python bands, a sign suggesting possible green jade inside. The second piece weighed 22 kilograms, featuring bluish-gray skin that appeared perfectly smooth without any distinctive features. However, its fine-grained texture and origin from the Hojiang mine suggested it might also yield high-quality green jade. The last stone was relatively lighter, weighing only 6.5 kilograms. It had a black-gray hue with subtle green undertones visible through the crust, and the naked eye could easily spot numerous pine flower patterns. This stone originated from the Huika mine, regarded as the most promising specimen among the 3. The other 2 pieces didn't appear inferior either at first glance. All 3 stones were fully raw materials, meaning their outer crusts remained completely intact without a single cut made. To assess the value of this raw jade, one can only rely on the gambler's own judgment and experience. But today, these 2 factors didn't seem to matter either, because these 3 stones were essentially letters of allegiance, an opportunity provided by Boss Huang for those eager to curry favor with him. No matter the quality of the material, these 3 pieces will definitely fetch high prices today. Shen Fu understood this well, so he couldn't be bothered to use his jade soul golden eyes to examine the jade aura of the 3 pieces. Unexpectedly, an unforeseen incident occurred at this moment, forcing Shen Fu to take action after all. Chapter 36, The Prodigal Merchant. With Huang Jinxiong's command, the entertainment officially began. 3 stones in total were now displayed on the stage, open for anyone to freely examine and study at will. Half an hour later, Huang Jinxiong would auction the stones one by one, with the highest bidder taking them home. API error. Error code 429. Error message. You exceeded your current quota. Please check your plan and billing details. For more information on this error, head to https // asterisk asterisk forward slash asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 request ID 20250903202915729019050 JJTO 4N1 type open_error param code 429. To put it bluntly, how much the 3 stones are worth doesn't matter at all. What matters is how much some people are willing to pay Boss Huang. Some were rubbing their hands in anticipation, itching to take part in the stone gambling session. But Shen Fu had no interest. He couldn't even be bothered to activate his jade soul golden eyes. He planned to step out for a walk. The Huang family mansion was so grand, and he swore he'd get himself an even better one someday. For now, he'd just get used to the idea early. But just as Shen Fu was about to leave, someone approached him. "Miss Tang, we meet again." Shen Fu froze for a moment, then turned to look at the young woman beside him, suddenly realizing what was happening. It turned out the man wasn't here for Shen Fu, but for this woman instead. The woman was equally stunned. The faint smile on her face instantly darkened entirely. She deliberately ignored the approaching man, who remained unoffended. With an ingratiating smile, he walked past Shen Fu and stopped before the woman. "Miss Tang, you seem to be in a rather low spirits today. Is something bothering you? Perhaps you could share it with me. Maybe I could help ease your troubles." The woman, apparently surnamed Tang, still didn't respond to the man, clearly pretending not to hear him on purpose. Most people would have found the situation awkward by now, but the man's skin was thick indeed. He actually leaned in even closer to the woman. "Miss Tang, why are you ignoring me? I don't think I've said anything rude, have I?" The woman finally spoke up. "I'm telling you, sir, could you please stop pestering me? I'm just not interested in you. So put an end to this notion." The man replied, "I don't mean anything inappropriate. I just want to invite you to dinner. I know a new Western restaurant just opened downtown. Why don't we go there after we're done today?" The woman's face grew even darker, clearly showing her annoyance with the man. Listening nearby, Shen Fu could almost feel the irritation radiating off her. It was obvious the man had feelings for her, but kept clinging on despite her disinterest. Today at Huang Jinxiong's private exhibition, the man was being ungrateful, and the woman couldn't bring herself to lose her temper. The man targeted this weakness, launching a fierce attack while she couldn't break free, hoping to secure a promise from this beauty. "Miss Tang, just agree to have a meal with me. Just a meal. I promise nothing else. Stop bothering me. Get lost." "Ah, Miss Tang is a lady. How can you say get lost? But if you truly wish for me to roll away, I suppose I could comply." "Great. Why don't you just get lost already? I'm sick of you. But if I leave, regarding your boss's business, I'm afraid I won't be able to help anymore." As soon as the man spoke, Miss Tang immediately became flustered. Shen Fu wondered, could the man have some dirt on her? From a man's tone, it seemed he had business dealings with Miss Tang's boss. If she refused his dinner invitation, he would impose some kind of sanction that might threaten her livelihood. What a despicable man. Pursuing a woman is one thing, but resorting to such threats is utterly shameless. Shen Fu stood nearby, watching this man around 30 years old, simultaneously furious at his despicable shamelessness and sympathetic to Miss Tang's predicament. Miss Tang appeared deeply conflicted, at a complete loss for what to do in that moment. The man then laughed and said, "Don't panic, Miss Tang. I won't hurt you. Just have dinner with me tonight, that's all. Besides, am I really such a bad option? I've got looks, and when it comes to making money, I'm no worse than anyone else. Why won't you even consider me?" His name was Chun Ji. Miss Tang frowned with undisguised disdain, saying, "Do I need a reason to dislike someone? Mr. Chun, there's no possibility between us. Please give up on this notion. Don't be so absolute. If you refuse to have dinner with me today, I'll tell your boss to halt that business deal. From what I know, hasn't your J business been struggling lately? What if they suddenly lost a big client like me? What do you think would happen?" Miss Tang bit her lip, her face full of resentment and helplessness. Shen Fu could do nothing to help her either. He was indeed capable, but this matter had nothing to do with him. Even if he wanted to help, he couldn't very well claim to be Miss Tang's boyfriend. Could he? There was nearly a 30-year age gap between them. After all, to everyone's surprise, Miss Tang suddenly walked up to Shun Fu and hooked her arm through his. I can't have dinner with you because I have a boyfriend now. Shin Ji was taken aback. When he looked up at Shin Fu, he realized this was a 50-year-old middle-aged man. Nothing like those impeccably groomed celebrities, just an ordinary man in his 50s. First shocked, then bursting into laughter, Chun Ji pointed at Shun Fu and said, Him? Ha! So this is your man? A wretched old man? Miss Tang, are you out of your mind? Even if you're going to hire a stand-in, at least find someone believable. What's the deal with this old man? These words infuriated Shin Fu. How is 50 considered old? At 50, a man is in his prime. History is full of heroes who achieved greatness at that age. Who's to say this punk would even live to see 50? What gives him the right to mock those who have? Shin Fu wasn't one to anger easily, but once provoked, he could be terrifying. With a darkened expression, Shun Fu fixed his gaze on Chun Ji and growled, Kid, what did you just say? Chun Ji runs a jade business in Legay City. Although he inherited the family trade, the scale of the business is considerable, so he knows many big bosses in the industry. He didn't recognize Shun Fu, and seeing that Shun Fu was dressed plainly, he concluded that Shun Fu was a useless nobody. Naturally, there was no need to fear such a person. So Chun Ji pointed at Shun Fu's nose and scolded, What's the matter, you stinking old man? Can't take a few words? Got a problem with it. Shun Fu replied coldly, What if I do? Chun Ji retorted, If you don't accept it, go take a piss and look at your reflection. Check out those wrinkles on your face. Still have the nerve to chase young girls? Are you even worthy? Let me tell you, this has nothing to do with you. Get the hell out of here now, or don't blame me for slapping you. With that, Chun Ji reached out to grab Miss Tang. But how could anyone easily snatch a woman from Shin Fu's arms? Shin Fu shielded Miss Tang with his right hand while his left swiftly caught Chun Ji's wrist and twisted it the opposite way, making Chun Ji yelp in pain. Ouch! Ouch! Do you know you're wrong now? Damn it! Let me go right now. Have you learned your lesson? Yes. Now hurry up and let me go. Shin Fu didn't press the punishment too far. After giving the boy enough of a scare, he let him go, believing this would deter any further mischief. Unexpectedly, the brat remained ungrateful. Instead of reforming after the lesson, he actually became more audacious, yelling about seeking revenge to wash away his shame. Shin Fu thought to himself, Fine then, come at me if you dare. Let's see if you truly have what it takes to settle the score. Chapter 37. Contest beyond the game. Chun Ji's wrist had been twisted by Shun Fu, leaving him both in pain and furious, his face flushing crimson red. Unwilling to concede, he pointed at Shun Fu and cursed, Old man, I won't let you get away with this. Shun Fu remained calm and composed, shielding Miss Tang with his body as he fixed Chun Ji with a cold stare. Kid, still eager for a fight with me? Shall we take this outside? Chun Ji was scared. After the brief exchange, just now, he clearly understood he was no match for Shun Fu, even though he was only 30 while Shin Fu was already 50. The older ginger is spicier, but Chun Ji refused to admit this. He claimed the old man was a trained fighter and that it was unfair to compare physical prowess, thus finding an excuse to save face. Damn it, I'm a civilized man. Why would I trade blows with you? Do you think this is the Stone Age? Chun Ji had a sharp tongue, but Shun Fu couldn't care less. Then how do you plan to teach me a lesson? Shun Fu asked. Drown me with your spit? Just barking won't do any good. At this moment, they were in a corner of the venue, while everyone else had gathered around the stage at the front, examining the 3 pieces of raw jade. No one noticed this place, and no one would care about what happened here, as long as it didn't cause too much of a commotion. Chun Ji pondered, realizing the old man's combat skills were truly formidable. He was no match and couldn't act recklessly. He studied Shin Fu carefully, certain he'd never met this man before. Given Chun Ji's connections, if he didn't know Shin Fu, then Shin Fu definitely wasn't a prominent figure in the jade industry. If Chun Ji had been capable of overpowering Shun Fu today, he wouldn't have let Shin Fu walk out of that door standing up. Since fists and kicks wouldn't do, Chun Ji decided to try something else when an idea struck him. In a face-off, strategy lies in exploiting strengths against weaknesses. Chun Ji, being in the jade business, naturally excelled at jade appraisal. Coincidentally, This was the stone gambling segment prepared by Boss Huang. So Chun-Ji decided to challenge Shun Fu to a game of stone gambling. Old man, don't say I never gave you a chance. Today is Boss Huang's Jade exhibition. Since you're here, you must know your way around Jade. Besides, everyone in Legasity knows how to gamble on raw stones. It's a survival skill. How about we have a little stone gambling contest? Chun-Ji believed that as long as it was a betting stone competition, he would surely win. Little did he know, gambling with Jade was precisely Shun Fu's greatest expertise. Upon hearing the words gemstone gambling, Shun Fu secretly rejoiced in his heart, yet on the surface, he feigned a trace of alarm. Chun-Ji noticed this immediately and was overjoyed, thinking he had found Shun Fu's weakness. What's the matter? Too scared to compete? That's fine too. Just admit you're a useless coward openly and honestly. Shun Fu roared angrily. Bastard. So it's just gemstone gambling? Fine, let's compete. Who's afraid of who? How do you want to do it? Chun-Ji replied, simple. Those 3 stones on the platform. We each estimate their value and see whose assessment is more accurate after they're cut open. The loser must kneel and apologize to the winner. Dare you take the challenge? Fine, it's a deal. Watching everything unfold, Miss Tang couldn't help but worry for Shun Fu, knowing full well how formidable Chun-Ji was. Although this man inherited the family business, he possessed genuine skill in gemstone gambling. Shun Fu appeared utterly clueless about gemstone gambling. Challenging Professor Chun-Ji was like an egg striking a rock. This matter originally had nothing to do with Shun Fu. Unwilling to drag him into trouble, Miss Tang interjected, Sir, this affair doesn't concern you. There's no need to place bets against Chun-Ji. Shun Fu turned to Miss Tang, realizing even she had been fooled, and put on an angry facade, declaring, No, this concerns me. This punk looked down on me first. I absolutely must teach him a proper lesson. Chun-Ji burst into laughter. Ha ha, teach me a lesson? You old men are getting way too cocky. Fine, let's see just how you plan to teach me. The two squared off, preparing to begin their stone appraisal showdown. By now, the original 30-minute appraisal time had nearly elapsed, leaving them with just 10 minutes left. But Chun-Ji, brimming with arrogance, declared 10 minutes was more than enough. With his jade soul golden eyes, Shun Fu needed even less time. A mere moment was sufficient to complete his assessment. The two immediately began their competition. Chun-Ji wore a relaxed expression, while Shun Fu deliberately pretended to be deep in thought, appearing utterly stumped. His acting was flawless, but it thoroughly distressed Miss Tang, watching from below. Oh no, this gentleman is going to lose. Miss Tang deeply regretted involving Shun Fu, genuinely fearing that if he lost, Chun-Ji would become aggressive and refuse to let him off the hook. She grew so anxious that she nearly teared up. The 20-year-old girl, at an age brimming with sentimental emotions, was both adorable and utterly endearing. 10 minutes later, Boss Huang announced the end of the Jade appraisal session, requesting everyone to complete their final analysis before submitting their bids. But this phase had nothing to do with Shun Fu and Chun-Ji. Their confrontation was purely personal. Chun-Ji sneered, Old man, done with your appraisal? Don't try saying 10 minutes wasn't enough. We both had the same time, so the rules were fair. Shun Fu said, Don't worry, I'm not the type to resort to cheap tricks. But you little punk, better not come up with excuses when you lose to me later. Chun-Ji burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Me making excuses? Whoever makes excuses today has to bark like a dog 3 times in front of Miss Tang. Otherwise, they're worse than pigs and dogs. You dare. Why wouldn't I dare? I've already written down my price. What about you, old man? I finished mine long ago. Both men held a sheet of paper in their hands, each bearing their estimated values for the 3 stones, awaiting the outcome of the cutting. But before the stones could be cut, ownership of the 3 pieces had to be settled first. The method was an auction, with the highest bidder winning. But just as Miss Tang had said, this auction turned into a mere formality. People feverishly offered exorbitant bids simply to curry favor with the stone's owner, Huang Jinxiong. The Jade Soul Golden Eyes revealed the Jade Souls of the 3 stones to be white-purple-white. Accordingly, Shun Fu appraised them at 100,000, 2 million, and 100,000 respectively. To the experts, This valuation was nothing short of absurd. Forget that the amounts were suspiciously round numbers. How could the first and third stones possibly be worth only 100,000 each? When Chunji heard Shun Fu's appraisal, he burst into uproarious laughter on the spot. Ha ha ha, 100,000? You really know nothing about stone gambling, old man. I don't even think we need to cut the stones now. Just get on your knees and bark like a dog for me. No, you don't even need to do it 3 times. Just once, and I'll let you off the hook. Miss Tang had some understanding of stone gambling and thought Shun Fu's appraisal was utterly unrealistic, making her even more anxious inside. However, Shun Fu remained unfazed, saying that the truth would reveal itself once the stones were cut. Chunji's appraisal was far more credible. He estimated the 3 stones to be worth 1.2 million, 1.1 million, and 1.8 million respectively. Apart from the second stone, for which his appraisal aligned somewhat with the others, Chunji valued the remaining 2 stones at high 7-digit figures. Therefore, there's no such thing as a tie when it comes to stone cutting. Once the gamble begins, one side will inevitably emerge superior. Chunji, believing victory was already his, boldly walked over and wrapped his arm around Miss Tang's waist. Just as Miss Tang was about to resist, Chunji whispered, "If you agree to have dinner with me tonight, I won't give that old man too hard a time after he loses." Unable to bear the thought of Shun Fu's defeat, Miss Tang resolved to sacrifice herself and agreed to Chunji's terms. But Shun Fu quickly strode over and actually pushed Chunji aside, pulling Miss Tang into his own embrace instead. "Kid, Miss Tang here is my girlfriend. I suggest you keep your hands to yourself, or don't blame me for beating you up." Chunji was furious, pointing at Shun Fu's nose and cursing. "You old bastard, I was going to let you off, but since you're hell-bent on courting death, don't expect any mercy from me later." Chapter 38. Best of 3, the final transaction prices for the 3 rough jadeite stones were 2 million, 1.8 million, and 2.8 million, all far exceeding their inherent value. The 3 stones were also purchased by 3 different bosses, but judging by the attitude of the crowd, these bosses didn't seem to hold particularly high status. They weren't the kind of figures who commanded widespread admiration. No wonder, if they were truly important figures, why would they need to curry favor with Boss Huang? Boss Huang, visibly delighted, announced the auction results and promptly declared that the stones would be cut open to verify their contents. Shun Fu was genuinely surprised by this. In his view, the stones themselves were worthless, mere tokens of submission. If we cut the stones on the spot, wouldn't that embarrass those 3 bosses? They spent a fortune only to end up with 3 pieces of worthless scrap. What possible benefit would Boss Huang gain from doing this? Surveying the situation, Shun Fu concluded that now was definitely not the right time to cut the stones. As the industry leader in jadeite, Huang Jinxiong might have other considerations that Shun Fu couldn't yet discern. Indeed, Huang Jinxiong announced his intention to cut the stones immediately. The 3 bosses exchanged glances, all visibly tense. The other bosses in the audience also felt awkward, fearing that a single cut might ruin the stone's value. However, Huang Jinxiong still had a trick up his sleeve. His so-called cutting the stone on the spot didn't actually mean doing it in front of everyone. He ordered his subordinates to move the stone to a workshop in the back, where it would be cut before being brought back. He claimed that cutting the stone in the banquet hall would raise dust and spoil everyone's mood. His reasoning seemed sound, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But Shun Fu was feeling the pressure. Judging by the current trend, even if those 3 pieces were of poor quality, Boss Huang would surely insist they were valuable. If that happened, Shun would lose the bet. Shun Fu wasn't one to sit idle. He resolved to go to the workshop in the back and watch the stone cutting himself. "Kid, I'm going to check out the stone cutting in the back. You coming with me?" Chunji's face immediately filled with disdain upon hearing this. "You're going to watch the stone cutting? Think you could just waltz in there? Why wouldn't I? It's just a workshop, isn't it? You really don't get it, do you? If Boss Huang took the stone to the back for cutting, that means he doesn't want us to see the process. Who do you think you are, old man? Are you his father-in-law or something? So many big bosses here want to watch the stone cutting live, but can't. What makes you think you qualify?" Shen Ji's sarcastic remarks actually served as a wake-up call for Shen Fu. Shen Fu challenged Shen Ji, asking what would happen if he really could go watch the stone cutting. Shen Ji replied that if Shen Fu truly had the ability to enter the workshop and observe the stone cutting without being thrown out, he'd be willing to put up a 100,000 yuan side bet for an off-the-books wager. Deal. 100,000 it is. Those are your words. Once the agreement was struck, Shen Ji immediately started dragging Shen Fu toward the workshop outside. For him, anything that could take down that old fart Shen Fu was a good thing. Shen Fu remained unruffled, saying he needed to meet someone first. Don't try making excuses to run away. Even if you do, I'll track you down, Shen Ji threatened. Shen Fu simply smiled without responding, then went to explain the situation to Old Man Ma. Old Man Ma was exceedingly generous and agreed to Shen Fu's request. No problem at all. Consider this trivial matter settled in no time. Old Master Ma personally intervened, allowing Shen Fu to smoothly enter the workshop. Accompanied by Chun Ji and the visibly anxious Miss Tang, the trio entered the specialized jade processing workshop within the Huang family mansion. The facility was fully equipped with professional-grade instruments. The master cutter, famed for his top-tier skills, could effortlessly slice through a stone in just a few precise strokes. The master was currently at work, with all 3 stones expected to be processed within 20 minutes. The group stood by and observed. Shen Ji was astonished. He never imagined Shen Fu actually had such powerful connections. Respect. I'll foot the 100,000 yuan bill as promised. Shen Jiyuan was willing to accept his gambling loss. Of course, this small amount meant nothing to him, as long as he won the upcoming gemstone bet. Shen Fu, however, retorted, "Oh, you really think you can beat me?" Shen Ji replied, "Why not? Anyway, your valuation of 100,000 is absurd. Even if my appraisal isn't spot on, it'll at least be closer to the true value than yours. I'm definitely winning this contest." No sooner had he spoken than the master announced the first stone had been cut. Confident, Chun Ji immediately stepped forward to examine the jade inside. But to his shock, instead of the entire stone being jade, there was only a short vein of it. Stunned, Chun Ji exclaimed, "What's going on here?" The master replied that this stone is a typical banded serpentine stone, meaning it has serpentine bands on its crust, but the only area with green inside the stone happens to be precisely along this band. Impossible. Isn't it usually true that stones with serpentine bands have green throughout? That's the case for most, but there's also a type of stone where only the band contains green. That's exactly what we have here. But how could this be? The reality now is that this piece of jade is worth no more than 100,000 yuan, far from Chun Ji's appraisal, exactly as Shen Fu had predicted. Chun Ji grew even more panicked, while Miss Tang's worries turned to joy as a smile instantly appeared on her face. Wonderful. The first stone goes to this big brother. Chun Ji spat and said, "Damn it, don't celebrate too soon. We still have 2 more stones." Shen Fu remained calm and unhurried, waiting for the master to cut the stone. In contrast, Chun Ji kept smoking one cigarette after another, his hands trembling incessantly. Soon the second stone was cut open, and Chun Ji was the first to rush over and inspect it. He concluded that this piece should be worth between 1 million and 1.1 million. In other words, this round's estimates by Shen Fu and Chun Ji were quite close, so it should be considered a tie. Miss Tang was delighted, for this meant Shen Fu now had 1 win and 1 draw. No matter the outcome of the final stone, Shen Fu could no longer lose. Chun Ji grew even more anxious. The thought of possibly losing made him crave another cigarette uncontrollably. As he smoked, he cursed incessantly, displaying none of the dignified demeanor expected from a wealthy young master. Damn it! Time passed, and before he knew it, the workshop floor was littered with cigarette butts, all smoked by Chun Ji. After who knows how many cigarettes, the master announced the final stone had been cut, only for the result to defy his expectations. He had believed this stone was worth a fortune, but upon cutting it open, he found it was nothing but flawed junk, riddled with lightning-shaped internal cracks. At least the green hue was still quite beautiful, and the size was substantial. With proper treatment, this stone could still fetch around 100,000. Wonderful! Miss Tang let out a cheer, then promptly buried herself in Shun Fu's arms, weeping. She had been genuinely worried before, and now she was genuinely happy. Anyway, Shun Fu had won. That was all that mattered. With the victory secured, he wouldn't have to kneel and bark like a dog. But Shun Fu's victory meant Chen Ji's defeat. Chen Ji, born with a silver spoon in his mouth and raised with expert knowledge of jade, had always been arrogant. He never imagined losing to that old fool Shen Fu. Yet the irrefutable evidence lay before him. 3 pieces of jade, undeniable and leaving no room for argument. At that moment, he didn't even notice the cigarette burning his fingers, still frozen in shock. Proof of how devastating this defeat was to him. I lost. I actually lost. He looked utterly dejected, like a rain-soaked stray dog. But Shen Fu wouldn't take pity on him just because he appeared so wretched. To show mercy to an enemy is to be cruel to oneself. Shen Fu was no longer the man he used to be. Anyone who dared humiliate him would surely meet their doom. Chapter 39. Chen Ji flees with the 3 stones cut. The contest between Shun Fu and Chen Ji was settled. Shen Fu emerged victorious. Though unwilling, Chen Ji had no choice but to admit defeat. Damn it! Chen Ji cursed under his breath, unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. Soon, the 3 stones were brought back to the banquet hall by the workers, leaving only Shun Fu, Chen Ji, Miss Tang, and the stone-cutting master in the workshop. Unaware of the bet between Shun Fu and Chen Ji, the stone-cutting master lit a cigarette and puffed away leisurely. Shen Fu was also completely at ease, for as the winner, it was Chen Ji, the loser, who would have to kneel and apologize. But how could Chen Ji possibly endure such humiliation? At 30 years old, he was the proud young master of a renowned jade shop in Legay City, a man of exceedingly haughty temperament. Would he ever kneel to apologize to someone like Shen Fu? What sheer nonsense. They say one should only kneel to heaven, earth, and parents. This Chen Ji wouldn't even kneel to heaven or earth, and when his parents grow older and his wings grow stronger, he probably wouldn't kneel to his parents either. At this moment, Chen Ji felt even worse than being sliced by 1,000 knives. He had been certain of victory, yet he had lost. According to the terms of the bet, the loser had to kneel and apologize to the winner. How could he possibly bear such humiliation? Kneeling was absolutely out of the question. After a moment's thought, Chen Ji figured that old Shen Fu didn't seem like a wealthy man. Perhaps money could solve this problem. Of course, the best scenario would be to pretend the bet never happened. What bet? He'd never heard of such a thing. Just find a way to weasel out of it, and that would be the end of it. But Shen Fu wouldn't let Chen Ji off the hook that easily. Seeing Chen Ji hesitating to bring up the bet, Shen Fu prompted from the side, "Young man, why are you standing there like a block of wood? Did you forget something?" Chen Ji's heart tightened instantly, cursing Shun Fu inwardly. Damn, this old man's memory is too fucking good. Stop beating around the bush. Just say what you mean. Shen Fu smiled and said, "All right, I'll get straight to the point. Surely Mr. Chen hasn't forgotten about our bet, has he?" Chen Ji said, "How could I forget? I promised to give you 100,000 yuan if I lost." Having said that, he deliberately put on a magnanimous and humble air, pulling out a small notebook and an exquisite pen from his pocket, scribbling something swiftly on the page. Then he tore off that page and handed it to Shen Fu. When Shen Fu looked at it, he saw it was an IOU. Today I, Chen Ji, owe Shen Fu the sum of 100,000 yuan in RMB. Shen Fu asked, "What does this mean?" Chen Ji replied, "I didn't bring cash with me today. Come to my jade shop later to exchange this IOU for the money." Shen Fu sneered and said, "Fine. Since Mr. Chen is so stingy that he even needs to owe a mere 100,000 yuan, I'll accept this IOU as fulfillment of our bet." Chen Ji inwardly rejoiced, thinking how marvelous. This old man truly needed money and actually agreed to settle the matter with cash. How splendid indeed. Believing the matter resolved, Chen Ji turned to leave, but Shen Fu stopped him. "Mr. Chen leaving so soon? Why not? Haven't we cleared our accounts? The side bet is settled, but isn't our main wager still outstanding?" Chen Ji's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean?" Knowing Chen Ji was feigning ignorance, Shen Fu cut straight to the point. "Didn't we bet that the loser of the jade appraisal would kowtow to apologize to the winner?" Horrified, Chen Ji hastily protested. "Wasn't it just kneeling?" How did it become kowtowing? Shen Fu roared with laughter. Huh, so you do remember it's about kneeling? Then why are you still standing? Waiting for an auspicious date, an hour? Kneeling doesn't require such formalities. Stop wasting time, get on your knees now. Suddenly, Shen Fu's laughter turned to rage, his fury shaking heaven and earth, proof that his anger was genuine. Chen Ji, a man who had witnessed great storms, had never been treated this way before, nor had he ever lost to anyone in Jade appraisal, his field of expertise. He was a wealthy young master, born with a silver spoon in his mouth. No one around him ever dared to make him kneel. Right now, forget about having Miss Tang, the love of his life, and the stone-cutting master present as outsiders. Even if it were just him and Shen Fu alone, with this matter guaranteed never to leak, Chen Ji still couldn't bring himself to bend his knee. His former arrogance was utterly shattered. Chen Ji's face burned with humiliation. He glared fiercely at Shen Fu, but his glare held no intimidation, only helplessness, only shame. Fuck off, Shen Fu. Don't push me too far. Shen Fu burst into laughter once more. Me pushing my luck too far? Ha ha ha. Me pushing my luck too far. Was it me who wanted to make this bet with you? Was it me who proposed that the loser should kneel and apologize? It was all Chen Ji's idea. He thought he had a sure win and wanted to humiliate Shen Fu. It must have been unbearable for a man past 50 to kneel before Junior. Yet this was precisely the sight Chen Ji relished. But fate plays cruel tricks. Who could have predicted he'd be the one to lose? That old man had feigned ignorance about Jade gambling when all along, this had been his carefully laid trap. Chen Ji heaved a long sigh, knowing he was thoroughly defeated. Yet how could he accept it? He, the heavens' favored son, losing to some wretched old man. Must he truly kneel before the crowd? At this thought, Chen Ji's eyes actually reddened. But Shen Fu wouldn't soften. Villains require villains to grind them down, lest they grow bolder in bullying the good. May I ask what wrong Miss Tang has done? When Chen Ji humiliated her, did he ever consider that one day he too would face humiliation? Today, Shen Fu will seek justice for Miss Tang. So Shen Fu would not let Chen Ji off. Today he must make him kneel. Chen Ji, utterly despondent, could neither win with reason nor match Shen Fu in a fight. Yet kneeling was absolutely out of the question. Finally, in his desperation, devoid of any shame, he resorted to shoving Miss Tang, who stood nearby. Miss Tang, wearing high heels, suddenly lost her balance and fell backward. Shen Fu reacted swiftly, taking a big step forward to catch Miss Tang by the waist, preventing her from hitting the ground. But this left the workshop door unguarded, and Chen Ji seized the opportunity to slip away. Shen Fu cursed, "Damn it, what a coward." Now held in Shen Fu's arms and pressed close to him, Miss Tang felt dizzy with enchantment, growing enamored with the man who had just protected her. Indeed, compared to those useless pretty faces, she found men like Shen Fu, mature and steady, far more appealing. Miss Tang's cheeks flushed a faint pink as she murmured, "Brother Shen, I'm all right." Only then did Shen Fu release his grip. Oblivious to the workings of a woman's heart, he assumed her blush stemmed from fright. After all, deciphering jadeite rough stones was child's play compared to plumbing the unfathomable depths of a woman's heart. At that moment, Shen Fu was merely frustrated that the young man surnamed Chun had managed to escape. But while the monk may flee, the temple remains. Shen Fu wouldn't let him slip away so easily. This matter wasn't over yet. Chapter 40, the other head. What on earth happened? I asked. What's going on with you all? After Chen Ji fled, the stone-cutting master couldn't hold back any longer and finally asked. Shen Fu recounted all the details of the bet to the driver, who immediately cursed Chen Ji as despicable and shameless upon hearing the story. Gambling on Jade is all about credibility. If you can't accept a loss with grace, who would ever visit the Chun family's Jade shop again? Shen Fu said, "Exactly. So I plan to publicize this matter and let everyone in Legay City know about Chen Ji's despicable actions. Master, won't you testify for me as well?" API error. Error code 429. Error. Message. You exceeded your current quota. Please check your plan and billing details. For more information on this error, head to https asterisk 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 request ID 20250903203009699849288 VBLS at XQ. Type open underscore param code 429. Initially puzzled, Shun Fu, being a clever man, soon realized the reason. Though Chun Ji was indeed a shameless and despicable character, after all, he possessed wealth and influence in Legay City, making him quite a figure. Shun Fu was a nobody, possessing nothing but his years. No wealth, no status, no reputation. Anyone with half a brain could weigh the scales and see who carried more weight between Shun Fu and Chen Ji, and whose side to take if trouble arose. Shun Fu could go public about the bet, but as long as Chen Ji stubbornly denied it, even if people in Legay City didn't believe him, they wouldn't openly oppose Chen Ji. Everyone was shrewd enough not to invite trouble upon themselves. Business thrives on connections, and connections are all about social savvy. If Chun Ji was a towering tree with a lush canopy, Shun Fu, at this point, was merely a sapling. It's easier to enjoy the shade under a big tree. The stone-cutting master witnessed Chen Ji fleeing, but still refused to testify, so others who knew nothing about it would be even less likely to help. Only Miss Tang was willing to help Shun Fu by exposing Chen Ji, that playboy's despicable behavior. Brother Shun, I'll stand by you. But after a moment of calm reflection, Shun Fu realized the stone-cutting master was right. Openly discussing the bet would bring no benefit and might only invite trouble. Shun Fu's current strategy was to hide his strength and quietly strike it rich. Once word got out, he would no longer be able to keep a low profile. So Shun Fu said, "No rush. Let me think it over carefully. But don't worry, Miss Tang. That punk Chen Ji will be kneeling before me sooner or later." Miss Tang now held Shun Fu in the highest esteem, obeying his every word without question. Soon after, the two left the workshop and returned to the banquet hall. Next came the Jade Handicraft exhibition prepared by Mr. Huang, featuring pieces from his private collection. The least expensive was valued at several $100,000, while the most precious was a Qing Dynasty jade artifact worth tens of millions. Each piece was exquisitely crafted and not something one could easily lay eyes upon. Those who attended this grand event feasted their eyes, with many forging new friendships and sealing substantial deals. Thus, the exhibition was highly successful, proving Huang Jianxiong's reputation as a leader in the jade industry. His business acumen is truly remarkable. Shun Fu refrained from judging Huang Jianxiong's character, but he couldn't help but admire the man's business prowess. If rating today's exhibition, Shun Fu would give it a 9 out of 10. The missing point was because Shun Fu felt the event lacked surprises. Every segment proceeded as expected. Though meticulously planned, it was somewhat devoid of excitement. Chen Ji's case doesn't count. That was him asking for death himself. Bang! Just as he was thinking this, the surprise arrived. Suddenly, everyone heard a loud bang, and then the main doors of the banquet hall burst open as several men in suits and sunglasses barged in. Surrounded by them was a man wearing floral shirt, shorts, and flip-flops. Not only was his attire casual to the extreme, but his swaggering walk was utterly arrogant, with a cigar dangling from his mouth as he puffed away amidst roaring laughter. "Ha ha, old Huang. How could you host such a splendid exhibition without inviting your old brother here? Aren't you being too much of a stranger? Who is he really? Why is he crashing Mr. Huang's private exhibition? Could this also be a segment prepared by Mr. Huang?" Shun Fu turned to look at Mr. Huang on the stage, only to find him with a dark, angry expression, mixed with some surprise as well. Could this not be part of Mr. Huang's planned program? Miss Tang might have some information, so Shun Fu asked her, "Miss Tang, do you know who this person is?" Miss Tang frowned and nodded, replying, "Yes, this man is Xiao Qishan, another leader in the jadeite industry in Liger City. He's constantly at odds with Huang Jianxiong and is considered Mr. Huang's sworn rival. No wonder Boss Huang looks angry. Boss Xiao's sudden visit must have caught him completely off guard. That goes without saying. Boss Huang would never have invited Boss Xia. Boss Xiao must have barged in uninvited. I'm afraid today's exhibition won't go smoothly. Indeed, Miss Tang's concerns were shared by the other guests in the banquet hall. Huang Jinxiong and Xiao Qishan were the two largest jade suppliers in Legay City. Both had connections in Mianwa State and could source first-hand raw jadeite stones. With the stone, making money became an effortless task. But two tigers cannot share one mountain. And when two people fight over the same piece of cake, things may be fine for a while, but problems are bound to arise over time. Today, Huang Jinxiong is hosting a private exhibition precisely to win people over and rally the ordinary jade merchants of Legay City to his side. Having learned of this, how could Xiao Qishan resist causing a scene at his doorstep? Unlike Huang Jinxiong, who appears refined and gentlemanly on the surface, Xiao Qishan, much like his attire, is an unapologetically domineering man. Loud and arrogant by nature, he never bothers with reason, relying solely on sheer force. Miss Tang told Xin Fu that if Huang Jinxiong was a hypocrite, then Xiao Qishan was a true scoundrel. But whether hypocrite or true scoundrel, what ultimately matters is still strength. Brother Xiao, long time no see. What brings you here today? One could see Huang Jinxiong truly lived up to his reputation as the Dragon Head. Though deeply angered inside, his profound cunning ensured no trace of it showed on his face. His tone even carried a hint of warmth. Xiao Qishan was entirely different, blunt and unrestrained. Every thought was clearly written across his expression. But whether these thoughts were true or false, outsiders couldn't say for certain. After all, for a big boss at his level, it would be impossible not to have some tricks up his sleeve. Xiao Qishan said, "Old Huang, since you didn't invite me, I had no choice but to drop by unannounced. By the way, I arrived a bit late. Did I miss any highlights?" Huang Jinxiong responded with a perfunctory smile. "What a pity, Brother Xiao. You arrive an hour too late and missed the appraisal of my piece of glass like jadeite. No matter, Brother Xiao, it's rare for you to visit my humble abode. I won't let you leave empty-handed." Xiao Qishan raised an eyebrow. "Oh, what exactly do you mean, old Huang? Feel free to take your time examining that jade piece. I'll have someone bring it out for you later." Xiao Qishan laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha ha, truly worthy of the great boss Huang. Such magnanimity indeed. Although I, old Xiao, am but a coarse fellow, I'm not entirely ignorant of etiquette. Having come uninvited today, I've prepared a compensatory gift as well. Please do accept it with a smile, Boss Huang." After speaking, Xiao Qishan clapped his hands. A man in black behind him stepped forward carrying a case, which opened with a snap, revealing a small piece of raw jadeite inside for all to see. What did this mean? Was Xiao Qishan genuinely being this courteous? Or was his smile hiding a dagger within? What trap might this tiny stone conceal? Chapter 41. Huang Zhao's Duel of Wits. Huang Jinxiong and Xiao Qishan, the two titans of the jade industry in Legay City, who were also sworn rivals, gathered together at Huang Jinxiong's private exhibition today. This was likely the most sensational event in recent times. Anyone with eyes could see that whenever these two men crossed paths, a fierce confrontation was inevitable. And more often than not, it would be the notoriously arrogant Xiao Qishan who threw the first punch. Xiao Qishan's uninvited visit today was already a slap in the face to Huang Jinxiong. Though Huang Jinxiong wore a smile, he was seething inside. Just who did Xiao Qishan think he was, barging into his residence like this? It was clear he held no respect for the Huang family. But did Xiao Qishan truly disregard Huang Jinxiong? What exactly was his purpose for coming uninvited today? Xin Fu observed everything from the corner. This matter had nothing to do with him, and in others' eyes, he was just a nobody. Even if Huang and Xiao really caused any trouble, the conflict wouldn't reach him. Xiao Qishan signaled his subordinate to bring out a case containing a brick-sized piece of jadeite rough. Though covered in black soot skin, the vibrant green hues practically burst forth from the stone. Anyone could tell it concealed a piece of superlative jade within. The moment the stone was revealed, the entire venue erupted in gasps. "Did you see that?" "I saw it. That's incredible rough. Must be from the legendary Peikant old mines, right?" "Absolutely, it's genuine. I just haven't seen Pagan Jade in so many years. Wonder where Boss Xiao managed to get hold of this piece. Are you stupid? We don't have the connections, but Boss Xiao has vast resources. Do you really think a mere piece of jadeite rough would be beyond his reach? The crowd buzzed with discussion as Shun Fu listened nearby, thinking to himself that this Xiao Qishan appeared arrogant and frivolous, hardly the strategic type. In reality, this man was exceedingly shrewd. Today's event, clearly a private exhibition hosted by Huang Jinxiong, had taken immense effort to finally win over a crowd's favor. Yet, Xiao Qishan merely barged in and flashed a single piece of jade, effortlessly swaying their allegiance back his way. Xiao Qishan took the stone from the box and walked step by step toward Huang Jinxiong. "Boss Huang, what do you think of this stone?" Huang Jinxiong narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, "Are you testing my judgment? You want to embarrass me in public?" But unfortunately, Huang Jinxiong is no pushover. "A mere piece of uncut jade won't stump me." Huang Jinxiong said, "Mr. Xiao, what's the meaning of this? Is this stone the so-called peace offering you mentioned?" Xiao Qishan laughed heartily. "Ha, exactly. So, Boss Huang, what do you think of this stone?" Huang Jinxiong also chuckled. "It's a fine stone indeed. Nowadays, it's hard to come by old pit stones from Patkan. Though it's a bit small, it shouldn't be a problem fetching 5 million. Xiao Qishan held the stone under his arm and clapped his hands deliberately for Huang Jinxiong. Impressive, truly impressive, as expected of the renowned Boss Huang, able to identify the origins of this stone at a single glance. "I, old Xiao, am thoroughly impressed." Xiao Qishan spoke politely, but this only made Huang Jinxiong more wary, for he knew Xiao was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Though this man appeared eccentric and arrogantly simple-minded on the surface, in truth he had countless schemes simmering beneath, having calculated every move in advance. When Xiao offered this stone as a peace offering, Huang dared not accept it, wary that the stone might conceal some hidden trap. "The generosity is misplaced, Boss Xiao," Huang Jinxiong said. "There's no bad blood between us. While this stone may not be priceless treasure, I still cannot accept it." Xiao Qishan scratched his ear and asked, "What?" Huang Jinxiong replied, "I said I can't accept this stone. If Boss Xiao insists on making amends, just drink a penalty toast later." Xiao Qishan burst into laughter. "Ha ha, how amusing. Truly amusing." The man was downright arrogant. Amidst so many guests, his voice and presence alone overshadowed everyone else's. Shun Fu watched coldly from the corner, certain that Huang Jinxiong was in for trouble today and would likely suffer at Xiao Qishan's hands. Sure enough, once Xiao Qishan had laughed his fill, Huang Jinxiong sent someone to offer him a drink. But Xiao Qishan completely ignored the messenger. The men were sent by Huang Jinxiong, and Xiao Qishan's disregard was equivalent to snubbing Huang Jinxiong. The atmosphere instantly grew tense as Huang Jinxiong asked, "Boss Xiao, what do you mean by this?" Xiao Qishan replied, "Boss Huang, oh Boss Huang, you really have quite the nerve. Did you think I brought out this stone because I intended to gift it to you as an apology? Isn't that the case? Of course not. I never once said this stone was an apology for you. You're simply thinking too highly of yourself. No wonder you're always so self-indulgent. Ha 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 ha." Xiao Qishan then burst into loud laughter again, his arrogant demeanor so infuriating that even Shun Fu felt the urge to punch him to vent his anger. But after a second thought, wasn't this exactly what Xiao Qishan had schemed? Xiao Qishan deliberately acted overbearing to provoke anger in others. When people get angry, they become impulsive and lose their judgment. That's when Xiao Qishan could seize opportunities for gain. Not just Shun Fu. Even Huang Jinxiong, who had been in business for years, found himself unable to handle Xiao Qishan's provocations today, barely able to control his rising anger. Huang Jinxiong said, "Boss Xiao, what exactly do you mean by this? Everyone attending my exhibition today is a prominent figure in the jadeite industry, many of whom are my friends. If you came here specifically to mock me, I'm afraid you've picked the wrong day." Xiao Qishan replied, "How could that be? I'm here sincerely to apologize to you. You didn't invite me, yet I came uninvited. What a grave mistake. Boss Huang, you must forgive me. Look, I've even prepared a gift to make amends." As he spoke, Xiao Qishan extended his hand, revealing the black wuxia Pagon old pit stone resting in his palm. Huang Jinxiong was furious. Xiao Qishan, are you playing games with me again? First, you say you'll give me this stone, then you refuse. Do you think Huang Jinxiong is easy to bully? Xiao Qishan smiled faintly and said, Boss Huang, you're overthinking it. I never said this stone was for you. Yet it truly is an apology. See, I've shown you this stone, granting you the privilege of witnessing such a rarity. That's an enormous favor, isn't it? Instead of thanking me, you're losing your temper. TSK. This certainly doesn't befit your reputation as a gentleman of refined manners. It turned out that Xiao Qishan had brought this stone today solely to let Huang Jinxiong take a look at it. Call it an apology. But since when in this world has there ever been such a way to apologize? Nonsense. Boss Xiao, speaking like this is utterly disrespectful to the guests present today. Playing tricks on me is one thing, but to mock these distinguished guests as well, you truly have some gall. Xiao Qishan wasn't the least bit flustered. He'd long prepared all his arguments. Calmly, he replied, Oh really? You showing your stones to them is your generosity. What's wrong with me showing mine to you? At least I'm not profiteering under the guise of gambling on jade stones. Tell me, Boss Huang, between the two of us, who's the truly audacious one here? With just those few words, Xiao Qishan struck directly at Huang Jinxiong's vulnerability, rendering him speechless in rebuttal. Chapter 42, Killing with a Borrowed Knife. You let everyone see your jade, but I can't show you mine? What kind of logic is that? Xiao Qishan's words struck right at Huang Jinxiong's weak spot, exposing the flaws in today's jade exhibition he had organized. True, Huang Jinxiong brought out a piece of jade for everyone to admire. That was considered a good thing. So why was it trouble when Xiao Qishan presented a stone? The reasoning might sound fair, but the reality was different. Huang Jinxiong was hosting an exhibition. Everyone knew that and had come by invitation. Everyone was willing to look at Huang Jinxiong stones, but Xiao Qishan was different. Xiao Qishan came uninvited, forcibly shoving a stone in front of Huang Jinxiong to evaluate. The former was voluntary, the latter coerced, fundamentally different from start. But Xiao Qishan twisted the facts, and with his overbearing arrogance, for a moment, not a single one of the many clever attendees in the banquet hall managed to catch on. Only Shun Fu, standing apart from the situation, saw through it clearly. He knew exactly where Xiao Qishan's weakness lay. Yet Shun Fu didn't force himself into the spotlight. Instead, he continued to observe the unfolding events with a cold detachment. Huang Jinxiong's previously calm face now flushed red with anger. Xiao Qishan, having successfully struck his blow, became even more arrogant than before. He ordered his men to take away that piece of black-wrapped Patcon jadeite to show the guests one by one, letting them also see the rarity of this stone. Truth be told, this stone was indeed exceptionally rare. The Patcon mines had been exhausted over a decade ago. Most of the jadeite rough stones circulating in the market today were old stock, and a majority had already been cut or polished by their owners. Yet this particular stone remained untouched, like a freshly bathed beauty that made mouths water with desire. Compared to Mr. Huang's stone just now, this one lacks in weight but excels in refinement. Each has its own merits, making it impossible to determine a clear winner. However, Xiao Qishan won over the crowd with just a small stone and successfully dismantled Huang Jinxiong's carefully laid plans today. In terms of their confrontation, Xiao Qishan clearly came out on top. And Xiao Qishan had another move up his sleeve. With another snap of his fingers, another subordinate came forward, carrying yet another briefcase. Opening the case revealed another piece of jadeite rough. The outer skin was a light gray, relatively coarse in texture with many pits and hollows. There were no signs of green, no pine flowers or serpentine bands, nor any black spots. Nothing to suggest it was indeed a piece of jadeite rough. But Xiao Qishan claimed that this stone was indeed a jadeite rough, another piece he casually purchased while acquiring that Pakit stone earlier. Actually, it wasn't me who bought it. One of my underlings thought this stone looked promising. Where's that guy? Sha Chong. A dull-looking man stepped forward, presumably Sha Chong. Boss, you called me. Xiao Qishan took a drag from his cigar and grinned as he threw an arm around Sha Chong's shoulders. Sha Chong, why don't you tell everyone about this stone? Yes, boss. This stone is something I want to buy because I think it's valuable. But I'm Silly Chong. I'm dumb. My judgment about stones can't compare to yours, Boss Huang. So I'm begging you to appraise this stone and tell me exactly how much it's worth. Silly Chong would be endlessly grateful. Having said that, Silly Chong actually knelt before Huang Jinxiong in front of dozens of people and kowtowed 3 times with loud thuds. The crowd was stunned, and even Huang Jinxiong was taken aback. Standing on the stage, he momentarily froze, unsure of how to respond. This couldn't even be called a scheme. It was an open ploy in broad daylight. Except for a few people like Miss Tang who weren't particularly shrewd, everyone else knew exactly what Xiao Qishan intended to do, yet there was no way to prevent it. Miss Tang asked Shun Fu, "Brother Shun, what on earth does Foolish Chong mean by this? Why does Boss Huang look so upset?" Shun Fu replied, "Think about it. Xiao Qishan is using Foolish Chong as a pawn to force Boss Huang into a corner. If Boss Huang appraises this stone correctly, then all is well. But what if he misjudges it? Wouldn't that make him even less capable than Foolish Chong? This is a lose-lose situation. Even if you win, you gain no favor, but losing means utter disaster." Xiao Qishan is clearly setting Huang Jinxiong up. Miss Tang finally understood the underlying scheme, thinking to herself how fortunate it was that Xiao Qishan's target wasn't her instead. On stage, Huang Jinxiong stood frozen as his mind raced furiously, scrambling to devise a countermeasure. The best among 36 stratagems is to flee. The wisest course here was clearly to avoid confrontation altogether. But with Foolish Chong kneeling before everyone like this, Shun Fu was already riding a tiger, unable to dismount with no way out. "Foolish Chong, get up first. I'll help you appraise the stone," he said. Huang Jinxiong had no choice but to face the challenge. At worst, if he appraised the stone correctly, the matter would be settled. "Thank you, Boss Huang." Foolish Chong stood up, then took the stone from Xiao Qishan and handed it to Huang Jinxiong on the stage. Since Huang Jinxiong was in the jade business, he naturally had some understanding of jadeite. If it were polished jade, he'd only need one glance to ascertain its value. But this stone was completely raw, its outer shell showing no distinguishing features whatsoever. Even the most experienced experts wouldn't dare guarantee a 100% accurate appraisal of such material, let alone the auctioneer himself. Below the stage, Shun Fu observed Huang Jinxiong's furrowed brows, clearly caught in an impossible dilemma. Shun Fu realized even Xiao Qishan himself probably couldn't appraise this stone. Without cutting or polishing the rough stone, nobody could guarantee the value of completely untreated jadeite, except himself with his jade soul golden vision. Should I strike now? If I do, this will be the perfect moment to make a name for myself. Shun Fu activated his jade soul golden eye and saw a blue jade soul within the raw emerald stone, indicating its value must be at least 200,000 to 300,000. While Shun Fu could appraise the stone's worth, he couldn't gauge the situation clearly. Strike now and become famous overnight, but say goodbye to quietly amassing wealth. Hold back and let Boss Huang fend for himself. Intervening would be for Big Brother Ma's sake, while holding back would be for himself. Shun Fu was torn when suddenly, a pair of hands tugged gently at his sleeve. It was Miss Tang beside him. "Brother Shun, you're so skilled at stone gambling. Why don't you go help Boss Huang? Is that appropriate? When something doesn't concern us, it's best not to forcefully intervene. What if we get burned by the fire we stir up?" Even so, Miss Tang couldn't bear to see Huang Jinxiong suffer humiliation. And suffer he was. His furrowed brows told the story clear as day for all to see. But consider his opponent, simple-minded Ah Chong. Here was the kingpin of the industry locked in a deadlock with someone barely sentient, utterly humiliating, even though everyone knew if they were in Boss Huang's place they'd fare even worse. Truly, Xiao Qishan's plot of killing with a borrowed knife and shedding the cicada's golden shell was brilliant. If Ah Chong wins, he gains face. If Ah Chong loses, no consequence. After all, he's just a foolish subordinate. As for Shun Fu, after much deliberation, he had initially decided not to intervene. However, Miss Tang pleaded repeatedly with him. Since ancient times, even heroes find it hard to resist a beauty's pleas. Shun Fu was no exception. In the end, he resolved to lend a small helping hand. But he wouldn't personally step onto the stage. The principle of maintaining a low profile couldn't be violated. Xiao Qishan had borrowed a blade to kill. This tactic was something Shun Fu equally knew how to employ. Chapter 43. Shun Fu takes action in the banquet hall. Only two people knew Shun Fu was skilled at gemstone gambling. One was Old Man Ma, but he was standing at the front of the banquet hall, far from Shun Fu. The other person is Miss Tang. Earlier, during the jade gambling contest between Shun Fu and Chen Ji, Miss Tang was present the entire time and naturally understood Shun Fu's capabilities well. Shun Fu decided to intervene, but not by stepping in personally. Of the two options, perhaps he should inform Miss Tang and let her caution Huang Jinxiong, lest he lose to foolish Chong. Yet upon further reflection, Shun Fu concluded it was best not to complicate matters unnecessarily. There was no need to involve Miss Tang as a messenger. What if she turned out to be a gossip and later spilled everything? Moreover, Miss Tang held a humble position and likely lacked the standing to offer Huang Jinxiong advice. She might well be stopped before even reaching the stage. Therefore, Shun Fu decided to simply have her seek out Old Man Ma. Miss Tang, could you do me a favor? Please go find Old Man Ma and tell him Shun Fu has something to say to him, asking him to come over quietly. Miss Tang greatly admired Shun Fu and naturally wouldn't refuse his request. She soon delivered the message. Old Man Ma, being a man of great wisdom, immediately understood Shun Fu's intention and quietly made his way over, avoiding the crowd. Brother Shun, have you decided to lend a hand? Indeed. As for the stone brought by Xiao Qishan, my estimation places its value between 2 to 300,000, certainly not lower than 100,000 nor exceeding 500,000. Please relay this to Boss Huang, so he doesn't lose face by being outdone by Xiao Qishan. Excellent. Old Man Ma had been worried about this very matter. Now that Shun Fu had spoken, he felt reassured. Without delay, Old Man Ma immediately sent a text message to his son-in-law, who was currently appraising jade on stage. Huang Jinxiong had originally been frowning with tension, but the moment he saw the answer key from his father-in-law, he felt considerably more at ease. Although this answer didn't specify an exact figure, being able to determine a value range for rough jade material was already quite remarkable. Huang Jinxiong then declared, Boss Xiao, I've completed my appraisal of your stone. Xiao Qishan felt somewhat skeptical about that text message, but kept it to himself. With a cocky gesture, he pointed to his subordinate Shaqiang and said to Huang Jinxiong, Don't look at me. This is your challenge with our Shaqiang. If you have anything to report, take it up with him. Xiao Qishan's golden cicada shedding its shell was a brilliant move. If Shaqiang won, Huang Jinxiong would lose face. If Shaqiang lost, the shame would be Shaqiang's alone. Either way, Xiao Qishan remained spotless. Everyone in the banquet hall understood this perfectly well. They also knew just how difficult it was to appraise uncut jade, especially when the rough stone had no distinguishing features at all. Chances were, even Xiao Qishan himself couldn't accurately judge it. What if Huang got it wrong? What then? But when the crowd looked at Huang Jinxiong again, they saw he had shed his earlier nervousness and anxiety, his entire demeanor now far more relaxed. The onlookers wondered, could Boss Huang really be this formidable, holding such unwavering confidence, even with a fully speculative raw jade piece? Huang Jinxiong smiled and said, Brother Xiao, you're mistaken. It's not a competition between me and Sha Chong. Rather, Sha Chong has come to seek my guidance on appraising jadeite rough. Normally, someone like him wouldn't be worthy of this privilege, but today I'm in fine spirits. A single act of magnanimity won't hurt. Everyone immediately knew Huang Jinxiong was striking back. Xiao Qishan's face darkened as he said, Oh, for Mr. Huang's tone, it seems you've already appraised this stone. Huang Jinxiong replied, Indeed. Xiao Qishan pressed, Then tell us, how much is this stone worth, and how did you appraise it? Let's all learn something from this. Huang Jinxiong said, I believe this stone's value falls between 200 to 300,000. As for appraisal methods, I regret that's my Huang family's secret technique, which cannot be disclosed. Of course, words alone prove nothing. Let's cut the stone here and now to verify my assessment. Someone bring the tools. Huang Jinxiong called his subordinates and instructed them to carry the cutting machine onto the banquet hall stage, preparing to slice the stone in front of everyone. This would prevent Xiao Qishong from making excuses, such as claiming the stone had been swapped out, and so on. Huang Jinxiong brimmed with confidence, as did old Master Ma. Xiao Qishan remained puzzled, trying to piece together the sequence of events. He couldn't understand why Huang Jinxiong, after merely glancing at his phone, had suddenly become so assured. The spectators below the stage were torn between anticipation and anxiety, both highly nervous and eagerly expectant. As for Shun Fu, he was actually a bit nervous too. The Jade Soul golden pupils couldn't determine the precise value of a piece of jade, only giving a rough estimate. If something went wrong during this gamble he intervened in, it would be disastrous. The machine was brought up, and the jadeite rough stone was slowly stripped of its outermost crust before everyone's eyes. Shen Fu's heart was pounding wildly. Never had he felt this tense, even during his own stone gambling ventures before. Fortunately, Miss Tang was by his side, gently holding onto his arm. Shen Fu caught a whiff of Miss Tang's faint fragrance. The young woman's body was soft against him, helping to ease his tension. "It's all right, Brother Shun. You're really skilled. There definitely won't be any problems." "Let's hope so." 10 minutes later, the stone was completely cut. Revealed before everyone's eyes was an apple-green bean-type jadeite. Since it was bean-type, its water quality didn't need consideration, only its color mattered. The color of this jadeite was exceptionally beautiful, with almost no visible black spots to the naked eye. The green hue was neither too deep nor too pale, appearing bright and remarkably even under the light, which significantly enhanced the overall value of the jade piece. Everyone present was an expert. The moment they saw this piece, their mental abacuses began clicking away. It was evident that this jade piece was worth around 300,000, aligning with Huang Jinxiong's assessment. This proved his appraisal was accurate. "Boss Huang is amazing," someone shouted from below the stage, sparking a wave of cheers and applause that filled the banquet hall. True to his reputation as a seasoned businessman, Huang Jinxiong remained perfectly composed. Without a trace of embarrassment, he basked gracefully in the crowd's admiration. Thank you all." The more composed he appeared, the more it highlighted Xiao Qishan's gloomy and unsightly expression beside him. Xiao Qishan wondered, how on earth did this Huang fellow appraise the value of this piece of jade? Even I can't appraise this jade myself. Could Huang Jinxiong really be that skilled? No, impossible. Xiao Qishan was convinced Huang Jinxiong didn't have the ability to appraise this stone. Just moments ago, Huang had been frowning in distress, then suddenly glanced at his phone and had an epiphany. That's it. Someone must have tipped him off. There's undoubtedly an expert hiding in this venue. Xiao Qishan scanned the surroundings, searching for traces of this master. Since this person had been able to leak information, they must surely be somewhere within the banquet hall. At this moment, everyone else was cheering, but those cheering were merely pretentious followers, hardly worth mentioning. Those who weren't cheering, however, certainly had something to hide. Xiao Qishan directed his search among those not applauding, and though his gaze swept past Shen Fu, it lingered only momentarily. Why, you ask? Because Shen Fu had long since discerned Xiao Qishan's thoughts and, together with Miss Tang beside him, was clapping and cheering for Huang Jinxiong's victory. And with that, he had once again outmaneuvered Xiao Qishan, a victory known only to the two of them, making it all the more satisfying. Chapter 44. Exploiting Silly Strong. After Silly Strong's defeat, Huang Jinxiong was riding high on his victory, completely overshadowing Xiao Qishan's presence. Xiao Qishan's arrogance had deflated, but it wasn't because Sha Chong had lost. Sha Chong had always been a disposable pawn to begin with. His defeat meant nothing. What truly made Xiao Qishan nervous was the elusive expert hidden within the banquet hall, Shun Fu himself. To Xiao Qishan's eyes, this person hadn't even stepped onto the stage to examine the stones. Merely observing them from a distance with the naked eye, he could determine their approximate value. That was truly remarkable. Xiao Qishan admitted his inferiority, realizing even Huang Jinxiong couldn't compare to this person, let alone the other guests present. Since this master has chosen a side with Huang Jinxiong, he has become my enemy. With the enemy lurking in the shadows while I'm exposed, today's situation seems extremely unfavorable. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Qishan recalled his 3 prepared strategies. The first was the $5 million jade piece, the second was the simpleton Shaqiang, and the third was a so-called Qing Dynasty jade artifact, actually a counterfeit. But with an expert now present to lend Huang Jinxiong a helping hand, Xiao Qishan didn't dare act rashly. Xiao Qishan was weighing whether or not to deploy his 3rd decisive move. Meanwhile, Huang Jinxiong on stage basked in the applause, his momentum at its peak as he prepared to ride the wave and drive Xiao Qishan into retreat. Brother Xiao, why the long face? Could it be you're grieving for your lackeys? Xiao Qishan laughed heartily and said, since Boss Huang is so skillful, it's only natural that my fool Chong lost to you. Why would I be upset about that? Otherwise, it would be underestimating you too much, Boss Huang. Huang Jinxiong replied. In that case, is there anything else Brother Xiao would like to ask about? We don't see each other often, so if there's anything on your mind, you might as well bring it up today. Huang Jinxiong's meaning was clear. Today, I have a master to back me up, and it's time to settle the score with you, Xiao Qishan. Xiao Qishan was no fool. Why would he clash head-on with Huang Jinxiong at his strongest moment? So he said, "Hey, old Huang, no need for such talk. I have thousands of subordinates. If every one of them came to learn from you, you'd be worked to death. Besides, today is your exhibition. How could I possibly overshadow the host? Consider that being grade jade piece earlier as my congratulatory gift. May your business flourish, your profits multiply daily, and please don't hold my uninvited appearance today against me." Xiao Qishan's words actually signaled his intention to retreat. Logically speaking, Huang Jinxiong ought to give Xiao Qishan this way out. But since Huang Jinxiong is known as a hypocrite, it naturally reveals the man's somewhat deceitful nature. He may appear to be a courteous gentleman, but in truth, the scheming behind his facade is no less than Xiao Qishan's. Today, with the assistance of an expert, if he doesn't seize this golden opportunity to crush Xiao Qishan, then when would he? Since Xiao Qishan dares to barge into the Huang family mansion, he shouldn't expect to leave without losing a layer of skin. With a quick twist of thought, Huang Jinxiong immediately conceived a ruthless scheme. "Brother Xiao, you've only just arrived? Why are you leaving so soon?" "Just now. Your men asked me for some pointers. As the saying goes, it's impolite not to reciprocate. My men have a few questions about jade that they'd like to consult you on." Huang Jinxiong had struck back. Xiao Qishan's heart sank the moment he heard this. But as a leader in the jade industry, he couldn't refuse outright. Huang Jinxiong had countless pieces of raw jade at his disposal, so he randomly picked one of his men to bring out a stone and consult Xiao Qishan. The scene was identical to before, except the roles were reversed. Now, it was Xiao Qishan who was stumped. But without Shun Fu's covert assistance, Xiao Qishan was probably doomed. This stone appraisal would likely be wrong. Watching from the corner, Shun Fu actually felt a twinge of sympathy for Xiao Qishan at this moment. Though this man had an arrogant demeanor, he was meticulous in his planning. Coming to challenge Boss Huang's exhibition today, he had prepared thoroughly and should have achieved a sweeping victory. Even though Shun Fu was a step ahead and helped Huang Jinxiong overcome the crisis, this felt unfair to Xiao Qishan. And so, Shun Fu found himself wanting to help Xiao Qishan for once. But how? He didn't know Xiao Qishan, and certainly didn't have his phone number. At that moment, Shun Fu saw Foolish Chong sneaking out alone. How strange, with his boss in such a tight spot. How could Foolish Chong slip away by himself? Could he really be so disloyal? Upon closer observation, it turned out Foolish Chong had just gone to the restroom. Seeing how dull and slow-witted the man appeared, genuinely like a fool, Shun Fu suddenly hatched a plan. "Miss Tang, keep an eye on things here. I need to use the restroom." "Oh." Shun Fu also stealthily made his way to the restroom. When he entered, only one person was inside, Foolish Chong. Shun Fu put on a mysterious voice and played the trickster, bluffing at Foolish Chong, who was squatting in the stall. "Foolish Chong." "Who's there?" Foolish Chong was startled, almost falling into the pit. "I'm the Jade Sage appearing before you. Since you are a man of destiny, I have come to lend you a hand, to help you and your boss weather this crisis. The Jade Sage, Foolish Chong exclaimed. Don't believe me? I won't believe in any Jade Sage unless you prove it to me. Suppressing a smirk, Shun Fu thought to himself. Since this Foolish Chong had said so much, it meant he already believed in the existence of some so-called Jade Sage. Fine, if the man was truly this gullible, he might as well show him a little trick. Shun Fu activated his Jade Soul Golden Eyes, and, as luck would have it, Foolish Chong was wearing a jade pendant necklace. Though it was hidden beneath his clothes, the Jade Soul Golden Eyes could pierce through fabric, even through the stall door of the restroom, allowing Shun Fu to glimpse the pendant's jade soul. What he saw was a jade pendant with a white jade soul, utterly worthless. But when Shun Fu pointed this out, Foolish Chong was still startled out of his wits, because logically, no one should have known he was wearing that jade pendant. You really are the Jade Sage. Foolish Chong was now utterly convinced by Shun Fu's nonsense. If not for the fact that his pants were halfway down, he would have rushed out to prostrate himself before the so-called Jade Sage right then and there. Great Jade Sage, what divine revelation do you have for me? It's just a small matter. Regarding that stone your boss Xiao Qishan is gambling on, its value should exceed 1 million. Hurry and call to inform him. But under no circumstances reveal it was the Jade Sage's advice, or the heavens will rain down punishment no mortal could endure. Do you understand? Got it. Silly Strong was indeed simple-minded, which oddly enough made Shun Fu's task easier. When Shun Fu returned to the banquet hall, he happened to witness Xiao Qishan answering a phone call. Xiao Qishan's face twisted in anguish as he fell into a tormenting dilemma. Should he trust the simple-minded Ah Qiang or not? Logically speaking, Dummy Chong was a fool. How could anyone trust an idiot? Yet Xiao Qishan's arrogant and reckless nature made him truly believe this piece of jade was priceless. Combined with Dummy Chong's adamant insistence, something extraordinary must have happened. Xiao Qishan steeled himself and decided to gamble boldly. This jade is worth over 1 million. Master Huang, please cut the stone. Chapter 45, Early Exit. The stone looked utterly unremarkable. Its origin mine was unknown, yet Xiao Qishan dared to declare it was worth over 1 million. A truly audacious move. The crowd below was utterly astonished. In truth, while Xiao Qishan was examining the stone, they had all been studying it alongside him. Yet each of them was completely baffled. None could discern what mysteries this stone might hold. How could Xiao Qishan be so certain? If he turned out to be wrong, he'd lose face to his arch-rival Huang Jianxiong at the height of attention. Moreover, since Xiao Qishan was the one who'd come looking for trouble today, victory would naturally bolster his prestige. But once defeated, all that prestige would transfer to Huang Jianxiong instead. Xiao Qishan would have to tuck tail and flee, becoming the laughingstock of Legay City's Jade Circle. Xiao Qishan was well aware of this point, but he had no choice. Huang Jianxiong had already gambled correctly once, so he absolutely couldn't back out now. The gamble on the stone had to proceed. It all came down to whether he could win this time. Xiao Qishan said, "Boss Huang, I've finished appraising the stone. Please cut it to verify." Huang Jianxiong's heart was also filled with doubt. He pondered. Xiao Qishan had been so distressed at first, yet after taking a phone call, he suddenly seemed like a changed man. Could it be that he, too, had an expert guiding him behind the scenes? Today, this bastard had shown up uninvited. Thankfully, he had withstood the first 2 strikes. The best outcome would be to counterattack with a decisive blow this time. But even if Xiao Qishan's appraisal turned out to be correct, it wouldn't matter. At worst, they'd end in a draw, with neither losing face today. Both parties were leaders in the jade industry, and at their level, they wouldn't resort to personal confrontations unless faced with earth-shattering conflicts of interest. Xiao Qishan had already gone too far today. Realizing Huang Jianxiong had someone formidable backing him up, his resolve to retreat had already begun to form. A cornered foe should not be pursued, and Huang Jianxiong had no intention of pressing the advantage. His only goal for today was to force Xiao Qishan to retreat so that both sides could slowly negotiate the aftermath at a later time. In any case, Huang Jianxiong had already ensured his invincibility. At worst, it would merely be a draw between him and Xiao Qishan. But Xiao Qishan couldn't afford to lose this round. He absolutely had to get this stone's appraisal right. He himself lacked that capability. Not just him, everyone present, including Huang Jinxiong, no one could appraise this featureless piece of raw jade. Except for Shun Fu. Observing from below the stage, Shun Fu felt as though he held a balance scale in his heart. Huang Jinxiong on one side, Xiao Qishan on the other. Due to old Master Ma's connection, Shun Fu had originally hoped Huang Jinxiong would win. But Xiao Qishan didn't seem like a bad person either. His uninvited appearance today stemmed merely from concern over Huang Jinxiong garnering too much influence. After all, it was Huang Jinxiong who organized the private exhibition first without inviting Xiao Qishan, the industry leader. Xiao Qishan feared losing business partners, so it's only natural he came to make trouble. Appraising jade is Shun Fu's forte, but these interpersonal relationships are truly complicated, hard to explain in just a moment. Shun Fu wasn't fond of these things either. He had no desire to take sides with anyone, preferring instead to remain a carefree and independent rogue in the world. Once today's matters conclude, Shun Fu resolves to stay as far away from these tycoons' power struggles as possible. He'll continue betting on his own stones, lest he become a disposable pawn like the foolish strong. After waiting for so long, the stone Xiao Qishan had bet on was finally cut open. Huang Jinxiong personally stepped forward to examine it and couldn't help but be astonished. Upon being sliced open, the stone revealed an exquisite interior. Its base was translucent enough to be considered semi-ice grade jadeite, with ample clarity. The color was a faint green, though not intensely saturated, yet remarkably even-toned. Most strikingly, it was entirely free of dull hues or impurities, making it ideal for crafting elegant jewelry like bracelets or necklaces. Others crowded around to admire the piece, expressing dual amazement, first at the stone's extraordinary craftsmanship, then at Xiao Qishan's discerning eye for accurately identifying this rough jade specimen. Among all the jade connoisseurs present, none could match Xiao Qishan's speed and precision in appraisal. Everyone thought, no wonder Huang Jinxiong and Xiao Qishan are the leaders in the jadeite industry. These two truly possess real skill. Little did they know that the so-called real skill of these two men was entirely fake. Their so-called jadeite appraisals were all actually obtained from Shun Fu. No one else was aware of this fact, and even Huang Jinxiong and Xiao Qishan themselves didn't know exactly which master was aiding them, let alone that the person helping them was the same one. Huang Jinxiong thought anxiously, this is bad. Xiao Qishan also has a master helping him. Xiao Qishan thought to himself, thankfully the appraisal was correct. You've got an expert on your side, Huang Jinxiong, but today I was fortunate enough to encounter a master too. I just don't know who this person is. I'll have to ask Sha Qiang about it when I go back later. Both Huang and Xiao were uneasy about each other's supposed mastermind and resolved to find the expert who would help them. Much like how Liu Bei visited the thatched cottage 3 times to seek Zhuge Liang, this hidden master was their sleeping dragon. Whoever could secure his aid might gain control over the entire jadeite world. However, the man they sought, Shun Fu, had no intention of emerging from seclusion so soon. The time wasn't right yet. Shun Fu preferred to keep a low profile. It was best if no one knew just how formidable he truly was. Right now, only a handful of people knew how extraordinary he was. Old Man Ma, Miss Tang, and Mrs. Jingxian. The two women didn't need to worry. They both admired Shun Fu deeply, even adored him. If Shun Fu asked them to keep a secret, not a word would slip from their lips. The real problem lay with Old Master Ma. Shun Fu pondered. Old Man Ma claimed he could keep a secret, but after all, he was Huang Jinxiong's father-in-law. If Huang Jinxiong truly needed an accomplice, there was no guarantee Old Man Ma wouldn't spill everything. Shun Fu's assumption was correct. Right after today's exhibition, Huang Jinxiong sought out Old Man Ma to inquire about who exactly had come to his aid that day. No one else. It's your old man here. But Dad, forgive my bluntness, you don't have that ability. Knowing you as I do, you couldn't appraise that raw jadeite. The words might sound harsh, but they were the truth. Old Man Ma struck out 9 times out of 10 when gambling on jadeite roughs, and Huang Jinxiong knew this all too well. That's why whoever lent a helping hand today couldn't have been him. It had to be someone he knew. Huang Jinxiong said, "Father, you saw with your own eyes how aggressive Xiao Qishan was today. Moreover, it seems he already has a master helping him. If you refuse to introduce us to the expert you know, I'm afraid our business will fall behind Xiao Qishan's." This reasoning made sense. Old Man Ma, unaware that Shun Fu was the one aiding Xiao Qishan, weighed the pros and cons before ultimately divulging Shun Fu's secret. "Understand, the one who helped you is named Shun Fu, a master at gambling on stones whom I've only recently gotten to know. Shun Fu, that middle-aged man who caused a commotion today driving a Jetta. Right, that's him. Understand. I'll send someone to invite him over immediately." Huang Jinxiong immediately sent someone to look for Shun Fu, but how could they possibly find him? Long before the exhibition ended, Shun Fu had already foreseen this scenario and quietly slipped away on his own. Chapter 46. Avoiding attention upon returning from Huang Jinxiong's exhibition, the first thing Shun Fu did was change his rented car. The Jetta he'd been driving had become notorious. Now, every exhibition attendee knew that the man named Shun Fu who drove a Jetta today had some connection with Boss Huang, making him a figure of considerable significance. Though Jettas were common, Shun Fu wasn't willing to take risks. It was best to swap vehicles, since the car was rented anyway. Returning it posed no hassle whatsoever. The staff didn't put up much resistance either, likely assuming that someone who'd rented a Jetta in the first place couldn't be particularly wealthy, hardly worth retaining as a customer. But the young woman handling Shun Fu's reservation still asked just in case, and since he genuinely needed the vehicle, he ended up renting a more spacious SUV. That way, any stones too large for the sedan could be transported in this one instead. The rent wasn't expensive either, just $1,500 a month, and Shun Fu could now earn that amount in less than an hour. Take care and have a safe journey. Thank you. After paying and taking possession of his new car, Shun Fu received a call from Old Man Ma on his way home. "Little brother Shun, why can't I find you at the venue? Where are you now?" Hearing Old Man Ma's question, Shun Fu immediately became alert. "Big brother was looking for me?" "Yeah, wanted to chat with you for a bit, nothing major." "What unfortunate timing. I got some family matters to attend to and need to rush back immediately." "Oh, what happened at your place, brother? Can I help in any way?" "I'm afraid you probably can't help, big brother. And actually, I wasn't referring to my home here in Legay City. Something came up back in my hometown. I must return there, so I won't be in Legay City for a while. No need to look for me." Shun Fu spun a web of lies, and Old Man Ma, never suspecting that Shun Fu had anticipated everything, was utterly taken in, even believing Shun Fu's family was genuinely in trouble. When asked when he'd return, Shun Fu claimed he didn't know. Old Man Ma sighed and said they should properly reconnect once Shun Fu came back. Shun Fu agreed verbally, but in his heart, he'd already marked Old Man Ma's name with a cross, someone not to be fully trusted. The truth was, Shun Fu no longer trusted anyone at all. Appearances deceive, and who could tell whose knife might plunge into your back? Heaven only knew. Returning to the rented apartment, it wasn't long before Mrs. Jingxian came over to help Shun Fu cook. Shun Fu studied her, speculating whether this young mother was also capable of betraying him. Women are highly perceptive by nature, and Madame Jingxian quickly noticed something unusual about Shun Fu, asking him what was wrong. Shun Fu froze. In a daze, he realized his behavior was indeed unusual, but this vigilance was necessary for greater ambitions. Shun Fu loved reading wuxia novels, especially those by Jin Yong. Back then, it was because Zhang Wuji carelessly revealed the secret about the Ice Fire Island that he later suffered so many misfortunes. Once a secret is known by a second person, it can no longer be called secret. So regarding the matter of the Jade Soul Golden Eyes, Shun Fu would rather die than breathe a word of it to anyone. At most, others might only know he's skilled at gambling on jade, and even that fact he would strive to conceal as much as possible. "Madam, have you ever mentioned to anyone that I once helped you gamble on jade?" Shun Fu suddenly asked this question. Madame Jingxian froze for a moment, a blush rising to her cheeks as she lowered her head shyly and said, No, brother Shun, if you told me not to speak of it, how could I possibly mention it to others? Shun Fu pressed further. Oh? Then does that mean you would never do anything I forbade you to do? Madame Jingxian nodded, assuring him that as long as his requests were reasonable, she would always heed his words. When asked why, she replied that it was because Shun Fu was her savior. Her words carried sincere earnestness, especially with that touch of bashfulness in her demeanor, exuding a uniquely feminine tenderness. Shun Fu knew this woman fancied him, and when a woman likes a man, she would never do anything to hurt him. Besides, Madame Jingxian knew nothing about jade gambling and disliked it too. She rarely interacted with people from that circle, so she should be safe. With a faint smile, Shun Fu said, I was just asking casually. If I frightened you, I apologize. This time, Madame Jingxian shook her head, saying it was fine. She guessed something must have happened at today's private exhibition that had Shun Fu so tense. As a woman, she never interfered with a man's affairs outside the home. Shun Fu often brought gifts for her and her daughter, and she could always borrow money from him when in need. Madame Jingxian felt Shun Fu was like a celestial being to her, so she would absolutely never do anything that might displease him. As for Shun Fu, being a man, even at 50, he still possessed vigorous masculinity and needed feminine warmth in his life. Not that intimacy was mandatory, but having a woman around to cook meals, do laundry, and such made Shun Fu feel remarkably content. That afternoon, Shun Fu rested well at home. The morning exhibition had drained too much of his energy, but now he had fully recovered. At the same time, Xiao Qishan was going all out to track down the master's whereabouts. He first summoned Silly Chong and learned from him about the existence of the Jade Venerable. Xiao Qishan was no fool. Naturally, he didn't believe in any nonsense about celestial beings descending to Earth. He knew someone must have been putting on a supernatural act outside at the time. But as for who this person really was, Xiao Qishan was no Huang Jinxiong and couldn't access the surveillance footage from the Huang family mansion, leaving him with no way to confirm who had gone to the restroom at that moment. Xiao Qishan felt quite regretful, but with his substantial resources, he quickly uncovered information about an incident that had occurred at the Huang family residence that day. Specifically, it involved Shun Fu being stopped at the gate and subsequently injuring the owner of Cadillac. Recognizing the car owner, Xiao Qishan immediately dispatched people to investigate the situation, thereby learning Shun Fu's name and obtaining a rough description of his appearance. Unfortunately, Shun Fu's appearance was utterly ordinary, a 50-year-old middle-aged man you'd find anywhere. The car owner wasn't an artist either, incapable of sketching Shun Fu's likeness. But the name Shun Fu stayed in Xiao Qishan's mind. This person was unfamiliar to Xiao, meaning he wasn't among Legay City's major players. Yet he was closely connected to old master Ma Chengfei, so much so that the elder was willing to pull strings for him. This suggested the man must have some unusual background. Xiao Qishan immediately dispatched his men to investigate, hoping to track Shun Fu's movements and determine whether he was indeed that reclusive master. Several days later, his subordinates reported back one after another. They'd found no trace of anyone named Shun Fu. Xiao Qishan was furious, berating his subordinates for not working hard enough and ordering them to search again with greater effort. By the way, go check in with Huang Jinxiong too and see if he's found any help lately. Yes, sir. Several more days passed, but the subordinates still couldn't find any trace of Shun Fu. The reason was simple. Shun Fu had been staying at home in seclusion during this period, both to lay low and to immerse himself in studying jade-related knowledge. He didn't leave the house, so Xiao Qishan naturally couldn't find him. Only when the rumors gradually died down did Shun Fu resurface and resume his jade gambling ventures. Chapter 47. Making moves again before starting to gamble on stones again. Shun Fu had 3 tasks to complete. First, he went to the bank to check exactly how much money he had in his account, including both his principal and fixed deposits. Shun Fu now had a total of 930,000 renminbi, an astronomical figure compared to what he'd ever dreamed of having before. But after coming to Legay City and embarking on his stone gambling career, especially after experiencing Huang Jinxiong's private exhibition and witnessing so many billionaires. Shun Fu's horizons had broadened. He certainly wouldn't be shocked by a mere 930,000 yuan anymore. Hell, not just 930,000, even 9.3 billion. Do you think I don't have what it takes to earn it? The second thing Shun Fu did was visit the jade trading market to test the waters and see if anyone still remembered him. Turns out, no one recognized him. After all, the world has never lacked 50-year-old middle-aged men, and Shun Fu's utterly ordinary looks made him disappear forever in a bustling crowd. The third thing Shun Fu needed to do was inquire about the name Shun Fu to see if it had truly gained fame. As expected, the name Shun Fu had already spread throughout the jade market in Legay City. This was all because of that private exhibition where everyone learned that Shun Fu had connections with the Huang family, meaning Shun Fu had ties to them. Later, when Xiao Qishan also began seeking out Shun Fu, people grew even more curious, wondering who this Shun Fu really was to have garnered favor from both industry giants simultaneously. That day, Shun Fu casually picked a street stall to browse, initially cautious for fear someone might recognize him as Shun Fu. As it turned out, no one paid him any attention, instead fervently discussing matters concerning Shun Fu himself. This Shun Fu fellow, I reckon he's probably some youthful genius returned from studying abroad. Oh, what makes you say that, Brother Liu? Think about it. If this person were truly so remarkable that even bosses Huang and Xiao took such notice, how could he have remained completely unknown until now? I simply don't believe anyone could possess such extraordinary patience. They must have been abroad all this time, which explains why they're unknown in China. Brother Liu makes a fair point, but what evidence do you have that he's a young man? From what I've heard, the person who used the back door that day was a middle-aged man, just like you and me. Haha. That's exactly Shun Fu's cunning at work. As the saying goes, the head of a dragon can be seen, but never its tail. If Shun Fu is truly this remarkable and has deliberately hidden his tracks for years, then his appearance at the exhibition that day must have been in disguise. I reckon he's deliberately pretending to be old when he's actually young. That way no one would ever suspect his true identity. So that's how it is. This Shun Fu is indeed cunning. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Shun Fu, listening nearby, found it amusing while also breathing a quiet sigh of relief. With all three matters handled, Shun Fu knew he hadn't been recognized, which meant nothing would stop him from continuing his jade gambling. Now with nearly $1 million in funds, he had enough to pull off something big. He decided to find $1 million stone to gamble on. The bigger the bet, the greater the potential profit. But such stones were hard to come by, and most available were already cut and polished. Shun Fu was searching for completely raw, untampered jade pieces, the kind that ideally concealed a blue jade soul or higher within, yet were mistakenly priced as if they held only white jade souls. Although there are hundreds of jade shops in Legay City, genuine stones of this quality are truly rare. Many shop owners operate on a shoestring budget, so once they get their hands on raw stones, they typically polish and resell them immediately. Their priority is keeping the cash flow moving. The risk of fully speculative jadeite rough is too great. If one piece of material turns out to be a loss, the whole shop might be dragged down with it. Moreover, even experts as skilled as Huang Jinxiong and Xiao Qishan can't appraise fully speculative rough accurately, let alone these ordinary vendors and shop owners. Huang Jinxiong and Xiao Qishan have the wealth to absorb losses from a few failed bets, but these ordinary shop owners can't afford such risks. That's why they never dare to stock particularly expensive, fully speculative rough when sourcing goods. So where does all the fully speculative rough on the market come from? How do their suppliers determine the value of these raw materials? This leads us to certain matters concerning the nation of Mianwu. Myanmar, the country where raw jadeite is produced, has extremely strict controls on the export of jadeite rough stones, since jade is a non-renewable resource. Individuals purchasing jade must obtain permits, pay handling fees, and taxes, while bulk purchases require extensive networking, with only a handful of people qualifying for such transactions. Myanmar has been mining jade for over a century, and it can be said that apart from China, the world's most knowledgeable jade experts are concentrated in Myanmar. In terms of pure technical expertise, Myanmar's jade experts may not surpass those of China, but they have one distinct advantage. They can definitively identify which mine a particular stone was excavated from. Jadeite's essence is that of a mineral adhering to objective physical laws. For instance, the green in jadeite is due to the element chromium, while violet jadeite result from the presence of iron and manganese. Generally speaking, jadeite mined from the same deposit tends to be of the same type. The so-called old pit stones, like those from the Pakit mines, are known for producing high-quality jadeite. It's safe to say that as long as someone can verify a stone is from Pakit or other old pit deposits, even if it's completely uncut and unexamined, its value would start at least from $500,000 yuan. But mining areas are like childbirth. The woman certainly knows whose child it is, but the man isn't always sure. The people of Myanmar are like the women. They dig up the stones themselves to sell and know exactly where each stone comes from. The Chinese are like the men. They can only wait outside the delivery room, listening to others claim whether the stones are from old or new pits. As for the specifics, they must rely on their own judgment. But how many people in this world have such discerning eyes? I'm afraid only Shun Fu can truly determine the value of a piece of jade. Ordinary people don't have this ability, which is why they dare not purchase such completely speculative rough stones, and merchants dare not stock them. That day, Shun Fu wandered around the market for a long time before finally finding a stone that satisfied him. It was a large chunk of jadeite rough with an earthy yellow skin, weighing around 30 kilograms. The surface felt slightly coarse to the touch, with some sunken grooves, though no green was visible within them. The only spot showing green was a small patch of songhua, pine blossom markings, on the upper left corner, likely the result of chromium elements inside the stone slowly permeating through over millions of years before reaching the surface. Shun Fu had been staying indoors recently, immersing himself in books to study jade appraisal knowledge. He knew that if a rock showed pine flower patterns, it generally indicated the presence of jadeite green beneath the surface, which was precisely why the owner of this jade shop had been willing to purchase the stone in the first place. The stone had been bought for 150,000 yuan, and that price alone made it clear this was definitely not an old pit stone. In truth, it was indeed mined from a new pit. Compared to old pit stones, new pit jade generally had inferior texture, but judging whether a stone came from an old or new pit based on appearance alone was incredibly difficult. The jade shop owner had seized on this ambiguity and made a big fuss, falsely claiming his stone was from an old pit. Then, with shameless audacity, he priced it at 500,000 yuan, just waiting for some gullible fool to take the bait. Little did they know, although this stone was indeed from a new mine, in Shun Fu's eyes, it was an exceedingly rare piece of purple jade-soul jadeite, at least worth over $1 million. After scouring high and low, Shun Fu finally found a piece of jade worth picking up at a bargain. Without hesitation, he made his move. Chapter 48. The Golden Eye's Misjudgment. At that moment, the shop was nearly empty. Only the owner, 2 clerks, and Shun Fu, who had come alone to buy stones. Seizing the moment when the crowd might be distracted and prying eyes numerous, Shun Fu seized the opportunity to start bargaining with the shop owner. But Shun Fu played it smart, employing strategy right from the start. "Boss, are the stones in your shop negotiable?" With this single question, the shop owner immediately recognized that this man was either exceptionally polite or completely ignorant of the jade gambling trade's rules. Glancing up, he saw a middle-aged man with unkempt appearance, someone unlikely to fuss over trivial matters, which probably meant he knew nothing about stone gambling. This was excellent news. In business, seasoned operators were the most troublesome, while newcomers like this were the most welcome. Every year, countless people flock to Lagay City, clutching dreams of overnight riches. Yet 99% of them end up having their wallets harvested by the city's swindlers, some losing lightly, others losing everything, even their families. But these bosses didn't care. After all, it wasn't them putting knives to these people's throats, forcing them to gamble on jade. In the jade gambling trade, there's a saying, "Everything is fated, none can be blamed." Once you willingly enter the game, the bet is sealed. Profit or loss is yours alone. No one else bears responsibility, and no one else deserves blame. Hey buddy, looking to check out some stones? Don't worry. Our shop has always prioritized honesty. Every stone here is clearly priced. Of course, there's always some room for negotiation. Feel free to pick any stone that catches your eye and let me know. You're welcome to examine any of our stones as much as you like, no restrictions at all. The boss was extremely enthusiastic, doing everything possible to make every guest feel at home. Only by doing so could he thoroughly bewilder these rookies dreaming of overnight wealth and ultimately profit from them. Unfortunately, Shun Fu wasn't foolish. His simplicity was all an act. He had long since seen through the little schemes of this jade shop owner. Shun Fu glanced around, quietly assessing the value of the other stones in the shop. These stones are all overpriced junk, not a single one worth gambling on, but they're perfect for deceiving the boss. Shun Fu's approach was simple. He walked up to a piece of jade priced at 188,000 yuan, putting on an act of being genuinely interested in it. However, while the jade was undeniably beautiful, displaying a stunning green all over, in the eyes of his jade soul golden vision, it was merely a piece of white soul jade, the most worthless color, utterly worthless. Shun Fu, however, pretended to admire the piece greatly. He picked it up and examined it for a long while, behaving as if he truly couldn't bear to put it down and might pull out his wallet to buy it at any moment. In truth, he was examining exactly where this piece had gone wrong. Jadeite is divided into genuine goods, which are natural jadeite that haven't undergone any chemical treatments like dyeing or resin injection beyond physical cutting. Counterfeit goods refer to so-called fake jadeite that's been soaked in acid to remove undesirable colors, then injected with resin to fill in any missing parts. This type of jadeite might look passable at first glance, but its true nature will be revealed within a year or two, leaving deceived buyers helpless with no recourse for justice. Justice, my foot. Those shady merchants selling fakes couldn't care less. They'll just say it serves you right for not spotting it at the time. Take today, for example. If Shun Fu had spent 188,000 on this piece of material, the jade shop owner would have said he had it coming. Never mind a year or two later. Even if Shun Fu regretted it the moment after paying, the boss would instantly flip a 180 and kick him out the door. But as long as Shun Fu doesn't pay, he's the boss, and the shop owner is the one groveling. The moment the money changes hands, the shop owner becomes the boss, and Shun Fu gets demoted. This is the most fundamental rule of business. Whoever holds the money calls the shots. Shun Fu wasn't in a hurry at all. He leisurely studied this fake piece of jade for a long time. The boss watched from the side, seeing Shun Fu's reluctance to part with the piece, and became even more convinced that he was a novice. So he ordered his men to serve tea and water, taking good care of this honored guest. Shun Fu didn't hold back either, eating and drinking to his heart's content as if he were visiting a hotel. Before he knew it, an hour had passed. After studying the stone priced at 188,000 yuan, Shun Fu moved on to examine several others tagged at 88,000 and 288,000 yuan. Shun Fu was shrewd, never making the first offer. He only asked the shopkeeper how much each stone cost. The shopkeeper answered eagerly, naming prices for each piece, itching inwardly for Shun Fu to respond. Then I'll pay. Will you sell? As soon as Shun Fu uttered these words, he was obligated to buy the stone. This was the unwritten rule of Legay City. But Shun Fu simply wouldn't ask, which made the shop owner begin to doubt. Could it be that this old fellow was actually an expert? He's holding off on making an offer. Could it be that he knows the rules of the trade? At that very moment, Shun Fu abruptly changed the subject and quoted a price. This stone, I'll offer 300,000. The shopkeeper was overjoyed, his eyes instantly lighting up. 300,000. The boss glanced at the stone in front of Shun Fu. It was a piece of treated jadeite, imitation jade that had been soaked in acid and injected with glue, worth only a few thousand yuan at most. Yet this man was actually willing to pay 300,000 for it. Perfect. This sucker didn't disappoint after all. But wait, the shop owner suddenly realized the marked price was only 88,000. Had this old chap gone completely mad? Why would he proactively raise the bid himself? Hey buddy, You said 300,000. Which stone are you talking about? Obviously that big one over there. This little one in my hand couldn't possibly be worth 300,000. With that, Shun Fu pointed directly at the purple jade soul stone labeled for 500,000, still completely unopened. Seeing it was this particular stone, the shopkeeper secretly exhaled in relief. He had purchased this piece for just 150,000, so selling at 300,000 would still guarantee him profit. Sold. 300,000 it is. Oh, the boss agrees so readily. Could it be this stone isn't worth nearly 300,000? Not all. It's just that my shop operates on thin margins and business has been slow lately. I got a bit overexcited. The shopkeeper laughed nervously, trying to gloss over his tell. Shun Fu didn't bother arguing with him either. He didn't know the wholesale price of this stone, nor did he care. That was the boss's own business acumen. Shun Fu wasn't the type to envy others' profits, as long as he could earn his share too. By conservative estimates, this stone could net him 1,000,000 yuan. To be more optimistic, perhaps 1.5 million or even 2 million was possible. Shun Fu paid up cheerfully. When the shop owner asked if he wanted the stone cut right there in the shop, Shun Fu declined. He needed to cut the stone in secret. Otherwise, if the boss found out this rock was worth a fortune, they would surely remember his face, and he wouldn't be able to return here for stone gambling next time. The boss sent 2 young assistants to help Shun Fu load the stone into his car. Soon after, Shun Fu arrived at a workshop, intending to process the stone in secret. The workshop was modest in scale, staffed only by an old master and his young apprentice. The elder spoke little, while the younger was lively but obedient. Regardless of their stone-cutting skills, the workshop's low-profile nature suited Shun Fu perfectly. Shun Fu had stumbled upon this place by chance. Hearing they kept clients' stone-cutting activities confidential, he began routinely bringing his purchases here for processing. This time was no different. Shun Fu took out the stone, paid the cutting fee, and had the old master slowly cut around its edges. The craftsman didn't waste words. He pocketed the money and got straight to work, asking no questions and offering no small talk about the stone's origins. This was exactly the kind of person Shun Fu liked. As the stone was being cut, Shun Fu watched by the side. He saw the master constantly adjusting the angle of the stone, using the saw blade to strip away the surrounding outer shell bit by bit, gradually revealing the true face of the jade within. This ought to be a piece of jade with a purple jade soul. Shun Fu was intensely curious about the stone's quality. At the very least, its color should be stunning. A vibrant, evenly translucent green to match the caliber of a purple jade soul. Yet, the cutting result turned out to be completely unexpected. The stone before him showed patches of green, yet was heavily interspersed with yellow and red hues. This seemed inconsistent with the value typically indicated by a purple jade soul. Shun Fu was bewildered, wondering what could possibly explain this discrepancy. Had his jade soul golden eyes somehow failed him? Chapter 49. Tricolor Jade. Ever since attracting the simultaneous attention of Huang and Xiao, 2 titans of the jade trade. During the exhibition that fateful day, Shun Fu had secluded himself at home for an extended period of reflection. Emerging from seclusion today, his very first gamble on rough jade had led him to select a stone imbued with a purple jade soul. Given that purple jade souls commanded prices starting from 1,000,000 yuan, Shun Fu stood to make a minimum profit of 700,000 on his 300,000 yuan investment, assuming nothing went wrong. The cutting results surprised him greatly. Inside the stone, apart from green, there were also traces of red and yellow mixed in. Impurities in the green. Even though this jadeite had a decent semi-icy base, the colors left Shun Fu utterly puzzled. He couldn't shake the feeling that the jade failed to match its purple jade soul. The jade soul golden eye never errs. Since the golden pupil revealed this jadeite's soul as purple, it must possess corresponding value. It's simply that mundane eyes like ours struggle to perceive it. The stone-cutting master's reaction further solidified Shun Fu's belief. After slicing open the entire stone, the master stood frozen in shock, speechless for a long while. "Master, what's wrong?" Shun Fu asked curiously. The master lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, then turned to Shun Fu with a puzzled expression and asked, "Boss, you must be really rich, right?" It was the first time someone had called Shun Fu boss. He froze for a moment before laughing. Me? I'm not rich at all. The stone-cutting master was also taken aback and asked again, then why aren't you even a little happy? Didn't your stone strike gold? Surely you didn't spend 2 million just to buy this piece of rock? Shun Fu scratched his head, feeling even more confused. Master, don't beat around the bush. Since it's just you and me here, why not speak plainly? The master narrowed his eyes and scrutinized Shun Fu from head to toe before finally nodding. Seems like you're not very familiar with jade gambling. Very well, let me explain it to you. The master told Shun Fu that based on its current cut state, this piece of raw jade was worth at least 2 million yuan. That's why the master had asked earlier whether the stone was purchased for 2 million. If not, then this stone could bring immense profit, what's known in jade gambling as a cut explosion. The opposite of a cut explosion is a cut collapse, where a stone purchased for 1 million ends up being worth less than 100,000 once cut open. This drastic drop in value is called a collapse. Additionally, there are terms like rise and fall, referring to slight increases or decreases in a stone's value after cutting. Jadeite rough is incredibly unpredictable. Even a simple scratch revealing a patch of green can boost its value by tens of thousands, while failing to expose green results in a price drop. This is where the gamble in gambling on stones comes from. I see this is your second time cutting stones here, sir, but you must not have much experience in stone gambling yet. In the jade gambling trade, there's a saying, out of 10 gambles, 9 fall, and the remaining 1 collapses completely. It means outsiders betting on raw jade almost always lose money. But your stone has struck it big. I'm genuinely happy for you. Really? Master, are you saying my stone's a jackpot? How much did you pay for this stone? 300,000. Only 300,000. That's absolutely a jackpot. In cases like yours, people usually set off firecrackers to celebrate. There's indeed a tradition of lighting firecrackers when a stone cuts big. This lifts the owner's spirits and spreads festive energy to the cutting workshop too. That's why many jade cutting workshops even keep firecrackers on hand, though sadly, they rarely get to use them throughout the year. Now that Shun Fu had successfully cut open a precious stone, the master craftsman was overjoyed. Not only did he bask in the shared joy, but according to the unwritten rules of the trade, the stone's owner typically prepared a red envelope for the cutting masters as well. Shun Fu had heard of this custom. He was a clever man, especially well-versed in the ways of the world, and he would never break tradition over the reluctance to part with 10 or 20,000 yuan. After all, knowing a trustworthy master craftsman was far more valuable than a mere 10 or 20,000. So Shun Fu took out 20,000 yuan, giving the larger portion to the master cutter and a smaller sum to his young apprentice, effectively serving as hush money. Thank you, boss. Thank you. Not at all. It's I who should thank you, master. But regarding today's matter, I prefer it to remain quiet. So, master. The old master understood implicitly. Since he had taken Shun Fu's money, he naturally did whatever Shun Fu asked. Rest assured, boss, my apprentice, and I will definitely keep today's matter confidential for you. If I leak even half a word, you can smash my workshop to pieces, and I won't complain. With the old master's words, Shun Fu felt at ease. Yet one thing still puzzled him. Was this piece of jade flecked with red and yellow truly worth 2 million? When assessing gambling stones, first examine the base texture, then the water transparency. These two factors combined can also be called the species of jade, and only then consider the color. The base of this stone is exceptionally fine and luminous, and its water transparency appears remarkably abundant to the naked eye. If you shine a flashlight on it, the light can penetrate 6 to 7 millimeters, which roughly translates to 2 to 3 parts of water transparency. The stone is likely of the ice species, and based on this alone, it's worth 1 million. But when it comes to color, Shun Fu still feels there's something off. Jadeite is most prized for its green hue, though there are also red, yellow, black, and lavender varieties. Green jadeite remains the most valuable. Master, do you see any issues with the color of this jadeite I have? The stone-cutting master replied, indeed, this jadeite isn't purely green. It has streaks of red and yellow running through it. Normally, mixed colors would lower its value, but in your case, these hues are considered lively colors. Red, yellow, and green together are called the Fu Lu Shou triad, a symbol of prosperity, nobility, and longevity. The green sections of your jadeite can be carved into bracelets and other jewelry, while the red and yellow parts, when paired with green, can be fashioned into exquisite ornamental pieces that are highly sought after in today's market. Really, of course, you clearly don't know much about jadeite. Sometimes, when lively colors are artfully arranged, they can fetch even higher prices than plain green jade. Moreover, yours is an ice-type Fu Lu Shou. I'd say it's worth at least $2 million, and that's a conservative estimate. There's just one thing: you do best to personally find a master carver to handle the design of this jade. Otherwise, if you sell it outright, I'm afraid it won't fetch an exceptionally high price. But I don't know any masters. Well, that's too bad. I'm just a stone-cutting artisan myself, and only know ordinary carvers. If you'd like, I can introduce you to someone passable. Shall we do that? Just introduce me to someone for now. Sure thing. And so, not only did Shen Fu get his stone cut that day, but he also received a business card from the cutter, a jade carver named Tian Yi. This fellow had no particular background. He was just an ordinary jade carving artisan. However, Shen Fu didn't know any other more skilled artisans, so he had no choice but to visit this master Tian Yi first to see how his Fu Lu Shou jadeite could be carved. As it was getting late, Shen Fu prepared to leave with the stone to find the carving master. Before departing, the stone-cutting master asked him for one more favor. "By the way, boss, my friend has been going through some family trouble recently. Apparently, his wife ran off with someone else, so he's been a bit short-tempered lately. If he ends up offending you in any way, please do try to understand." Shen Fu, having just gone through a divorce himself, knew exactly how that felt. "Don't worry, I completely understand. Personal matters are personal, work is work." If Master Tianyi was truly in a bad mood, Shen Fu wouldn't have taken it personally. But Shen Fu was still astonished because when he went to find Master Tianyi, it was only 3 in the afternoon, and the man was already dead drunk. Not only that, the man even pointed at Shen Fu's nose and cursed him relentlessly, then grabbed a tool to start a fight. Chapter 50. The Carving Master. That day, in the morning, Shen Fu had spent $300,000 at the jadeite market to buy a raw stone. By noon, he had it cut open at the workshop, only to discover a rare tricolor jadeite in red, yellow, and green, also known as Fu Lu Shou jadeite. The stone-cutting master had a good relationship with Shen Fu and had also received a red envelope from him. On one hand, he promised to keep Shen Fu's secret, and on the other, he introduced Shen Fu to a carving master. As is well known, jade ultimately reaches people in the form of finished products, whether worn as jewelry or collected as decorations. These can range from small accessories to larger ornamental pieces or even grand works of art. A freshly cut piece of jade sitting there by itself isn't worth much. Its true value hinges entirely on the carver transforming the ordinary into the extraordinary. Even the most mediocre material, when shaped by a master's hand, can suddenly come to life, its price multiplying several times over. Unfortunately, Shen Fu was new to the trade and lacked connections in this circle. At least today he had made one acquaintance, the master carver named Tian Yi, recommended by the stone-cutting artisan. He runs his own small shop catering to ordinary customers. Since his skills and reputation are just average, his prices naturally aren't particularly high either. Essentially, jade carvers are like carpenters and stonemasons, craftsmen who make their living by their handiwork. People in this trade all have a certain degree of pride because they don't need to ask favors from others. It's always others who come seeking their skills. The more skilled the master carver, the loftier their demeanor tends to be and the fatter their wallet becomes. However, Tian Yi was just an ordinary craftsman. His shop was located in a common marketplace, and even so, he didn't have customers every day. As a result, he wasn't particularly arrogant, nor was his pocket particularly full. After Shen Fu left, the stone-cutting master immediately called Tian Yi. "Old Tian, drinking this early in the afternoon? Stop now, I've got a big job for you." Tian Yi's wife had run off with another man. Heartbroken, he had taken to drinking himself into a stupor every afternoon, and his business had been dormant for a long time. Today, his good friend had referred him a job, the matter with Shun Fu, but Tian Yi simply wasn't in the mood. What kind of job are you talking about? I'm not in the damn mood right now. All right, stop talking drunken nonsense here. The man I'm introducing you to is a big shop boss. The Fu Lu Shou jadeite he's carrying is probably worth 2 million. So what? Still pretending to be tough here? Are you as impressive as him? Go sober up quick. Don't let this huge deal slip away, you hear me? The stone-cutting master was concerned for his good buddy, and T and I originally didn't want to take this job. But first, it was his good friend's recommendation, and second, since the client was a big boss, he couldn't afford to be rude. So he tidied up the shop and opened for business. That afternoon, his wife called to say she wanted a divorce. This infuriated him so much he nearly wrecked the shop. Damn it, how dare you mention divorce? Get your ass back here now. After hanging up, Tian Yi drank himself into a stupor. By the time Shun Fu arrived past 3 o'clock, he was already dead drunk. Excuse me, is this Mr. Tian Yes? Before Shun Fu could finish, a beer bottle came flying his way. God damn it, who the hell's making all that noise? Luckily, Shun Fu reacted quickly and dodged out of the way. When he took a closer look, the shop was like a garbage dump. Empty liquor bottles, peanut shells, and edamame pods everywhere, leaving barely any space to step. Shun Fu couldn't help thinking. Instructor Tian was also about 50 years old. Was it really worth being so heartbroken over a woman? If she'd been a good woman, that would be one thing. But for the kind of woman who'd cheat on her husband, she ought to be swept out like all this trash filling the room. Shun Fu felt both sympathy for Tian Yi and frustration at the man's weakness, having lost all dignity as a proper gentleman. But today, he came to the shop not to be a therapist, but to carve jade. He couldn't care less about such trivial matters, and continued. Master Tian, I was referred by someone. Bastard, how dare you, you adulterer. Show your face here. Where's my wife? Quit hiding. Call that one woman out here, too. Turns out Master Tian Yi had mistaken Shun Fu for the man who'd seduced his wife. No wonder Master Tian was dead drunk, his mind filled with nothing but thoughts of that adulterous pair. Moreover, he'd heard that the visitor today was a big boss, while Shun Fu appeared utterly ordinary. His clothing and demeanor didn't resemble a wealthy entrepreneur in the slightest. Especially since Shun Fu hadn't brought the jade with him, having left in the car. Otherwise, carrying over 30 kilograms of jade would have made it impossible to dodge that initial beer bottle. Master T and I didn't consider this possibility, compounded by his drunkenness, which led him to mistake Shun Fu for that adulterous scoundrel. Merely cursing for cuckolding him? That adulterer deserved far more than just verbal abuse to settle the score. Master Tian was hot-tempered by nature. Seeing the first thrown bottle miss its mark, he immediately grabbed another one and lunged at Shun Fu. Shun Fu was no pushover either. Trained in Sanda, his movements were agile as a cat. With another deft sidestep, Shun Fu dodged the drunken man's charge and applied a submission hold, pinning him effortlessly. Still spewing a torrent of obscenities, Master Tian cursed Shun Fu with such inventive vitriol it could peel paint off walls. Shun Fu still didn't get angry, only feeling pity for this fellow. While jade always hopes to show green hues, no man wishes were green on his hat. Let go of me now, damn it. You shameless adulterer. How dare you come find me? I'll fuck your... These vulgarities fell on deaf ears as Shun Fu exerted force with his hand, pushing Tian Yi into a nearby chair. When Tian Yi tried to resist again, Shun Fu glanced around and spotted a glass of water on the table beside the chair, which he promptly threw in Tian Yi's face. Tian Yi snapped awake instantly, blinking in confusion as he looked at Shun Fu. Shun Fu said, I'm not some secret lover. I'm a client recommended by the stone-cutting master. Tian Yi was stunned again. A client? You? Yes. You're that big boss. What, don't I look like a big boss? Don't I appear to know anything about jade? Tian Yi gave a contemptuous smirk, emboldened by alcohol as he pointed at Shun Fu and barked, I get it now. You adulterous bastard came to humiliate me. First you steal my wife, and now you want to steal my livelihood too. I've been eating from this jade trade longer than I've known that whore. That slut's worthless. I couldn't care less about her. But how dare you look down on the craft that puts rice in my bowl? You want to humiliate me on purpose? Let me tell you, buddy, not a chance. Tian Yi flew into a rage, and even Shun Fu struggled to restrain him. Wielding a liquor bottle, his face flushed crimson, Tian Yi insisted on confronting Shun Fu no matter what. Shun Fu had no choice but to reason. You're the master carver, and I know nothing about carving. Why would I want to compete with you? Tian Yi yelled. I don't care. If you refuse, it means you look down on me. You damn homewrecker. Take this from old Tian. This guy thinks he's the great sage equal to heaven. Shen Fu had no desire to tangle with a drunk, but once a drunkard latched onto you, shaking them off wasn't easy. If you don't face me today, you're either an adulterer or you're looking down on me. Tian Yi, I'll fight you to the death. Choose one. The man's drunken ramblings made Shen Fu frown. Since it had come to this, he thought it'd be best to settle it quickly. Teach this drunkard a proper lesson so he dare not act so reckless again. So Shen Fu said, very well. Since that's the case, let's compete in stone gambling then. Tian Yi smashed the liquor bottle on the ground, let out a mad laugh, then roared, ha ha ha. You've got some nerve, you adulterer, daring to challenge me in stone gambling. Fine, let's compare our stone gambling skills. If you lose, you bastard, I'll strip your pants off and castrate you. Let's see what you'll use to seduce my wife then. Ha 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 ha.